Somerset has launched a half-season membership. This will give you access to the Cooper Associates County Ground for up to 16 days of cricket. Half-season membership includes 3 county championship matches and 4 Royal London Cup games. For more information, visit our website or pop into reception in the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion.
Good morning everyone, welcome back to, if you were with us yesterday, the Cooper Associates County Ground Day 2 of Somerset versus Surrey in the LV Insurance County Championship. We're here with you today, we're here with you all 4 days, courtesy of our principal county championship sponsor, WPA Health Insurance. I've got Stephen Lamb in the back of the box lurking, he'll be with us a little bit later, myself, Sam Dalling, and next to me this morning, Peter Trigo. Good morning, Triggs.
Good morning, Sam. Morning, everyone. It's a big day today in the context of the game and maybe even the season in terms of 4-day cricket. So really excited to see how the team shape up. We've got some announcements which you can go through. Bit of a change to the team. It's very chaotic towards the back end of yesterday with a few blows on the head courtesy of Jamie Overton. And it has brought a couple of changes to the lineups.
Yeah, that's right. The scorers are definitely earning their money over these first couple of days. Somerset all out for 180 yesterday. Jamie Overton hit his twin brother Craig in the helmet. He went off for a concussion check. That came out okay. The over later, Josh Davey also got struck in the helmet by Jamie Overton. He's been concussion subbed out. So Casey Aldridge came in for him yesterday. He had a bowl. Craig has woken up this morning, shown signs of delayed concussion, so he has now also been concussion subbed out. Marchant Delanger was out there, big unit Marchant Delanger, warming up this morning. He comes in. Surrey going to resume on 56 for 1. Ryan Patel, the man to go. Rory Burns, 35, unbeaten overnight. Hashim Amla was on 19. He has also woken up feeling unwell, so he is retired, not out. He has tested negative for COVID, so he may well come back in the game, we're not sure. So, after all that, there are 11 Somerset players out there in the middle. Hashim Amla isn't batting at the moment, Rory Burns is, and it looks to me like Ben Geddes is going to come out and have a bat, Peter Trigo.
Well, I think there have been so many changes to the lineup, we should start the game again, Sam, if I'm honest. 180 all out, I think we should flip a coin, start again.
If they flipped a coin and Tom Abel won it, do you think he'd bat again?
I think he probably still would. But hopefully a little bit better this time.
Yeah, so Peter Siddle, it looks like, is going to take the ball, which I was going to say it's a new ball. It's not quite new. It's 27. This will be the 27th over of it. He's got the 1 wicket to fall. He got Ryan Patel last night. So Somerset's bowling attack will be Siddle, Lewis Gregory, Casey Aldridge, Marchant Delanger. We saw Rudolph van der Merwe bowl a little bit yesterday. Lewis Goldsworthy can bowl from left arm spin. Tom Abel himself can bowl. Tom Lammonby can bowl. So still plenty of options for Somerset. They need early wickets, though, Trees.
Yeah, well, with that roster of bowlers, I think maybe even Steve Davis could de-glove at some stage and turn his arm over. We could get the full quota in. Yeah, there's a lot of options up Tom Abel's sleeve. Hopefully he gives himself a chance as well. I think he's a really, really good bowler. Has that knack of taking wickets, but hopefully the main men will do the work today. Peter Siddle bowling from what I perceive as his preferred end here. Bowling from the Marcus Trescothick stand end. Getting ready to bowl to the rather flamboyant and unique batting style of Rory Burns. First ball just outside, off stump and left alone. Something that I kind of feel is the difference watching yesterday. The knowledge of where the off stump is, the balls to play, the balls to leave. I think that seems to be quite a big obvious difference in the way the two sides have gone about it. I think the bowling is always of a high quality, but it's how you adapt to those challenges. It was interesting listening to the batting coach Laughlin's summary of the day's play, and that's almost on cue. The wrong way to go about it, playing at one that's slightly too wide, a bit early in the innings, early in the day to be wafting outside off stump. He's lucky to get away from that, and well bowled Pete Siddle. It's interesting to see his summary, you know, very honest summary as well. You know, the ball was swinging, the ball was doing a bit, and you know, the Somerset batters this season, I think he broadened his opinion across the season of not being able to find a challenge to a bowling attack, bowling well at them. So lots of work to be done in the nets, bit of soul searching maybe in terms of the techniques, etc. But as I always say, the Somerset squad, the Somerset players, one of the most hard-working in the country. I'm sure they're leaving no stone unturned to try and solve this issue. But today is a new day.
It is. It was brutally honest, wasn't it? I actually quite liked it from his perspective. He said, look, apart from maybe that day against Surrey where Tom Abel got 150, any time they've been under the pump this season, they've just been a bit tentative. It wasn't that they hadn't got out of T20 mode, it was actually more they were caught in two minds.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting one because it's always this kind of weird situation where, you know, if you get out for 10, but it's almost there are acceptable ways of getting out, and it's kind of a doesn't actually make any sense. If you're out, you're out. You know, it's not about playing in a manner that befits the situation. It's playing in a manner that you're accustomed to. It's about understanding your game as much as anything else, not what the team necessarily needs, because the team's needs are a byproduct of you playing well, but you've got to find the missing link to how you play, the tempo of your innings, how hard you go at certain balls in certain areas. Do you play the short ball? Do you leave outside off stump? Do you bat across onto off stump? Do you stay legs up? I mean, there's so many different ways to go about it, as we see. I mean, no better exponent of a eccentric, unique technique than what we're watching now with Rory Burns. But, you know, I know he hasn't maybe kicked on at international level, but domestically he's a fantastic run scorer. And like I said, he's just found a way, and I think there are a number in the Somerset lineup who haven't quite found their way.
First over of the day done. Yeah, Rory Burns averaging a touch over 40 this season, just a 100, no scores other than 50. I mean, this is only the 10th time he's batted in 8 games. That's how dominant Surrey have been. But yeah, he is certainly unique in the way he sets up, and he now has this little, we'll see it a bit later on, he just drops his head over his right shoulder as the bowler is about to approach, but it works for him.
But you look at the records you just brought up there, what's that, 8-9 players all averaging in excess of 40. I know some of them only played a number of games, but you know, there's some, you know, some heavy run scorers there. Ollie Pope, obviously, Jordan Smith, absolutely flying, but Jamie Smith averaging an extraordinary amount. I'm sure that will come down. If he doesn't, I think he'll be playing for the Universe 11 with Chris Gale at some stage.
Right, we're going to see Ben Geddes out then in the side, having made a century against the Sri Lanka Development 11 down at Guildford, and Lewis Gregory's going to bowl, and he pushes it one outside off stump straight away, an early show of intent. It was in the air, wasn't really anywhere near Lewis Goldsworthy at backward point, but
a poor shot that early on. That will give Lewis Gregory a lot of hope. That was very, very loose. First ball, big, wide, swinging away, and he's gone to kaboom that through extra cover. Lucky that edge has not found the hands of one of the Somerset fielders. 3 catches, and what now looks like a fly Goldie. No, Goldie's going back to backward point, and Ben Green is going down to third man. Looked like he was going to have a fly slip in place. Second ball.
It's the shortest area of the ground, that boundary, from where Ben Geddes is, running it down to third in front of the Undarche Pavilion. Better shot that time. Fuller from Gregory. Aldridge will give chase. I think they'll pick up 3. It's a long way out there. No, they don't. Rory Burns turns down one. It's a good arm from Casey Aldridge. I suspect they probably could have got back there.
Yeah, some sloppy running there. Always panicked when that happened. When you turn down a run and you think, I should have, you know, that shouldn't really be facing this ball now. Is that going to be a little turning point for us?
Who were the...
You always look into those little silly superstitions, and I think there'll be some. I guarantee there'll be one of those players down there from Somerset side saying he shouldn't be facing this ball, just in his ear a little bit. He shouldn't be on strike.
Knew where his off stump was there. Who were the runners yet to be wary of in the Somerset side that you played in? Compo used to get involved in quite a few run-outs.
Compo was one of the worst runners between the wickets I've ever played with. He would he almost run on the shot sometimes. Arul Sapaya was not the greatest at times. His body language would say he was running, and then he would give a really inaudible no, then kind of keep running a little bit, then just turn around and absolutely barbecue you. So you have to be very, very watchful when you were batting with either Compo or Arul in particular. But it was but then you'd have these other relationships that were amazing. I can remember, in particular, batting with either Trez or Hildy, where we wouldn't even need to call. We would just trust the body language, and that's when you get those really good running relationships. But yeah, it can also go the other way when you get people that aren't maybe as good a judge of run. Interesting though, Compo, if you asked him, he would say that he was the best runner between the wickets in the club, and that you'd have 10 other people going, "What are you on about? You are the worst we've ever played."
Well, you clearly went on his wavelength.
It's like that common denominator thing. Yeah, unfortunately, he was on AM, everyone else was on FM.
If you're just joining us and wondering why it's Ben Geddes out there unbeaten on 6 rather than Hashim Amla, he is not batting yet this morning. He's retired not out, feeling unwell, but could still come back later in the innings.
I'll tell you what, though. Wouldn't Somerset like a Nick Compton batting at number 3 now, though? I mean, for all, well, let's be honest, 2 or 3 run-outs over the course of 3 or 4 years when he was here, but he scored some serious runs for the club. He was a stunning player. It was a shame how his career kind of fizzled out after playing for England. It was a real shame because he was an exceptional player and had that ability just to bat for days and days and days.
Well, I think he was a bit harshly treated by England. I think the Australian, that summer he was quite close to being in the Ashes. They were a bit surprised he wasn't in the side, because didn't he go up and play for a combined Worcestershire team? I think he kind of went on loan to play a touring game against the Australians, got 50 against them here, and they were expecting him to play.
Yeah, I think it was more to do with personality clash than anything else. He's quite a deep thinker, was Nicholas, and I think that maybe rubbed a few people up the other way. But again, you look at, when I do mention guys that weren't great between the wickets, Arul Sapaya, probably was in the shadow of Trez because of how good Trez was. But looking back now, you think Arul Sapaya did such an amazing job. He averaged sort of early 30s, mid 30s, but you take that from an opening batsman. Somerset at the moment, if you said we're going to bring someone in that's going to get you 800-900 runs at 33, you'd snap your hand off. He did such a good job for the club.
Yeah, he really did. Retired early due to injury, but I suspect he would have kept going for a fair time after that. Nick Compton, 67 first-class games for Somerset, 5,140 runs, an average of 55, 1,128 50s. That's not bad at all.
Yeah, superb. That really was. It was a great signing. I mean, it was a purple patch for his career. That caused him to get his England recognition. He was a seriously good player.
Siddle finds Burns inside edge onto the pads. I recall talking to him, and I might have got this wrong. I think he had a slightly iffy start and got dropped because Brian Rose brought him in. I think he got dropped to the 2s. And I'm sure he talks about having a chat with Brian Rose over at Taunton Vale, and Brian was like, "Look, you're the man. I just want you to bat time. Don't worry about scoring runs. You just bat, because I know if you bat for a day or 2, you will get them." And I think that from then on in, he just kept scoring them.
Yeah, like I said, we had the aggressive players. It was just about having someone up the other end. He scored some great runs, and actually looking at his record there, he actually did pretty well for England. Couple of hundreds, couple of 50s, averaging 28.7. I think if he was around the setup now, I think he'd get a longer go. But like I said, I think at that next level, it's about character, personalities as well. And if you don't gel with the group, there's a bit of collateral damage sometimes. But Yeah, certainly a good player. But I suppose looking at the game today, I think the Somerset players would be quite happy not to be bowling at Hashim Amla this morning. We wish Hashim well. He's obviously woken up feeling a little bit poorly this morning. We hope he's back in the game at some stage.
Yeah, big chance for Ben Geddes. Went up to Loughborough University while he was trying to earn a shot at Surrey. Scored heavily in the second team. Played one game last year at the Aegeus Bowl. It was that game where Hashim Amla batted. I think he's went about 85 minutes of outscoring a run, Amla, as he was just batting to try and save the game. But just a sign of the depth that Surrey have got. Missing a few, a couple of them starring for England yesterday at Trent Bridge. Ollie Pope, Ben Folkes, as he gets right in behind that one solidly. End of the over. Number 29 done, Peter Siddle there. Today's match, all 4 days of it, sponsored by King's College in Taunton. Brilliant to have them sponsoring us. A few of their representatives out there. Tom Banton is a King's boy, isn't he? I mean, their cricketing alumni team would be pretty good, wouldn't it? But Josh Butler was a King's lad as well. Yeah,
they probably do all right. If the old Veterans Day in 10 years' time will be a star-studded affair, no doubt.
T20, you wouldn't want to play a 3-day game with them. You want Butler and Banton
well,
at T20.
They'd either be all out for 20 or they'd get 7,000. One of the two.
Barrow was a King's boy, wasn't he, Alex Barrow?
Yeah, Wyvern Comprehensive would have beaten them. No problem.
The pitch would have done for them, I suspect.
Yeah, Wyvern Comprehensive's artificial pitch. The posh lads wouldn't know what they were batting on. I can remember we came back for this one term, middle of the summer, and we played the game, and someone had a barbecue on the middle of our artificial. So there was a burnt hole in the middle of it. You know, I was in this junior Somerset setup at the time, but my school's cricket was played on an artificial that had been set on fire. So yeah, it's quite a difference when you, depending on what school you go to, in terms of your opportunities to play good quality cricket.
Yeah, we had that debate. I played at Castle, and we were also artificial pitch, but we actually somehow, I really don't know how it happened, because we were the kind of team where we had 5 or 6 cricketers, and then the rest, you had a couple of guys who would just played all the sports, and so just play with it, play everything. And you'd always have a couple of guys in kind of black gym shorts and trainers, and we somehow beat Kings in the County Cup final. We had a really easy run to the final and turned them over in it.
Brilliant.
It was what a day. What a day.
Yeah.
The scores were tied, and I think we won on wickets lost.
It's always nice when the underdogs win every now and then, but it doesn't happen too often. The schools here in the Taunton area are fantastic, and none better than Kings. Yeah, that was very much the makeup of Wyvern Comprehensive's teams. There was myself, a lad that played for Western called Kevin Ludwell, and Brian Rose's nephew, Scott Rose, who, believe it or not, wasn't actually a cricketer, but he was a Rose, so he obviously automatically got in the team. And then there were 8 other lads, all wearing black trainers, or black daps.
Daps, I remember those.
They're all the rage now, aren't they? Stick a Gucci logo on the side and they're worth 500 quid. Black daps now, aren't they?
You would know, Triggs. My fashion is very, very poor. I bow to your superior knowledge. But if I've got any, I'll go home now, see if I've got any in the bottom of my wardrobe.
Love to see those on the live stream. A pair of old-fashioned black daps. I'm sure there are some of our listeners that would have worn those in their PE lessons at school. Lewis Gregory looks like he's in good rhythm today, getting a little bit of shape from this near 30-year-old, over old ball. Really important that Somerset try and make a breakthrough as soon as they can this morning and get into this middle order. As Lewis comes into bowl, nice bit of shape on a good line and length. Geddes looks like he's settled down a little bit. I think he would have had a bit of a big drive at that 5-6 minutes ago. Now it looks like he's got into a nice, steady rhythm.
Yeah, a few nerves with that first shot, potentially.
Almost certainly. The old get off the mark shot looked very much like that. Yeah, not easy starting an innings. You always want to register that first run, don't you, and settle the nerves.
kind of expect you to play some expansive drives to get off the mark in an innings in your time.
Yeah, I will always come back to it every, my experiences, but every time Hildy always used to laugh when I used to come in because I'd be in an absolute panic. A little look at Rory Burns' finding a way technique. There's a lot going on there. There's an awful lot going on there, but point of impact, he's in a pretty good position. Very, Shiv Chandapur was almost 180 degrees to the wicket, but side on. I mean, that step across his back leg, I think, gets him into trouble because it makes his back come from gully, which I think anything moving away from him, he's a prime candidate to nick. Ideally, you want the bat swing to be coming from sort of first, second slip and straight down the wicket, presenting as full a face as you can. Rory Burns' bat goes across the line quite a lot there, so if his timing of his feet is slightly out and there's a bit of lateral movement in the pitch, I think he's very get-outable, and I think at the next level with that extra pace, he certainly gets a little bit found out. But like I said, at this level, he's a very dominant player.
That's where he drives. A lot of his drives, his straight stuff goes through mid-on and off his legs, isn't it? Because that's where the bat is coming from second slip. You're right. It's the time is minimal anyway, but at test level, where they're unrelenting in their accuracy and perhaps a little bit quicker, all that movement can't help him time-wise.
Yeah, but again, I suppose when his timing is in, he actually makes it very difficult for the bowler, because balls that you bowl on a fourth, fifth stump line can go through mid-wicket. So your captain's giving you the glare because he thinks you've just bowled a ball straight onto the pads and you've been clipped through mid-wicket, whereas, hey captain, that was outside off stump, that was, and it can actually get in the bowler's head as well. So there are pros and cons. Again, it goes back to method. I think Lachlan in his interview last night, if you saw that, very much talking about method and finding a way and all those kind of things. There's so many different ways. I mean, you look at Steve Smith when he had that, he started his test career as a leg spinner that batted 8 or 9 or wherever he batted and became the best player in the world, and everyone was scratching their head at how he could get away with that technique. Shiv Chandapur, 13, 14,000 test runs, batting completely 180 degrees from what the textbook would say. Lachlan is exactly right. It's about finding the way that you play well, as Rory Burns, in his unique style, clips that ball, which was actually quite straight, through mid-wicket for 4, across the fast outfield. Anything going sideways across Taunton, the square pretty much spans the width of this ground. There's no reeling that in, and then Rory Burns picks up 4 runs.
There is no way, if you got the Justin Langer glare, you were turning around and answering back, saying, hey captain, that was a straight one.
Well, I'm disappointed you think that I wouldn't answer back, because trust me,
JL?
we had a couple of sort of locking horns moments, myself and JL. Brilliant. It was actually just really nice. He texted me a couple of days ago, actually, JL. Brilliant that he remembers his experiences. As Rory Burns top edges a short ball from Peter Siddle, goes all the way down to the river stand for 6. Not in control of that. I think he was just looking to tap that on his head and flick it through mid-wicket, top edge, but it's flown over Rolf van der Merwe, and it's brought up Rory Burns' 50. He moves on to 51. Surrey 78 for 1.
Yeah, 51 off 107 balls for Rory Burns. 6 4s, 1 6. Second half century of the season, the only other one he's converted into 100.
Solidly in behind that next ball, brings the 31st over to a close. Somerset really are under a bit of pressure here to strike. I think actually that was I think some of my best relationships in cricket were with people that I had good friction with, like Julian Wyatt, one of my best friends in cricket, was my coach when I started here. We still speak regularly now. I think the first time I met him, we nearly tore strips off each other in the indoor school. But I think, certain characters, I think you need a relationship where you're both respecting each other enough to, voice your opinions and have an argument sometimes. Brings out the best. I think you know, you're looking at the great, you know, sporting books, managerial books that you read, Alex Ferguson, Brian Clough, people that are known as legendary in their field of man managing. The stories of big arguments with key senior players, you know, there is as long as you can imagine. I mean, that really is, in my opinion, in a sports dressing room, absolutely vital that you have an environment where if you don't disagree with the coach or whatever, you can have that conversation. I don't see enough of it, if I'm honest.
4 more for Geddes. Gregory, head in hand, jabbed his bat down, bat onto pad, tickled it round the corner. Well, there's 2 things there, isn't it? There's first, you tend with those, when you have those kind of arguments or disagreements, it tends to kind of increase the respect levels of the 2 people. If people are that way temperamental, and also otherwise it avoids, it's so easy, things just fester underneath and people don't say anything, and this growing resentment, and someone can sit in the corner of a dressing room getting really annoyed and then getting annoyed at why people don't know, and if they don't say anything.
Yeah, they can. It can be exactly that. First and foremost, from my point of view, in terms of dressing room, and you know, it's not for me to say if I was a team man or not, but if your argument or reason is for the greater good of the game, the team, the result, and you can, you know, look yourself in the mirror, and whatever argument you're having with someone is from that basis, it's not selfishly driven, then absolutely that is the conversation to be had. I detest yes environments, and any environment where there's a especially in sport where there's one voice, especially in a game like cricket where there's so many idiosyncrasies, things that there's not one person on the planet that sees everything. Really important that everyone gets a fair crack of the whip, as Lewis bowls an absolute beauty there. A little bit of a way shape on a lovely length there. There's certainly enough in this wicket, but Somerset need to strike.
Well, that's what he does, Gregory, doesn't he? Moves it away, and I spoke to Tom Abel and Jack Brooks about it, and they both said exactly the same thing. He has that nip backer on tap, so you've always got to be wary of it.
And there it was. Geddes equal to it this time. I mean, the 4 runs that went down to Fine Lane looked like it was very, very straight. Saved by that thick edge. Lewis will be hunting the outside edge in the pad from the river end this morning. Yeah, kind of think in sporting environments, the old hairdryer's a thing of the past. We certainly had a few hairdryers from Justin Langer, that's for sure. Everyone keeping their head down. Trying not to laugh sometimes.
But yeah, you're right, it is a thing. 32 overs gone, Surrey 82 for 1. It does seem, and I've never been in that kind of dressing room, but there is perhaps a little bit of feeling that you need to tread too carefully, and I don't know how healthy that necessarily is. You used a football example. The junior pros used to clean the boots, and that was just a thing that they did. You would never get that now.
First year pro, but then there is a hierarchical system within. It might not be that apparent, but I think that it would naturally happen, wouldn't it? When you go into a dressing room, you're gonna, if I went into a dressing room and Andy Caddick asked me to make him a cup of tea, I wouldn't have said, "On your bike, son." I'd have just done it and looked after the old boy. You know, there's a respect situation, but I would say that yes, men environments are full of people that probably aren't doing well themselves and kind of want to sneak under the radar. I think if you've got, I think you go back to the books that you read about the 2005 Ashes. There were in battles. The England team that got to #1, the Broad Swan prior fallouts and all that kind of stuff. The KP situation. There does seem to be a trail of, and we spoke about it yesterday. Justin Langer's end of his reign as Australian coach. They were #1 in the world, and he ended up losing his position.
Fuller from Siddle, outside off stump, and he drove that all along the ground through cover point. Picks up 4, Burns moves on. to 55. Surrey take over to 86 for 1, so they've added 30 this morning, just chipping away at that Somerset lead, which is now under 100, just 94. Elsewhere, another Surrey man is in action. Ben Folkes has just passed 50 up at Trent Bridge. Won't surprise you to hear Joe Root still going, 176, not out.
Loves a daddy 100, does Joe Root. Yeah, just what I was mentioning there with JL leaving his post Australia, the best team in the world, and you know it shows that in elite sport it doesn't have to be harmonious and matey to be successful. Roy Keane speaks about it a lot in the dressing room, doesn't he? He was very big on a bit of confrontation to bring out that alpha mode.
He would call people out, wouldn't he? If he didn't think it was good enough, he would call people out. Burns picks up a single on the leg side. Whether he overstepped the mark at times, I'd have no idea.
I suggest he probably did quite a few times.
Yeah,
listening to some of his punditry, which is brilliant. Him and Mika Richards on the football shows are hilarious.
I would go on a tangent, but yeah, you know, Mika Richards has actually brought the best out of Roy Keane, because it's just shown him this year that actually Roy Keane is quite a funny man. I just enjoy seeing Mika Richards. I could just listen to Mika Richards laugh, to be honest.
Yeah, it's a brilliant double act, those two on the old football shows. Is there a cricket equivalent to those two? I suppose there must be somewhere.
Well, it's that right here, Trees.
Lamb and Darling. How was your set? Darling.
Yeah.
I was going to say that was a bit Blackadder then, wasn't it?
So there's a man gone in at short mid wicket. Is it Tom Banton there?
Bantone.
Bantone in it, short mid wicket. Is it him?
That's Greener. I think that's Ben Green, isn't it?
Ben Green, sorry.
I recognise the lack of sideburns and the moustache from side on.
Banton's at mid on in his jumper. Ben Green. No.
Attacking the pads with that field, I would imagine, nice and straight, trying to get one to nip back. Keep low a little bit. Looks a really good pitch here at Taunton. Day 2-3 is always a good time to bat. Surrey 87 for 1, 33 overs gone. The bowling figures are tidy. Peter Siddle's gone for a few more runs than we're used to, but he did pick up that wicket of Ryan Patel yesterday. Lewis Gregory, economical, but we need some wickets, Sam.
Yeah, it's the wickets column, isn't it, that it's going to cost Somerset dear here. I mean, Surrey's perspective will be very much battle day, see where we are at the end of it, and probably have another go at Somerset. Their idea will be, what, lunchtime tomorrow? There's the figures. Look, 1 for 35 for Siddle. Gregory was really economical yesterday, gone for a few runs this morning, but some edgy runs from Ben Geddes. That's a lovely shot, though, from Rory Burns. Just clipped away, despairing dive. It was a no ball as well, so Lewis Gregory just overstepping. And Burns.
A little bit of a glare from Lewis Gregory to Lewis Goldsworthy there. Not a great piece of fielding. You'd expect someone of his athleticism to have saved that one. But once it went past, 4 runs all the way and a no ball, so that's a 6. Painful for the bowling figures, that.
Switch to around the wicket then. You've got Tom Aberdeen at first slip, Tom Lammonby at second, with Van der Merwe at gully.
Rory Burns looks in really good nick. What a fantastic mullet of hair Rory Burns has, by the way. I mean, he normally has it. He's had it tied up for the last year or so. I've never seen it let down as it is today. Very, very sharp. Lockdown hair. People had a lot of lockdown hairstyles, didn't they? Or when the barbers were shut.
When you won the blast, you had a.
I had it long, and then I shaved it during lockdown because it was driving me crackers. A lot of people came out of lockdown just looking like different people, either putting on a bit of timber, losing a bit of timber, hairstyles, beards, all sorts. I suppose that's the outcome when you don't have to go to the office from time to time. You can let it all hang out and let your personality take over. Did you have any sort of crazy looks through lockdown, Sam?
Don't do crazy looks. I don't really do hairstyles. My hair just grows.
You're like the Stephen Gerrard of cricket commentary, just one hairstyle.
So it grows, and I say, can you make it short again? And every time I do it, it just sneaks a little bit further back along the forehead as well.
Rightio. So you wouldn't want to bowl uphill into the wind then?
No,
might push that brow back a little bit quicker.
I could get well. It doesn't need any acceleration.
So you go into the barbers and you go, this only a month ago, please.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, fair enough.
Grade. Give me a grade 3 or 4 on the sides, blend it in. I'm very specific though, because you know the trend is now to have short sides and long on top.
The skin fade, that's, yeah.
I'm like, it has to be blended, please. I want it just to look a Gerrard, basically.
I don't think you'd get much work in your lawyering career with a skin fade. I think that would scare a few people off.
Maybe that'd be a good effect.
I've got to the stage with my growth where I go to salons now.
Do you?
Yeah.
Do you have a specific person you use?
I do actually. She comes to our house, Cass. She's marvellous. I've just cut my hair for years. Lovely lady. I would say to her, can you give me a haircut that doesn't look like I've had a haircut, please? she just laughs.
The impossible task.
She clips about 3 grey hairs off and charges me 25 quid.
Right, that's
absolute
bargain.
bargain.
So it's the greys, isn't it? That's basically what you're saying without admitting it is, can you get rid of the grey stuff?
No, I actually want to embrace the greys. I've got to that lovely age in life where I just don't care.
It's good. It's a good point to be.
Be yourself. Come to the county ground. I love coming into this place. It's, you know, I love working with you guys and, you know, all the commentary team, the media team here at Somerset are doing such a great job with WPA and Trade Nation for the one-day stuff. You know, putting on these broadcasts, coming in, chatting to all the people that I've spent 20 years, you know, leaning over the advertising boards, chatting to. It's superb to be back here at the county ground. Sorry, a bit of a nostalgic moment there for me.
I enjoy it. As Van der Merwe comes out of gully, I think it's going to go in at short mid-wicket. Rory Burns enjoys coming to the county ground as well, too. This is his 8th game. Got 100 and now 550 so far.
He's looking in quite ominous form, actually, isn't he? That find-away method of his, he seems to be really clicking. A lot of balls hitting the middle of the bat, even though, like I said, it does go across the line and outside the line quite a lot. Really is meeting the ball in the middle of the bat at the moment.
Oh, well, I'm going to disappear to the back of the box, might even grab a cup of tea, and Stephen Lamb is going to join you for the first time this morning.
Cheers, Sam. We can talk with Stephen about hairstyles and styles and fashion sense for the next half an hour, or we'll stick to the cricket, which I'm sure the listeners would prefer. Surrey 95 for 1. After 34 overs, we've got a change of bowling. Casey Aldridge is coming on from the Marcus Trescothick stand end. Adopted young man of Weston-super-Mare now, Weston-super-Mare Cricket Club. As I said yesterday, got 100 for us on Saturday, bowled with pace, so hopefully he can replicate that today. Got a lot of ability, Casey Aldridge, if he can stay fit. Good morning, Stephen, how are you?
Morning, Triggs, I'm good. I asked my old barber for a number 2 once and he said I don't think that would be very sensible.
Yeah, you've got to be careful when you ask for a number 2. I've got to be honest, Stephen. You might end up with something that you, other than a haircut. Yeah, that's nearly to the wood, isn't it? Number.
It is.
Number 1 is like is verging on criminal. The skin fade is really sort of for the youngsters. Yeah, you're a number 4, I would say, definitely.
Yeah, that's more like it. Did your birthday conclude well yesterday evening?
Yeah, it was fantastic. I watched Maverick, the Top Gun film. I've ordered a motorbike, a leather jacket, and I've enrolled in the RAF this morning. Can't wait to fly me F-18 or whatever they were flying. Superb film and a superb clip off of his pads. Rory Burns just making the most of a slightly straight delivery from Casey Aldridge, who starts immediately round the wicket to Rory Burns, but gets his line all wrong. Surrey bringing up their 100 in the 35th over.
Only 78 behind now. That Somerset first innings total of 180.
Yeah, I've got to be honest, coming in this morning, you kind of just feels like a batting day, doesn't it? Somerset are really up against it this morning.
Any chocolate to go with the film? Any cake?
I had a little bit of the Colin the Caterpillar, which was lovely. That was me chocolate limit up, but I did enjoy a couple of Percy Pigs, my favourite little jelly sweets while watching the film. So I was numbered up to me eyeballs. Didn't sleep so well last night. Too much sugar. Casey Aldridge charges in. Rory Burns across his stumps, whips him through mid-wicket along the ground. An outstanding shot. Marchant de Lange gives chase, and Rory Burns picks up 3, taking his tally to 68. Again, looking in very fine form this morning.
Yeah, and he pulled that in because that's the longest boundary on the ground with the wicket where it is. Long way to chase it, Marchant de Lange. In the side as a concussion replacement for Craig Overton.
Yeah, it literally went a bit turbo the last session, or middle session yesterday. Two strikes to the head, concussion, injuries. Casey halfway across the 7 cross into Abergavenny called back, ended up going out to bat. Unfortunately trapped LBW, didn't get many runs, and this morning Marchant de Lange replacing a dazed Craig Overton. So Overton J has certainly had the lion's share of the success on the first 3.5 sessions of this game. Bowled with pace, didn't he, yesterday? Jamie Overton's quite impressive to watch.
As good as I've seen, I think, in terms of accuracy.
Yeah,
and good pace as well.
Yeah, it was a hostile spell. Very, very exciting to watch. Casey Aldridge has that ability. I think it's, you know, from the confidence point of view, I think once he finds his feet in first class level, I think we'll see a lot of really strong performances from Casey Aldridge. He bowls with some serious pace. It looks like his first over of the morning. I know he's probably easing into it, but he can really rattle it down for a young man.
I saw the brief interview with Jamie Overton yesterday evening about the bounce. He was inevitably asked about that bouncer. He said, well, Craig didn't play it very well.
Yeah, no shock that Jamie's blaming his brother. and to be fair, I think it would be the same way if the shoe was on the other foot. It was great. I did actually see a tweet from Mark, the boys' dad, saying proud of the boys, watching them do battle. You know, they're very close, but I suppose when you cross that rope and you're on opposition teams, the gloves are off, and I think their dad was very much championing the way they went at each other. Must be very difficult, even as a mate of Jamie and Craig's. I find it was hard to watch. I can imagine how I would feel if my 2 sons went against each other in the game. I think I'd have to turn away, to be honest.
Hearing you mention to Sam earlier about JL hairdryers. Were there a few of them? Any that you're allowed to repeat? You can tell me about.
I think we had a number. It was just what I was trying to say is, and there is a mutual respect, a huge amount of respect between like I'm talking about the Man United dressing rooms of our sort of modern era, and our dressing room at Somerset. There was a huge amount of respect there, but there were times where I can remember being the first year that JL came in, and we were arguably the worst team in the country. Probably in the county as well, when JL took over, and I can remember 2006, maybe 2007. We weren't allowed a day off. We did not have a day off. We were either playing, practicing, or travelling. And even on a travelling day, we'd get to a ground and do some sort of fitness session or something. And over the course of 6 months, that gets quite tiresome. So you get some frayed tempers here and there. But JL knew that he had a vision for where he wanted to take the squad, and he wanted to wield out the people that weren't willing to put the work in. So that brought with it a lot of friction, a lot of arguments. But the result was we then became one of the best teams in the country across the 3 formats. So agreed, we didn't win as much as we should have done, but I would argue till I was blue in the face that we didn't turn the club around in that sort of period to being a pretty serious force to be reckoned with, again, across all 3 formats.
Be another single here for Rory Burns down to deep backward square. He's been going well this morning.
The one thing I will share with you, which I'm sure JL won't mind, is we were up in the Colin Atkinson Pavilion where we used to change, up in the corner, and in the roof space, the steel girders were on show in the eaves in our dressing room. And when JL got out, that was clear the dressing room situation. If you were the next man in that had to pad up, you were just like hoping that he wouldn't catch your eye. Or he came in this one time, I was padding up. Well, myself and Craig Kieswetter were padding up, getting ready to bat, and JL threw his helmet into the eaves of the dressing room. It pinged off one of the metal girders and ricocheted back and hit him on the head. myself and Craig were doing everything we could possibly do not to burst out laughing, but we caught eye contact and he just absolutely let rip on us. I can't repeat the languages that we used. It was definitely 100% Australian, the language that was used.
Aussie oaths.
It was extraordinary, but it was one of the funny. But then like an hour later, we were sat around laughing about it, and yeah, we had some great times.
Well, the strategy was proved correct, wasn't it? From where he set out.
Yeah, it certainly was. It was amazing. He did some. He was an amazing man to have around. I can remember, his last game of 06, he got a 300 at Guildford against Surrey. In his first game of the following season, he got a 300 here against, I think, Middlesex. And he came into the dressing room after getting a 300 and went mental, saying, "How can we win a championship on this pitch?" And I was like, I was gobsmacked, because I was thinking, ex-Test player, legend of the game. Surely he'd love to just plunder runs for the next 3 years playing on a flat pitch, but he was completely team orientated in terms of what needed to happen to Somerset to make us into a winning team. And I couldn't believe that you can score back-to-back 300s and be savage. He was genuinely fuming. He was up to the chief executive. We've got to do something about the pitch, and that led to Phil Frost moving on, and Simon taking control of the wicket, and actually JL and Brian Rose taking control of the wicket. It was phenomenal, because like I said, you would just expect a batsman to want to bat on the flattest pitch in the world. He came to Taunton, I wonder why, to bat on a flat pitch, but not JL, who's a totally different animal.
And these were huge developments, particularly in terms of ground preparation, and that led eventually to Hyderabad. It
did, yeah, eventually. I mean, we tried to go down the green route to start with. I mean, you turn up on a match day and be like, "Where's the wicket?" It would just be 3 stumps in the middle of, we used to be specific, we used to leave. It would normally be like 2 or 3 millimetres of grass, white pitch, very similar looking to the one we're playing on today. And that would be Taunton. All of a sudden, it was 18 millimetres of fresh grass, trying to get the ball to go around. That didn't sort of yield the results we wanted, and then we went down the spin option. It just, by happenstance, we had a quality young spinner in Jack Leach emerging. We signed Abdurrahman, PC Chawla from India. Don Best came through a little bit later on, and Hyderabad was born. But that was all because, led by JL, Brian Rose, Andy Hurry going, we need a wicket where we can get 20 wickets.
So you can trace that back in a way to Justin Langer's time here.
Yeah, and a 300. Yeah. I've never seen anyone bouncing off of the walls, shouting, screaming, hollering, absolutely fuming after getting a 300. Well, I can't say the complete sentence, but how the hell can we win a championship playing on that out there? And I've left out a few words. I'm sure you can work them out.
This jolly championship.
Jolly championship. Casey Aldridge getting a bit of a way shape here as we Move on a decade into the present. We're playing on a beautiful pitch. Scott and his team, I think, prepared brilliant cricket pitches now. I know the team that we had back there would have loved to have played on a wicket that I think is fair now. It's a good contest between bat and ball. I think you've got pace, you've got bounce, you've got a little bit of seam movement, but you do get rewarded for playing well. Casey Aldridge was an absolute ripper there. That is the sort of ball that I can see Casey Aldridge bowling an awful lot of through his Somerset career. He's got height, he's got pace, and he can shape the ball away. A little bit, reminds me a lot of a young Jamie Overton, in all honesty. Beautiful delivery.
Yeah.
Unlucky not to catch the outside edge.
Yes, he would have done well to touch it.
Ben Geddes, in fairness to him, or credit, I think he played slightly inside the line and dropped his hand, so played that really well. Casey Aldridge back on the money. He's
settled in, hasn't he?
Yeah, he struggled with his injuries. I think he had a stress fracture or a stress reaction in his foot, then one in his shin. I think when you've got young fast bowlers like Craig and Jamie of that sort of size, I think when they're maturing physically, you know, through their sort of late teens into their early 20s, I think they do become quite injury prone. You know, that Chris Tremlett type build bowlers, very, very tall, very lean. I think it takes them a while to find their feet physically, but hopefully Casey can get a run of months where he's injury free and can express himself and find his feet at first class level, because he's a real asset to the club. Surrey 113 for 1, 37 overs bowled.
Yeah, so no breakthrough for Somerset this morning. That one wicket fell yesterday evening. Ryan Patel for a duck. If you're wondering why Hashim Amla isn't out there, he felt unwell this morning, so he's retired not out. Had some changes in personnel, haven't we, in this game? James Hildreth was in the squad and didn't make the final 11 because he felt unwell yesterday. Then we've had 2 concussion replacements and no Hashim Amla either.
Yeah, it's all been going on, seems quite. It's a bit of a head spinner. Peter Siddle changing ends, replacing Lewis Gregory, hoping to get a little change of fortune from the river end. Straight into his signature immaculate line and length. Rory Burns equal to it. Rory Burns on 74. Looks like he's set his stall out for a long day out there in the middle.
You were talking with Sam about humorous partnerships in commentary. I was trying to think of a cricket one. The guy who immediately came to mind, this is going back a bit, was Brian Johnston, who's a practical joker.
Right. Is he the batsman's holding the bowler's willy? Was that his?
I think that was Richie Benno. I think that was Richie Benno on television commentary, who simply said, yeah, I think it was the bowlers holding the batsman's willy.
Yeah, okay. Something like that.
Yeah, and it was said in his deadpan style as well.
They were magnificent, that era of commentators, weren't they, really?
But John has enjoyed a practical joke, and we were talking about cake and how much you enjoy it, and launching an appeal for it. Settle is in, that's firmly struck. But
yeah, I am slightly disappointed our desk isn't covered with all different types of baking heaven, but there we go.
I interviewed Johners, as he was known once, when I was training actually to be a journalist, and we had to do a personality interview, and he was the guy I immediately thought of, because I knew he'd be brilliant. And he didn't live far away, he lived in London. I was there at the time. And he was fine, delighted to do it, no problem at all. And he told this story, which listeners may not know it, but I'll retell it in case after this ball. Lovely drive. That's going to be comfortable boundary through extra cover. Ben Geddes this time. Rory Burns has played a few pedigree strokes like that on the other side of the wicket, but that was cricketing perfection, that drive. Geddes goes to 16. But yeah, cake arrived quite regularly in the TMS commentary box, and one day it was John's birthday at Lord's, and a great chocolate cake had arrived, and he was on the commentary and saw out of the corner of his eye the Australian commentator, Alan McGilvray, who was the man then, Jim Maxwell's predecessor, and he saw McGilvray take a huge chunk of a great mouthful of this chocolate cake. Described the delivery and say, well, no, we'll ask Alan McGilvery what he thought of it. And crumbs went everywhere.
Caught him off guard. Well, Sam could have actually done that to me yesterday when I took a bite of my my sausage roll that I bought from the shop. He could have stitched me up, but Sam's too good a bloke for that, isn't he? It's Peter Siddle narrowly beats the outside edge of Ben Geddes there. It's not the start the Somerset wanted. Surrey cruising at the moment, 118 for 1.
It was always meant to be fun for Johners, that was the thing.
Yeah, well, I think that is, you know, I grew up listening to Test Match Special when, in particular, I used to lie in bed with my Walkman on and listen to the Ashes series on the radio, and you know all the voices, and there was some great, you know, insight into the cricket as you would imagine from people of that calibre, but the stories that they used to sort of tangent off into, I've always found were hugely entertaining. It's not just about the cricket, is it? It's about everything that, you know, encompasses a day's play.
Indeed.
The crowd, the wicket, the facilities, the standard of the coffee, which is really, really bad up here. I have been moaning. Yeah,
it's that much easier to do as well in red ball format. You've got a bit more opportunity because the game moves at a slightly more leisurely pace.
Yeah, sure.
And that filters through in Test cricket as well.
Well, 2020, you've got a field setting almost changing every ball that's bowled. You know, remarkably different styles of batter that you've probably got to describe or talk about, especially when you're doing radio. Bit easier here when we've got the live stream pictures to show you. We don't have to describe anything. You can see for yourselves what's happening as Casey Aldridge steams in there. It does look like, sadly for the Somerset fans that are listening today, this pitch is kind of at its best to bat on, and the ball probably doing the least it's going to do at the moment. That 40, I would say, that 40 to 60, 70 over mark when you're waiting for that new ball at 80 is a time where you really need to cash in as a batter, and sadly from a Somerset perspective we are there at the moment. It looks like it's pretty evenly paced, there's no real swing. Somerset are certainly going to be up against it, and they need a breakthrough.
Yep, there's just 61 runs separating the two sides at the moment.
Little replay of that bouncer there from Casey Aldridge. Well played, well evaded by Ben Geddes.
Yeah, there are moments I can remember on my little transistor radio, cricketing memories. I remember there was an incredibly close finish. Was it in Melbourne in the early 80s when England won by 3 runs, and it turned on a catch? There was a last wicket partnership involving Jeff Thompson, and there was a catch that Chris Tavares couldn't take cleanly. He parried it, and it went to Jeff Miller, who caught it. Well stopped, got across very well to intercept that, so just a single. Not timed perfectly by Ben Geddes, but he goes on to 17.
It's almost like that one in the 05 Ashes that hit, was it Strauss or something like that on the thigh, and Geraint Jones scooped it up. Yeah. The ricochet.
Yeah. Yes, that was a similar margin. I think that was 2 or 3 runs.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can remember I reckon the first Ashes test I would have listened to on the radio, I can remember listening and staying up ridiculously late. You know, I'd have been a very young lad at school at this stage, and it was Darren Gough getting 50. I think it might have been at Sydney or somewhere like that. I can remember, you know, his typical sort of swashbuckling style. Yeah, listening to that, it was one of those memories from back in the day. But
yeah, the Melbourne result, I was staying in Wales in a small cottage with a friend. I can remember exactly. It was very early in the morning that England won. It's about 6 o'clock in the morning. I tuned in from 5. Peter Siddle's going to continue from the river end. 13 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 40 so far. made the breakthrough yesterday evening.
It's great Championship cricket, Test match cricket. I think you can watch from a semi-distance, can't you? But then you get those really special Test matches like the Headingley, the Leach and the Stokes, the 2005, the Edgbaston.
What, every game?
Yeah,
in 2005,
it
except
was,
for Lords.
It was edge of the seat stuff, wasn't it? Whereas I think this game here, you could probably you could pop round the corner shop and grab yourself a coffee. You can watch. You can dip in and out it and really enjoy the action, can't you? In 4-day cricket, it's a bit more relaxed. Not as fast moving as limited overs cricket. It's a good, nice social event. I know all the hospitality here at Taunton does really well, where you can chat a bit of business and then watch the cricket out the corner of your eye. But you get those sessions, maybe like Jamie Overton's spell, where you feel compelled to watch every single ball.
I covered the whole of the Old Trafford Test in 2005, which ended in a draw, but it was a great draw.
Yeah, that was the changing point, wasn't it, in that particular series, when the great Australian team celebrated drawing. I always thought that was a big sort of moment, as we see a replay here of that fantastic delivery by Peter Siddle, getting a bit of a way shape, drawing Ben Geddes into the shot, absolutely perfect. And just an example of the tiny margins in cricket. It seemed like Somerset nicked or clipped the top of the bails every time they played a false shot, whereas Surrey seemed to be getting away with a few. And again, the same. Every time Somerset played a shot loose like that, they seemed to nick it. The Surrey players are getting the rub of the green as well as the occasional good shot.
Yeah, we've had a couple of jaffers, haven't we? That one from Peter Siddle and one from Casey Aldridge.
Oh, they could easily be 3 or 4 down without question, but that is the small margins in the game, and that's the hard thing when you try and analyse a performance. Some days you just nick everything. You nick everything. The decisions go against you sometimes, and then like Surrey here, every time they've played a false shot, they've somehow got away with it. Rory Burns, second ball of the match, a big drive, nearly nicked it through to Steve Davis. Twice there from Ben Geddes. One previous over from Casey Aldridge. I mean, that's potentially 4 or 5 wickets right there. Millimetres, Stephen.
Yeah, they haven't had much luck. The Somerset attack this morning, they haven't had any luck, in fact, putting it more bluntly.
Yeah, and that's where the honest reflection does get a little bit grey in cricket. I mean, because let's be honest, unless you were incredibly harsh, it would be minuscule differences between edging one and not edging one. It's so small. I mean, nobody is good enough to control a millimetre in this game. Some days it just goes against you. Here's the bowling figures. Craig Overton, who's not going to play any further part. Bowling nicely, but no wicket. Peter Siddle with the 1 wicket, going for 40. Lewis Gregory has bowled a little bit expensively this morning. Casey Aldridge going well, going at about 3 and over. And just the 2 overs for Rolf van der Merwe. I'm sure we'll see him later in the day. Surrey 120 for 1. Trailing Somerset's first innings score by 60. A lot of work to be done here as Casey Aldridge shapes up to bowl again to Rory Burns, who's on 76.
And very much looking the part. The other memories I've got of that great Old Trafford Test, there were big hundreds for both captains. Michael Vaughan for England in the first innings, and Ricky Ponting a match-saving effort in the second. I remember there was a lockout on the last morning. There were about 20,000 people who were locked out, couldn't get in because the ground was full. That was the extent to which...
It's like trying to get into Taunton this morning in my car. It took me ages. I thought there was I don't know, free croissants or something in the stragglers. It was a hell of a queue. And I finally got in, and then I was told I was in the wrong car park, so it wasn't the morning I wanted. They didn't recognise my car. The car's in for a service, Stephen. What a pain in the backside that is.
Oh, indeed, indeed. The other thing that happened at Old Trafford, Shane Warne took his 600th, I think it was his 600th Test wicket. Big appeal, LBW. You could see the umpire just inclining his head in a negative direction.
Maybe a little bit high, but Casey Aldridge certainly liked the look of that one.
I think it was his 600th, and it was Marcus Trescothick.
A little bit high there, I think, Casey, but that is one of the things that gets picked up on commentary. Rory Burns does go across those stumps quite a bit. 600 Test wickets. I mean, what did he finish up with? 700.
7, yeah.
I mean, that is just phenomenal, isn't it? And Matthias Murali-Durin at the top of the tree, 800. Still beggars belief how James Anderson is so close to going up to, was it third? His third spot held by Anil Kumble. Is that right?
I think that's right. I'll check.
I mean, James Anderson is comfortably the highest seam bowling wicket taker in Test cricket, which is just a phenomenal performance. But to think that he could potentially get anywhere near Shane Warne is just staggering. He's such a fit lad. You'd say that he's definitely got another couple of years left in him if he's used sparingly and on the right pitches. I mean, wouldn't that be something?
Yeah, he's third. He's 30 wickets ahead of Anil Kumble.
Oh wow! I mean, yeah, even better than I thought. As if 708 Shane Warne, the great late Shane Warne. Another 60 wickets, and he would go past Shane Warne. That would be 60 wickets. That's a full calendar year of good quality Test cricket as a bowler to get 50, 60 wickets, maybe more.
Well, you wouldn't bet against it.
No, no. When you put it in the context, if he can keep doing what he's doing.
Here's Peter Siddle on slow-mo.
Millimetres, Stephen. As I said, the millimetres are falling in the camp of the Surrey team at the moment. Not quite going Somerset's way, but could easily have 3 or 4 wickets, but not to be. They've got to keep on task. They've got to not let the run rate get any higher than it is at the moment. In fact, if anything, they could do with getting it down just a tiny little bit, make Surrey take a long time over whatever total they are going to post. I think Surrey's strategy at the moment will be to bat once and bat big.
Siddle's going to carry on. This is his 15th over in all. First ball defended. Talking about Anderson's position, Stuart Broad is only 3 places behind him. He's 6th overall in that all-time list of international wicket takers.
Is our very own Peter Siddle anywhere? Is he in that list somewhere? How many Test wickets would Sids have?
He might well be. He's not in the upper reaches of it. I'm just working my way down.
Well, I think it starts at sort of the 200 region, doesn't it?
Some famous names. PM Siddle, Australia, 221.
221. Caddick was about 234, wasn't he? Somewhere around there. 234.
Yep.
Yeah, Caddy.
62 matches. And 2 places above Darren Gough, whom you mentioned, 229.
They were a great partnership. You know, you thought replacing Gough and Caddick would be hard work, but I don't think in the history of the game for any nation, 2 seamers of Stuart Broad and James Anderson's yield will ever be recreated. There's Rory Burns, thick edges, through point. Good piece of fielding there by Casey Aldridge. The worst case scenario for any fielder to have to slide on a used wicket end, especially a net one. That is one very firm, arid piece of ground. There'll definitely be a little bit of skin lost there, but good commitment from Casey Aldridge. Rory Burns still picking up 2, moving on to 79.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3 for 1. Surrey, no further damage this morning. Another 21 wickets for Stuart Broad would take him above Glenn McGrath, which would be no mean achievement in itself. 5.43 to 5.63 at the moment.
Yeah, it would be something, wouldn't it? Glenn McGrath, what a bowler. I think the average, Glenn McGrath's average in the mid, well, 21 and a half. Quite incredible, but some serious names on that list.
Yeah, what happened to Glenn McGrath in 2005 was pretty key to the outcome of that series.
Yeah, he put on those dodgy gold boots and twisted his ankle in the warm-up, didn't he?
missed the Edgbaston test completely. Came back at Old Trafford, but wasn't quite at his best. Wondered whether he'd come back a game too early. But he was such an integral part of that side.
So it really changed the engagement in the country in Test match cricket, didn't it? That series, I think. You know, I think the nation, kind of like the football, really, get a little bit fed up of not performing. That was really magical, that series 2005. Our very own Marcus Roscothik played a huge part in the success.
Yeah, big innings at Edgbaston, wasn't it, that gave England momentum after the opening defeat at Lords.
Yeah, he belted it as well, didn't he? It was a did he get 90, and it was a bit.
Yep.
It was quite
after
a brutal
England had
90,
been put in as well.
Yeah. Certainly a big statement was made by Trez and the other guys. Super to watch. And just up the road, a one-day game. As we look at the scorecard here, Rory Burns 80 not out, 143 balls faced, doing a great job for his team. Hashim Amla retired, not out, the only casualty so far. Ryan Patel out for naught. Caught Casey Aldridge, bowled Pete Siddle. Ben Geddes looking very solid. A little bit of a nervy start, a couple of flashes, but he moves on to 17.
We have an issue with the ball. As you can see, it's being examined by the two umpires, Ben Debenham and Neil Pratt.
Yeah, it's not swinging, it's not seaming. Any chance we could change it, guys, please? Can we have a new one? Give us a Rubik's Cube, one with a couple of pointy edges that will nip around a little bit.
I think it may have worked. They're marching towards the Andy Caddick Pavilion, where I'm sure the box of balls, potential replacements, will be.
It's always
cited.
A nervy moment here for the bowlers as well. Have you got a bowler umpire that's going to pick you a nice one, or have you got a batter that's going to pick you a blancmange?
I'm not sure if that's a box. I think that's a zip up.
Oh, it's very posh these days. It's not the box of Dukes anymore. It's their very own padded briefcase.
Fair enough.
But yeah, you can. Sometimes it's one of those moments there where you think, what is going to come back? If you get. I remember, I'm sure Pete Willey used to go into those boxes and just find. It was almost like a punishment for making him walk that 60 yards to get the box, and he'd just pick out one that looked like it'd been given to your dog for a couple of walks, like teeth marks in it. Wasn't going to swing, wasn't going to seam, and he'd chuck you that one. But I'm sure times have changed.
They're deliberating.
We'll get one that's like for like, hopefully around the 40 overs old. At that stage, a cricket ball, a Duke ball, you'd see a little bit of the gold writing. One side would be buffed a little bit, but given straight to the senior bowler, Marchant de Lange, who's doing a lot of work on the ball just to try and get it buffed up. One side, hopefully try and produce a little bit of swing. They're often given to the away teams or the teams to practice with in the morning to age them, because obviously you can't possibly have balls of every over old up to 80 to replace, so they'll be sort of thrown into the nets for a few overs, and there'll be a little note on them, so they've done a few overs, 10 overs in the nets or whatever it might be. Hopefully this one can change those millimetres for Somerset and bring a couple of Surrey wickets.
Oh! Almost first up.
And it nearly did. It's always a panicky moment when you see a new ball. You've got to get back in. You've got to pretend like it's a new ball. Give yourself a bit of time, because it will behave differently.
We haven't seen Rory Burns beaten very often in this knock.
Every single Duke ball has its own little personality. Will this one swing and seam? It's quite remarkable how different each ball can be. Sounds audibly a little bit harder off the bat as well, so sounds like Somerset have got a decent one there.
It's in the right end of the spectrum, isn't it, that noise?
It certainly is. Well, my shift this morning, Stephen, hasn't brought a wicket, so I'm going to leave you and trade in for Sam. Hopefully your partnership will bring some wickets for Somerset, and I'll see you later on this afternoon.
Look forward to that, Triggs. Aldridge tries again, and that was a leave in the end from Burns. He almost doubled with that one as well. He's looked much the more secure of the two, Neil Burns, thus far, but not this over. Have another look at the one that beat him. It's the first delivery. I think, in fact, that was the second, but this is a good start with this replacement ball from Casey Aldridge. Hour and 10 minutes play so far today here at Taunton. Fuller, and oh, that's off the outside edge. It's down to third man for 4, so Burns beaten, then near beaten, and then an involuntary stroke. So, well, it may be frustrating, but there's some encouragement for Somerset in the way this replacement ball has behaved for the first 3 deliveries with it. 128 for 1. Sam Dalling back. Morning, Sam.
I thought I had an instant impact, Steve.
You have?
Morning. I thought I'd just taken a wicket first up.
Yes. Silently making an impact. Off the middle for the first time in the over. I should have said good afternoon, in fact, because it's 10 past 12.
Yeah, what's a time zone between friends, Stephen? It's not been a good morning for Somerset.
It's been a very frustrating morning. Ball has beaten the bat, must have been half a dozen times altogether. The edge just not being found.
Oh, there's some motor racing going on in the background by the sounds of it.
Yeah, or a very faulty silencer.
I think that's probably Pete Trigo. He was watching the new Maverick film last night. He said he'd popped down to buy himself a new motorbike in Bridgewater, so that's probably Triggs nipping off to get his sausage rolls again for lunch. End of the over then. Are we going to see? Yes, we are. I've been wondering when March and DeLanger time would be. For those of you just joining us, March and DeLanger coming in as a concussion sub for Craig Overton, who was struck yesterday by his twin brother. It was only the second ball he'd ever bowled at him in a professional game, which they played against. Craig bowled at Jamie the other way around, and actually Jamie said, no, in the oval, Craig was out before I came on the ball. Yeah. And they were due to meet last year. This game here, it rained in the end. They only played one day, but Craig was called into the England squad. So yeah, anyway, Craig Overton was feeling a few after effects this morning, so quite rightly subbed out. So March and DeLanger is in for the first time in the game. Huge encouragement there from the Somerset fielders as well. Just that bit of extra pace at Geddes looked like it moved away. DeLanger immediately pointed at something, maybe showing the batter where it pitched.
So we've got a concussion replacement on at each end.
I
wonder how often that's happened.
Yeah, indeed. It's the first time I think it's happened in a first-class game in England. It's not the first time it's happened in the world. It happened in a test match a couple of years ago. Oh, he knew where his off stump there was there. You can just see that little bit of extra pace there.
Heavy ball.
Somerset need a breakthrough. Ben Geddes batting because Hashim Amla was feeling unwell overnight, so he may well come back later, but Ben Geddes is on 17 and he's facing up to March and DeLanger, who has started brilliantly. 3 balls right in the spot. Geddes, well, you could, if you were being ultra critical, you could say Geddes didn't have to play it then, but it's a really good start this from DeLanger.
Well, indeed, and since the ball was replaced, Somerset have looked a lot more dangerous. Early days with it, only 9 deliveries so far.
2 slips wait. Geddes forced to play that one, plays it well into the ground. It's the man at the other end I think Somerset will be most worried about, Stephen. He's looking ominous, isn't he?
Yeah, he's looked the more secure of the two. Can't remember him playing and missing before that last over by Casey Aldridge, either yesterday evening or this morning. It's firmly defended.
Has to play at that one. Geddes. Come on, Shanky is the cry from the Somerset fielders. Glorious sunshine here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. A healthy crowd in. Not as good as yesterday, but that's because it was a Sunday. So Dan Kingdom highlighted rightly yesterday the ECB in its infinite wisdom. Yesterday was the last day of County Championship cricket. Somerset will play at home on a weekend this season.
And we're only halfway through.
We're not even in the end of June as Geddes gets behind that one. End of the over. Good over as well from Archer Langer. It's a maiden. Yeah, they'll play once more in a one-day game, once more in a T20. So I think I'll double check Dan's tweet, but only 2 more days of weekend cricket for Somerset at home, which you have to say it doesn't reflect well on the ECB and whoever is sorting those schedules out. I know there's school holidays coming up. Sorry, even worse than that, it's their last day of County Championship cricket, home or away. So they're not playing on a Saturday or Sunday, home or away.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the remaining games. The next one is up at Southport against Lancashire. That starts on a Monday. It's the 11th of July. Then Yorkshire here, starting on a Tuesday. So that's entirely midweek. Then the following Monday, Somerset are in Chelmsford, Monday to Thursday. Yep, that's how it's looking.
Lamon Beyond for his first bowl of the County Championship season. I mean, I have to, well.
In he goes, and first ball through to Stephen Davies.
Didn't see him bowl at all before the T20s, and we were wondering if when he might bowl, was he carrying a niggle? But he's opened the bowling in all the T20s and done a good job here. And just that point of difference, good job in that competition, and that point of difference, the left arm seamer.
Oh, that's quite a long way outside the off stump, not far off being a wide.
But on that point, Stephen, thanks Dan for highlighting it. So they've got, what are we, 12th of June now? They've got 4 days of cricket in total on weekends. 2 home days, a T20 and a one day, and the same away from home. That's nothing short of a disgrace.
Still outside the off stump, gradually homing in Tom Lammonby. Double change then. Might have been tempted to give Casey Aldridge another over after inducing that play and a miss from Rory Burns. But the left arm does bring variety, as you say, Sam. I think, bearing in mind the size of the crowd we had yesterday, which was very good, we reckoned around about the 2,000 mark, that should be so on the last weekend championship day of the season. Concentrates the mind rather. So 2 wide from Lammonby so far this over, and a no ball. Yet to settle in to the groove.
It just really upsets me. It irks me. It's not right because you know, it's talking about pushing things to the wings.
That's the first delivery that's required a stroke. Played okay by Rory Burns. Well, it's the overcrowded fixture list that's at the bottom of it, isn't it?
Yeah, but it could be juggled better. You can't say, oh look, no one's turning up to that, when you've actually pushed them right to the periphery and made it really difficult. It's the same.
Yeah.
The women's test match here starts on it's Monday to Thursday, and it's not in the school holidays.
Through the slips between second and third, no third man, so that will go all the way. Burns is closing in on 3 figures. 88 not out now, and Surrey are closing in on that Somerset total. They're less than 50 behind now, 46 to be precise. Yeah, and would be particularly felt in areas where the championship is so well supported, of which this is undoubtedly one.
Well, yeah. And likewise, you know, Taunton's played home to England women so many times. And it's brilliant. It's brilliant they're playing Test cricket. They should be. But on a Monday, 27th of June, it is here, De Lange. And Geddes gets right in behind it. And then people will say, oh, well, there's not, potentially not the crowds there. So, well, you're not doing it in the school holidays, and you're not doing it at the weekend. Anyway, I've gone off on one. I'll come back.
Fair enough.
Somerset versus Surrey. This is good stuff from De Lange. I wouldn't have been expecting to play any part of this one. Wasn't named in the 13-man squad. Hasn't played much championship cricket at all.
Possibly had a little bit more notice than Casey Aldridge did yesterday. I don't know when he'd got the call, probably this morning.
Just played the one game so far, that first game of the season down at the Ageas Bowl. Making Ben Geddes play here, just on the back foot. This is good stuff from March and De Lange.
Not such a big crowd today as we had yesterday. I reckon it's 4 figures though, just about.
It rarely dips under that in county championship cricket here at the Cooper Associates County Ground.
And we've got the balcony parties, quite a number of them, behind the Somerset stand.
What a place to live, eh? You get cricket. How many days of cricket a year? Good from Martin De Lange. Just back of a length, his natural length, just flying through to Steve Davies. Don't just get cricket, you get live music, get a bit of Neil Diamond later on in the summer. Tina Turner last year. Well, there were stars of the West End doing Neil Diamond. I think I'd have to have one of the top ones. I'm claiming one now, Stephen. It's the windows, those middle three, it's almost like student accommodation, isn't it? Geddes placed it out to Goldsworthy.
Yeah, you've also on top, you've got that nice roof terrace.
Glorious,
that presumably
isn't it?
you can get to quite easily. I don't know how the logistics work in there. But
I think the middle bit is a communal area.
okay, and then you've got individual apartments either side.
The penthouse.
De Lange leaning to his work.
Again, a little bit wide of that one. Another good over though from March and De Lange. Starts with 2 maidens. Sorry, 134 for 1. That lead of Somerset is just 46.
Yeah, nothing to show for their efforts this morning at all, Somerset. It's not as though they've bowled badly. There's been several close calls. Batsmen being beaten outside their off stump. Neil Geddes, Ben Geddes, beg his pardon, has looked the less secure of
I've got you with Neil Diamond, didn't I?
the two. Lamonby still hasn't quite found his line. A few deliveries that Burns has had to play.
England are all out. 5-3-9, 5 for Trent Bolt. Joe Root made 176. Jack Leach, a nice little red inker for him. Not out.
That's a better line.
Looks like that one might be a draw up at Trent Bridge.
Because they're just short of the New Zealand total.
Yeah, 14.
But not significantly so.
14.
And we're in day 4.
It would be dramatic, wouldn't it, to get a result from here? Never know.
Gloucestershire eventually bowled out for 438 down at Canterbury, so that's a good effort from them. They may be bottom of the table, Kent second from bottom, but that's a good total to post. Early on, beauty this time. That's more like it.
Yeah, I mean, Kent so many times this season. I haven't got the numbers, but they've been conceding 600. So from them, that's a relatively decent effort. No doubt Ben Compton will be out there looking to make runs.
Yeah, Ollie Price and Zafar Gohar continued well. Ollie Price a half century. Gohar fell one short. Those were the contributors this morning.
Up at Durham, I'll keep an eye on this one. Young lad called Rachin Ravindra, who was in the New Zealand squad. Didn't play in the test matches, but actually was over in Dublin with his mates. Got a call, do you fancy a game for Durham? He said, yes, please, and he'll have been glad he answered that because he made 217.
Firm defensive push again from Rory Burns.
Well, I don't know if we can see the replay of that one, but it's that swing from Lammonby, the previous ball that beats the outside edge. We just saw Burns take a couple of shuffles down, really, to Tom Lammonby. He was well outside his crease by the time he was playing that ball, which does suggest this change of Duke cricket ball has brought a little bit of swing for Somerset.
Well, maybe that's why Tom Abel called in Tom Lammonby. Casey Aldridge bowled just the one over with it, and maybe that was the thinking. The change in angle, possibility of swing. Here's DeLange.
He's found his line of length immediately. 13 balls he's bowled now without conceding a run or really looking like conceding a run either. Ben Geddes happy, showing a bit of patience, which is just what you need really in four-day cricket. It's something potentially you could argue Somerset lacked yesterday. Just leaving the ball alone. There's no hurry. Yorkshire still going. Down at the Ageas Bowl, Don Bess is unbeaten on 36. They're 404 for 8 in their first innings against Hampshire. Big game for Hampshire up there at the top of the table, just in behind Surrey. Kept out by Geddes there.
Staying in the First Division, Lancashire 47 for 1 in reply to Warwickshire's 292.
Josh Bohannon still in?
18 not out. In there with Luke Wells at the moment.
I like Luke Wells as a cricketer. A lot of time for him. Proper player.
Keaton Jennings, the one man dismissed. Court Burgess bowled Hannon Dolby for 1.
Bohannon's probably the next one down. If you think Harry Brooks the next player into the England men's test team, I think Josh Bohannon is potentially the next one below that. I think young Ollie Carter's just got 150. He has, yeah, 164 Ollie Carter for Sussex against Glamorgan. Drive, lovely looking shot, but it's gone straight to Van der Merwe, who wears one on the chin. It bounced just before him. He's not going to rub it, though. It's not how Van der Merwe's works. Yeah, Jack Brooks on loan at Sussex for a couple of games. I mean, yeah, I know a few people were saying, oh, well, you know, it's typical Somerset loan Brooks out and would have needed him. Can't foresee 2 concussion subs. I think they're absolutely right to send him out for a couple of games, get some cricket. Geddes keeps that out. DeLange makes it 3 in a row, 3 maidens for Marchant. DeLange gets a warm round of applause from everyone at the Cooper Associates County Ground.
Yeah, you can't cater for that eventuality at all. There's the scorecard. Rory Burns cruising towards 3 figures. Hashim Amla not batting this morning, remaining on that unbeaten 19. Didn't feel too good first thing, and that's why Ben Geddes has been keeping Rory Burns company since the start of play.
Yeah, he's looking good, Rory Burns. Just played those 2 false shots, that edge off Lammonby.
Down the leg side this time, and Davies smartly across to take.
No, it was off Aldridge, wasn't it? It went between Lammonby and Abel, and then that top edge 6 off from Peter Siddle. But other than that, he looked in complete control.
using his feet. Rory Burns there. A couple of paces down the wicket, but deciding on defence in the end. Tom Abel working his way through his bowling resources. There are more options, including Abel himself.
He's almost gone the other way this year. I mean, last year he was, by necessity, bowled actually quite a lot, probably more than he would have hoped. And this year, he's almost been reluctant to bowl himself, but he's a proper all-rounder now.
Again, well down the track, Rory Burns.
Yeah, you could see it on the screen. He went for a wonder towards him, didn't he? Now to wonder back. He's almost completed half a run.
We have seen 7 bowlers tried already, although that's been skewed, that list, by the fact that 2 of them, well no, 1 of them, Craig Overton, isn't going to take any further part in the match.
Just saw there from the side on, he's batting well outside of his crease as well. And there it is.
Yeah, the other one, the other concussion victim, Josh Davey, hasn't bowled at all. Injury was sustained during his innings, and he was batting very well at the time as well. That's the end of the match for him. Yeah, taking go up well outside his crease, and Tom Lammonby sending him back in his follow through. Lammonby 0 for 6 from 3, 2 of them maidens, which that was 1.
There is the scorecard confirming the use of 7 bowlers. Overton, who bowled 6 overs yesterday, won't bowl again in the match. So 6 current options being used. There's also Lewis Goldsworthy. There's Tom Abel himself, as Stephen was saying. And there's Ben Green too. So there are 9 capable of bowling, but at the moment it's Marchant de Lange, ball in hand. Tail up from the end. Jamie Overton bowled a rapid spell yesterday. Into his 4th over now. All of the balls have been at Geddes, hasn't yet conceded a run. It's a slightly different approach though, isn't it? Because it's fair to say Jamie Overton was probably looking at the shoulders that he was in. He was in around the body, whereas de Lange has largely been outside off stump. Rory Burns just doing a bit of gardening, perhaps looking at his footmarks where he was standing to Lammonby.
Although he's quick, de Lange, he's not quite as quick as Jamie Overton was yesterday.
It was that last spell. He said afterwards, Jamie Overton, the first couple of spells I was just bowling within myself, actually. It looked to be swinging around a little bit. So I just dragged the pace back a bit and concentrated on trying to get the ball to move. He'd seen Dan Worrell do that. Then about 50 overs in, he reckoned, it just stopped doing as much in the air.
And that was when he ratcheted it up.
Geddes keeps that one out. Yeah, that's when he really went into quick bowling mode. And that's promising. That's signs of maturity, that, isn't it? Showing that, realising that it's not just about bowling quickly. He's actually got a lot of skill as a bowler. He's been working really hard with Azhar Mahmood over the winter. Shortened his run up, so there's that economy of effort. Oh, as that one whistles through to Steve Davies. But that economy of effort allows him to come back a bit later in the day and potentially bowl his quickest spell.
Which is a real asset for your team.
Not to mention his batting as well. He'll be hoping not to be out there today. I mean, the T20, since he signed for Surrey, he's striking it something like 190. Top 6 batter for them.
Yeah, not due in until number 9 on the scorecard at least. And that's a long way off, or it seems a long way off at the moment. We say how quickly this game can change. A couple of wickets and Somerset could be in business, but no sign yet today, although they have come close. 1 or 2 jaffers which just haven't managed to find the edge.
There we go. 4 maidens in a row then for Marchant de Lange. Gets another warm round of applause.
And this is a good way of going about it, isn't it? To build some pressure, just to choke off the runs.
Well, and this is where Rory Burns, all his experience becomes important. Just needs the skipper to say to him, don't worry about this, Ben. And Geddes will know this, but when you're out there, I'm sure a few of the Somerset players will be having a gentle word, letting him know that he's gone 4 overs without playing a scoring shot.
Still Tom Lammonby. This will be his 4th.
Come on, Lemmer, as I heard from Tractor.
Well fielded. Outstretched, wrong arm.
Yeah, and Somerset should have to be alert in the field because of the way Burns is coming. I mean, Burns is aware of this, so he's getting straight back. But given that he's 4 or 5 steps down the track by the time he's playing the ball, if he plays one back at the bowler or plays and misses, there's an outside chance of a run out.
Gave that the full face. Up to mid-on. It was Alders yesterday evening, it's now Lammers.
Sporting nicknames, eh? They're always so inventive.
He's reckoning possibly that if he tempts Burns often enough outside that off stump, then he's going to induce an edge or a miscue of some kind. But Burns isn't nibbling at the moment. One that's forced him to play this time. To leave taken a fraction later than average by Rory Burns, but it is another maiden for Tom Lammonby, so we've had, it's 4 in a row now, maiden overs. Certainly it's been 4 in a row on his own from Marchant de Lange.
I know how important teammates are.
I'm on hand 24 hours a day.
I'm someone people can rely on.
And I've always got time for a cuppa.
I like...
Finally a run off.
At last.
Marchant de Lange.
First ball of his 5th over. So the lid being kept on to a large degree by this combination of de Lange and Lammonby.
That was the first run after 6 maidens in a row from both ends. 6 from both ends, 4 of them de Lange, well, not in that sequence, but de Lange had bowled 4. 2 slips in then for Rory Burns. Rudolf van der Merwe's in at short mid wicket.
It's a good start this, isn't it, from Marchant de Lange. Didn't take any part in this match yesterday. Would have been quite surprised to have been called up this morning with news that he's the concussion substitute for Craig Overton. But this has been a good first spell.
Driven to Tom Banton at mid-off, always distinguishable because he's in a long sleeve jumper most of the time, Tom Banton. Yeah, immediately adjusted his line well to the left-hander as well, De Lange. A very popular member of this Somerset squad. There's a lot of work. We had the Super Ones out on the pitch yesterday lunchtime. Oh, as he looks to pull that one. Rory Burns doesn't quite get up though, goes underneath his bat. I don't think it was quite as short.
That's the
as
first
he thought it was.
Visible sign of frustration from Rory Burns. Been using his feet a bit to Tom Lammonby and couldn't throw off the shackles at the other end. And just a sign on 88 not out, where he's been for the last 20 minutes or so of frustration.
Gets in behind that one. I think in fairness he pulled out of the shot and he realised that it wasn't there to be pulled, but Somerset will be buoyed by that. New Zealand 1 down. I think Jimmy Anderson's got test wicket number 250? 650. Tom Latham has gone early up at Trent Bridge, so you never know, something special might be happening. Somerset needs something special here as De Lange just goes too straight. Tucked off his hips nicely by Rory Burns. There's a deep square leg and a fine leg, but it's dissected them perfectly.
First boundary off him, and that does relieve the pressure to a degree.
Just a bit too straight, swang into him, flicked it away, and it raced away. Short boundary there, down in front of the Ondaatje Pavilion.
Takes Rory Burns into the 90s. Still no change to the attack. Lammonby to bowl his 5th. Slanting that one across the right-handed Ben Geddes. Since the ball was replaced, the scoring rate has decreased. Again, slanting across, very similar delivery, which Geddes present is not getting involved with.
Fallen 12 times in the 90s in his career before, Rory Burns.
This is a ploy, isn't it, from Lammonby? A bit similar to Geddes as it has been to Burns. Just testing the batter's patience. You haven't got to play it, but if you do, it's at your own risk. And at the moment, Geddes isn't prepared to take the risk.
No, and again, this is a little bit what Lachlan Stevens was talking about last night. It's about method. It's about finding a way to bat. And Goldsworthy did it quite well yesterday. I thought he hung in really well, particularly after being tested early by Jamie Overton. Ben Geddes is doing it here.
That was a bit closer to off stump that time. shaping up for another maiden here, Tom Lammonby. One delivery left. Again, Tommy shouts a fielder. And again he does it, and this time he's driven. There'll be at least a couple here. Don't think it's going to go all the way. It's the long boundary on that side of the ground. They're going to get a comfortable 3. So in the end, Geddes deciding that that last ball of the over was there to be hit, and did so.
I think Tom Lammonby may have overstepped there. Well, he was a judge to have overstepped. I couldn't tell you decisively from here.
So we're going to have an extra delivery. I think that may have taken Rory Burns aback, actually, because he's taken a fresh guard down at that river end. Not the only one. Oh, if that had been off the outside edge and caught, that would have been one of those quirks of the game, but it wasn't. First bounce into gully, and that really is the end of the over.
I know how important teammates are.
I'm on hand 24 hours a day.
I'm someone people can rely on.
And I've always got time for a cuppa.
I like helping solve problems.
And I know that if something's hard, it's usually worth doing.
Because at the end of the day, I'm here for my mates.
Very important video there in conjunction with Bradford. It's good to see Tom Abel there raising awareness for men's mental health. Edged and taken. Ben Geddes looks to the sky. Martin de Lange has made the breakthrough. It was a much needed one. He built a lot of pressure bowling at Ben Geddes. 4 maidens in a row. Yes, there were a couple of runs in the previous over, but this time Martin de Lange put it in an area where Geddes, he'll probably feel he didn't have to play. He did hang his bat out, and it was an easy catch in the end
to Lewis Gregory.
To Lewis Gregory at first slip.
Yeah, the way he cast his eyes to the heavens does rather indicate that, doesn't it? That he might not have had to play that. We saw it a few times yesterday, but Somerset have had to wait for that breakthrough. 144 for 2. It was 8 for 1. So overall, the second wicket stand worth 136, although it's a strange one, isn't it? Because Hashim Amla was participating in that.
Well, I chatted to Polly Rhodes about this last night, and I got told in absolutely definitively they're separate wicket stands. So what was it, 56 for 1? So that stand's worth 88.
Yeah, 88.
But as you say, 136 runs since there was a wicket.
Yeah, that's been a long toil for Somerset, particularly having posted an under par first innings total. Surrey are only 36 runs short of that Somerset 180 that was made yesterday, and they've still got 8 wickets left.
Yeah.
Jamie Smith is the new batter.
Yeah, young Jamie Smith, a supreme talent, another one who will have his eyes on an international future, I think. Played the 30 games, averages 41, 500s already, made a big double 100 at Gloucestershire, 234. Started first class debut, made 100 against the MCC. Pete Trigo was saying anything about that. Big old score. I think Ollie Pope got a double 100. Sam Cook, Stuart Broad, Trigo, Don Bessel, part of that attack. Opened the batting at the back end of last season, I think against Glamorgan. Really exciting young player, takes the gloves as well. Wears the same number as Steve Davies, the number 11. And another testing spell here from Martin de Lange.
He's proving a point. He hasn't played much championship cricket and only brought in as a replacement in this match.
He might well have been disappointed because Somerset came in with only the one overseas, so he was registered, could have played from the start. Might have felt he should have been in the squad. Smith made to work straight away by Delanger.
Yeah, and it's an important role that he's playing, bearing in mind that two of the bowlers originally selected yesterday morning, Craig Overton and Josh Davey, aren't here. They're not going to be here for the rest of the game.
Yeah, we saw Craig this morning in the ground briefly. Hopefully both him and Josh are, wow, oh, he goes for the Yorker. Smith actually quite nonchalantly keeps it out in the end. Jabs his bat down.
It's a good delivery early on. Well directed.
What's he had? This is 5.4 overs now, just 2 scoring strokes off him, the 4 that Burns tucked off his hips, and a single from Geddes. That's been it. Oh, that was an absolute ripper, half an appeal. I don't think they're that convinced. I think it was an absolutely gorgeous delivery from March and Delanger. Let's have another look. It just does a bit in the air. Jamie Smith has to play at it. Nips back, oh, and it goes over the top of the stumps, I think. Maybe it's just missed the off stump.
It's rather strange that Steve Davies ended up taking it so low.
It was that late swing, wasn't it?
It's a peach of a delivery.
Had a tumble to his left. Oh, Jamie Smith done well not to get anything on that. Needs to get something on that one as well. So a wicket in the over for March and Delanger. A wicket maiden. He's been excellent since coming into the attack this morning. 6 overs, 5 maidens now. 1 for 5.
So the first breakthrough of this morning session come just 10 minutes or so before the lunch interval.
Those figures up on the board. Just a reminder, we saw that video a little bit before the action in that over. I think March and Delanger took a wicket, but yeah, that video in conjunction with Bradford's. Share that video. It's on Somerset CCC on Twitter, because when 50,000 people see it, Bradford's are going to pledge £10,000 to men's mental health charity in November. So brilliant stuff from them.
As Tom Lammonby starts his 6th over. An economical 0 for 11. Burns on strike, the Surrey captain on 92. the ploy is still in place, isn't it?
I just picked up Pete Trigo's Surrey coffee. I was going for my water, started drinking it. Not what I was expecting, cold coffee.
That's the cup he wasn't too happy with earlier as well.
Oh, was it? I didn't hear that. Cheers, Triggs. Clear up after yourself.
But it's this strategy from Lammonby, which has been in place virtually since he came on, of tempting Burns, generally outside that off stump. And on the whole, Burns has been immune.
Got to say, he's batted beautifully, hasn't he? It's a beauty in its own way. Not classically. I enjoy watching him play, though.
It's a beauty in its own style.
Well, in the eyes of the beholder and all that, and I'm watching it and saying, yeah, I'm enjoying that.
What's important is the timing and the when the ball's actually played. Whatever the rigmarole that goes on beforehand, and he's been timing it nicely all the way through this knock. Pick up another single here. To deep extra.
Hasn't made 100 here at Taunton, I don't think. Made 100 in the game at the Oval in 2019. 107 in that one.
Didn't have the timing that Smith would have liked as he played that drive. End of the over. 145 for 2. Burns just 7 off the ton. DeLange's going to continue. This will be his 7th off the reel, but no surprise that he's staying on given those figures. 5 to 1 on the Colin Atkinson Pavilion clock, so almost lunchtime.
It was at Taunton, that game in 2019. It says on my scorecard Surrey versus Somerset, and to me that denotes that Surrey were the home team. Luckily I've got Ben Redwood on hand to correct me. Thanks, Ben.
I'll take him to 94, that single, Rory Burns. Put Jamie Smith back on strike, which I don't think DeLange will mind, given the searching succession of deliveries he bowled at him first up. Full length again, and Smith played it pretty well. I think it was quite off the middle, but enough bat on it and all along the ground to backward point. Awkward little spell this for Jamie Smith to bat. Got well over 6 foot steaming in at you. And you've only really got 10-15 minutes to play yourself in, and then you've got to do it again after lunch. But he's handling it okay so far. Love to prize another one out.
Wouldn't they just?
Somerset in the next over or two.
Tucked off his hips, he'll get off the mark. Pick up a couple, played nicely. Yeah, I've got Ben Redwood. See, he's gone on a Somerset's media intern, now works for Surrey as well. He's gone over to the dark side, but gets one stat right, and he's pinging them through to me, trying to tell me that Burns has scored 50 in every innings he's played in at Taunton since 2018. I said, no, he didn't, Ben. Got out for 18 last year in the rain-affected game that only played one day. On the back foot there, Jamie Smith.
Touch and go whether this is going to be the last over of the morning. It's 12:58 on the scoreboard clock and one delivery left. Again, full length and defended pretty well by Jamie Smith. That's certainly the last of Marchant DeLange for the morning. But I don't think it's the last of play. Have another look at the wicket, provided by DeLange. Yeah, comfortably taken in his midriff by Lewis Gregory. Regulation slip catch. The breakthrough at last. So this will be the last over before lunch, bowled by Tom Lammonby to Rory Burns.
Oh, Stephen, Stephen. I'm in all kinds of trouble here. Redwood's right. He's right after bow. I always like to correct myself when I get it wrong. I was looking at a one-day cup scorecard. That's me trying to multitask. He did get 55. Sorry, Ben. Still, he'll be in the employee of Surrey soon. Best of luck to him as well. Well deserved that job.
Well, there are so many stats around in cricket that it's easily done.
I know, you can't make one little mistake. Rory Burns loves batting here.
I remember I was rather proud of myself when Sky were covering, I think it was the 50 over final at Lord's, and talking about hat tricks, and they missed one out. This is going to be runs here for Rory Burns, at least 2. He'll probably get 3. It's heading towards that long boundary, not quite reaching it, well pulled in. And they do take 3. So although Rory Burns goes to 97, he's going to have to wait now because he's at the non-striker's end. It was a hat-trick that nobody noticed, or almost nobody noticed.
You did, though.
The 2004 final, James Averis.
Oh, I remember him for Gloucestershire, was he?
For Gloucestershire against Worcestershire. And I got in touch with Sky. I'm very glad to say I was deemed to be correct. That's not timed at all. Driven back to Tom Lammonby.
Was he the left armer?
No, right arm.
Right arm.
Right
keeper
arm.
up. Was he the? No, who wasn't the spinner? Ball was the spinner. Averis, keeper up to the stumps. Jack Russell.
Quite often,
Yeah.
yes.
Well, he'd be up the stumps to March and DeLanger. Jack Russell. What a wicket keeper he was.
John Lewis, key player in that side. Clipped, and it's gone straight to the man at short mid-wicket. No, mid-on, beg his pardon. Very firmly struck.
It was a nice shot, wasn't it, for none?
So, last ball of the first session on day 2 to Jamie Smith, who defends it pretty comfortably. So Surrey complete the morning, having lost just the 1 wicket and reduced the first innings deficit to 29. 151 for 2. Rory Burns, the star of the show for them, 97 not out. And Jamie Smith, who came in about 10 minutes ago, he's on 2. Ben Geddes, the one man dismissed, caught at first slip by Lewis Gregory off March and DeLanger, who's bowled really well coming into this game as a concussion replacement. 1 for 8 from 7 overs. Applause for the 2 batters as they go in, followed by the Somerset side. And, well, they've bowled better than that single wicket suggests. I'd say Somerset.
Yeah.
Plays and misses, we've had a few.
Particularly in that last hour, DeLanger, Lammonby. You wouldn't necessarily have thought, certainly at the start this morning, those would be, we didn't even know DeLanger was playing. So you wouldn't have thought it would be those 2 causing all the issues. Siddle bowled really well too. But yeah, it's the wickets column that is hurting Somerset at the moment. They'll be delighted. They'll be delighted. They won't be delighted. Surrey will be delighted with their progress. Rory Burns will go and have his lunch and we'll resume unbeaten, just 3 shy of 100. Stephen and I are going to go and have our lunch now. I'm excited to see what is served up. You've been with us all morning, courtesy of our principal LV Insurance County Championship sponsor, WPA Health Insurance, and we'll be back in around 40 minutes time. We may have we've already got a former Somerset player, Pete Trigo, but we may have another.
Yeah, possibility of Tim Grunewald.
Yeah, I think so.
We're not sure about that at the moment, but hopefully he'll be able to join us and take us through some of his heroics while he was here at Taunton. But hope very much that you can join us in 40 minutes time.
So, on the outfield today, we're joined by Hawking cricketers from Somerset Cricket Foundation's pub in Taunton, as well as special guest visitors from Gloucestershire who were involved in a friendly fixture versus Taunton this morning. Walking cricket was developed to make cricket more accessible to older adults or individuals who are semi-retired or retired. Walking cricket is an adaptation of the traditional game of cricket to suit those with less mobility and caters for different abilities. So what makes it different? Well, there's no running allowed, and it's played with a softer ball. Each session gives opportunities to score and play, so each individual learns new skills, keeping both their mind and bodies active. The game is usually played indoors in a sports centre, runs or walks are scored by hitting different balls. Walking cricket sessions are popping up all across Somerset, with a regular session in Taunton, new sessions starting in Minehead, Yeovil and Weston-super-Mare. The future for this project is very exciting, with plans for organising a county-wide walking cricket festival with more fixtures in the future. In addition to the walking cricketers, we're also joined by Somerset Disabled Cricket Club. Now, the Disabled Cricket Club competes in the ECB National Disability County Cricket Championships and in the Super 9 South West Division, along with 4 other counties. The club plays each other teams home and away, with the team finishing top of the league, progressing to the regional final stage. Somerset Disabled Cricket Club play their home games at Taunton Dean Cricket Club, and matches are contested with an incredible, which is not a hard cricket ball, it's a soft ball with a hard foam centre. Somerset Disabled Cricket Club have 2 teams. In addition to the first team, they have a development team and a Dragons team. These teams are new this year and have been created due to the number of new players joining, and allows an opportunity for newer players to enter the game of cricket and keep engaged. Both the development and the Dragons fixtures are played in the Oldham Cricket Club. To be eligible to play for the county team, individuals will be aged 13 and over and must have a disability. The disability is evident and registered with the ECB. Somerset Disabled Cricket Club have been a very successful team over many years, with their last trophy happening last season when they were crowned as regional champions. Today, we've been joined by a small number of players from the club, and they're very well known. The Somerset Cricket Foundation exists to support, grow and diversify grassroots cricket, as well as to use the power of cricket to develop communities and make a positive difference to people's lives. If you want to find out more about the foundation and how you can get involved or support, please come and find Steve Gass, who will be behind the family stand for a short while after the end of the lunch interval. Failing that, catch us on the school section and we'll give you some more details. But we hope you very much enjoy the displays this lunchtime by our walking cricketers and the Somerset Disabled Cricket Club. You're very welcome. We hope you have a fantastic lunch experience out there in the area. A reminder that we have all our catering outlets open for you today with a range of hot and cold food. We are a cashless venue, so please remember to take your cards with you for our outlets. We also have the ice cream van and we have the prepaid pod in the St James Street car park. Very good they are there too. The only parts of the ground that aren't cashless now is the book sales in the museum office and just to the right of the Somerset shop. Let me bring you up to the scores from around the country. Starting off in the test match at Trent Bridge, lunchtime score there. New Zealand 553 and now 27 for 1. England made 539 earlier, New Zealand leading there by 41 runs. Other games in the MLB Insurance County Championship Division 1, starting at Edgbaston. Lancashire 72-2 in reply to Warwickshire's 292. At the Spitfire ground, Kent 41-1 in reply to Gloucestershire's 438. And at the Aegeus Bowl, Yorkshire 428 all out, actually get to that in between innings there at lunch. Into Division 2, Nottinghamshire 21 loss in reply to Leicestershire's 440. Glamorgan 5-1 in reply to Sussex 376. At the Riverside, Durham Bridge 481-7 at Worcestershire. And finally Queen's Park, Derbyshire 134-2 in reply to Middlesex's 251.
Jack Leach, left arm spinner, occasional batter.
What a shot that is. Lifted away.
So Crohn's is an inflammatory bowel disease. I got diagnosed with it when I was 14, I think. So to start with, it was quite bad. I think I remember being very anemic, and it took a while to kind of get diagnosed. You go to the doctors with a bad stomach and they probably tell you to go away. And you know, you have to persist because I was obviously not very well. But yeah, I just remember coming back from school being very tired, just wanting to sleep, and yeah, it just wasn't myself. So yeah, it was a case of getting the treatment that I needed. And it's one of those things, you kind of always got it, but it kind of has bad times and better times. So you have flare-ups and that kind of thing. And I'd say it's had actually quite a big impact, probably more than I probably think about day to day, but I think mentally it's had a big impact on me. The link between mental and physical for me is quite big, I think, and just kind of knowing when you're tired because you're playing cricket for a living and when you're actually maybe starting to get a few of the symptoms. I'm someone who likes to train and feel prepared. So I guess mentally it's been a tough thing, is to kind of maybe hold myself back at times. And not being able to do maybe what other teammates can do from a training perspective. I think over time I've learned how to manage it and maybe save myself, you know, for the times out in the middle. Obviously, I guess the worries of kind of, will it have an impact on the amount you're available, selection. I've had times where I've lost my place in the team, and then actually, you know, someone comes in and takes that place and you don't know whether you're ever going to get it back. So those things that you feel like you can't control are frustrating. I did have some sort of illness in South Africa which was very similar to COVID symptoms. I don't know whether it was or not. And it went through the group a little bit. I just couldn't get well after that. I was exhausted, felt fatigued, and my body just couldn't get better. And then you go to training and you're just expected to kind of be at the same level as everyone else, and it just wasn't possible. And yeah, I felt like I was fighting a losing battle a little bit. So there's quite a lot of low moments within those few months where I was kind of trying to build towards something, and then it didn't happen. And then we were obviously in lockdown, and yeah, I felt pretty low at that point, not knowing whether I would get another opportunity to play for England. I've been pushing myself so hard for so long, and then everything just stopped. Mentally just didn't really know what to do or what to put my energy into. And yeah, I found that a really tricky time, and I did actually get some psychological help from James Bickley, who was working for the ECB. I certainly feel when I'm more stressed, my symptoms are worse. So it is a circular thing. If you're worried about your Crohn's, then that's probably going to make your Crohn's worse. So I think that does help me. It's just feeling comfortable enough to have those, I guess, tricky conversations where you're kind of showing your vulnerability, which is never easy, I guess. Yeah, I've got some great friends and family that support me 100%, which is amazing. I think one of my strengths is that I'm able to talk about it, and I'm not like someone who's just got one person that they trust. Like if someone will listen to me, I'll talk to them about it. Everyone says cricket's such a mental game, and it is so true, and I think it's something that we don't probably put enough time into. You can let cricket just be your life and your situation, and trying to push for more and more and more. But I think sometimes just taking a step back and yeah, having a chat with someone or having other things going on is a good thing, because I think it really helps me to feel like I'm in a good place to then do well in my cricket.
In order to keep members up to date with everything that's happening here at the Cooper Associates County Ground, our Chief Executive, Gordon Hollis, will be answering questions put to him in the county room 20 minutes after completion of play this evening. Members of Somerset are very welcome to attend these sessions. You will need to show your membership card to gain entry. That's our Q&A with Chief Executive Gordon Hollis in the county room 20 minutes after the close of play this evening. We've just launched our last season membership. This will give you access to the ground for up to 16 days of cricket this summer. Our season membership includes 3 county championship fixtures and 4 worldwide one-day cup games. Please visit our website for more information or pop into reception in the Marcus Rescotic Pavilion. We do have tickets available for all of our remaining games this season. Includes the women's test match, which we're very honoured to be staging here between England and South Africa women. And also we have the England Lions versus South Africa game as well, staged here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Tickets for those games and of course all the Somerset fixtures are available via our website or on reception, which during match day is in the Marcus Rescotic Pavilion. Other times it reverts back to the pavilion.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the Cooper Associates County Ground, a very blustery Cooper Associates County Ground, as you might be able to pick up on the effects mic. Somerset versus Surrey, Day 2, Session 2. Day 1 and the first part of Day 2 really, one has to say, belong to Surrey. They're going to resume post-lunch in a minute or two's time on 151 for 2. Rory Burns, the skipper, who loves making runs against Somerset, loves making runs here at Taunton as well. He's batted beautifully. He's had his sandwiches, or whatever he's, well, probably isn't sandwiches is it these days. He's had his lunch. He's going to come out and need 3 more for 100. Jamie Smith is the other not-out batter. He's on 2. Hashim Amla hasn't batted yet today. He was not out overnight on 19. Feeling unwell this morning, so hopefully he's doing all right. He's tested negative for COVID, so he can come back into the game if and when needed, or he decides. Ben Geddes playing only his 2nd county championship game for Surrey. He came and went for 21. Somerset really needed early wickets. They didn't get them. There was a spell an hour before lunch. 6 maidens in a row, Marchant DeLanger and Tom Lammonby. And it was DeLanger who came in as a concussion sub for Craig Overton only this morning. 7 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 8. Sam Dowling here. Pete Trigo is around. He'll be with you very shortly with Tim Groniwold, I believe, as a guest. But I'm delighted to have alongside me, post his lunch too, I don't know if he had sandwiches or not, Stephen Lamb.
Yeah, very nice little curry actually. But Marchant DeLanger, star of the show this morning, really, for Somerset. That spell just before lunch, 7 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 8. And making a bit of a point, because he is, of course, an overseas signing. And he hasn't featured in the county championship this summer, partly because of Matt Renshaw's presence, and also Peter Siddle, of course, but brought in as a concussion replacement for Craig Overton. No Josh Davey already, and that has been an emphatic statement that he's made in the first session this morning. The other thing notable about it was I think Surrey have demonstrated the value of the leave more effectively than...
The what, Stephen?
The leave.
Oh, don't know what one of those is.
More effectively than Somerset did yesterday. Is that fair?
Yeah, I think that is fair, Stephen. Like Rory Burns, such an experienced player, knows where his off stump is, even despite all his movement, all his intricacies, nipping around, forward and back in his crease. He has batted absolutely beautifully, hasn't he? And as he said, know where your off stump is and leave it alone. If he's not going to hit it, is the starting point really for county championship cricket.
The other thing to say, in fairness to the Somerset attack, is that there were some brilliant deliveries that didn't find the edge this morning. They didn't have any luck at all, really, until De Lange eventually found the edge of Ben Geddes' bat, and it was a comfortable catch to Lewis Gregory at first slip. It's actually going to be Peter Siddle who's going to get things underway this afternoon, bowling from the end where Lange took the wicket. And Burns is immediately going to go one closer to that 3-figure mark. Push up to mid-on. Remains to be seen whether De Lange might change ends. He's had a bit of a break for lunch, or maybe it'll just be a slightly longer break before he comes back on, because that would have taken a bit out of him. 7 overs off the reel.
Yeah, long spell for an out-and-out quick bowler, really.
Siddle on from the river end, and that's an edge down to third man for another single. So Burns back on strike, on the verge of a century. Surrey just 27 runs behind that Somerset first innings total now. Looks set for a significant lead. Not this time, Rory. Lammonby is at mid-wicket. Be even more significant, more than significant, the lead, given that they've only lost 2 wickets. Hashim Amla didn't resume his innings this morning, but depending on the speed of his recovery from whatever ailment he was suffering from, he can come back. Another dot back to the bowler. So plenty in the powder room for Surrey. Jamie Smith is out there with Burns, Hashim Amla, Will Jacks, Cameron Steele, Jordan Clark. Plenty to come.
Yeah, plenty of exciting talent as well. If they need to score, well, if they decide to score quickly, they'll be able to.
Real opportunity there for Rory Burns, just straying fractionally down the leg side.
I mean, I don't think they'll need to score quickly, but it'll get it. If it keeps going like this, which Surrey will be hoping for, so in an ideal world for them, it will get to a position where they're thinking, right, we're going to get so far ahead and then try and bowl, only bat once. And so if they do need to up the tempo a little bit, they've got players that are more than capable of doing that.
That would be in the scheme of things, wouldn't it? If they can still be batting at stumps today, which isn't inconceivable, given that only the 1 wicket has fallen in the first session, then that would be in the equation. End of the first over after the interval.
Who are we going to go to? Is it Casey Aldridge?
Casey Aldridge looks likely.
I think it is. 11 overs, 0 for 31 so far for Aldridge. A little bit unlucky though. He did find Burns' outside edge in the first session. It flew just to the left of Tom Abel at second slip, and he also had one put down off Amla by Craig. It was Aldridge yesterday, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
Amla was in single figures. Craig Overton put one down at second slip.
Yeah, and he beat Ben Geddes, all ends up, on one occasion this morning as well, with a beauty.
Exciting to see Casey Aldridge, given he was impressive in the Royal London Cup last summer, highly rated here in the southwest. And he's going to bowl. And Jamie Smith, who's got a couple of slips. Drives. Shouts of catch. Uppish. But you've only got you've got Ben Green at point, Tom Lammonby at mid-off, and it was just in between the two of them.
Yes, it would have
Pick up a
taken
couple.
something superhuman to reach that from either of them. Still pleasant weather over Taunton. A little bit cloudy, but some blue, more blue over the Quantocks in the distance than there is over the ground, but no threat of rain. Sun just about shining at the moment.
Oh, well bowled, Casey Aldridge. I think Jamie Smith just withdrew the bat at the very last second there, and he needed to. Just kissed the pitch, moved away a touch, and he gets a cry of well bowled Casey from Tractor.
Encouraging start to a new spell.
Yeah, so what are we on? 58 overs now, so it was about 16 overs ago. There was a change of ball. Somerset weren't too happy with it, had a word with the umpires, and it didn't pass through the ring, which meant it got changed. Lovely straight drive there from Jamie Smith. Just pick up a single. Martin DeLanger bends over on the kind of reverse, picks it up one-handed, made it look very easy.
Just a little bit tardily, perhaps, which is perfectly within his rights.
He's a very athletic man. He's a very good fielder. He makes ground quickly. Right, Burns on 98 then. Aldridge is going to come around the wicket. Tom Abel is signalling to Tom Lammonby to come in at gully. Aldridge has found the outside edge of Burns at least once. Ben Green is at a deep square leg, so there's a big gap. DeLanger's at mid-on, there's deep square leg, fine leg, so there's big gaps on the leg side. And Aldridge goes.
I don't know. Slip.
He goes for the Yorker there, Aldridge. It just about hit the strip. It's a wide. Lewis Gregory does absolutely brilliantly to take that at first slip. Big smiles.
He should take up wicket keeping. Lewis Gregory, watch this.
Oh, it swung as well. He watched it all the way. Stephen Davis as well dived across him, so he might have been unsighted. Wonderful from Gregory. Burns pushes it at Van der Merwe. Thinks about a run. Someone in the crowd shouts, "Go on, Rory, run." He's been in this situation too many times before Rory Burns to be too worried about that. He'll just know that if he keeps going, keeps doing his business. Aldridge. To Burns, just pushes it into the leg side. One ball left. What is the 59th over of the Surrey innings? Rory Burns, 98, waits, dabs his head to the side, flicks it into the leg side, but it'll just be a single. Moves on to 99. Rory Burns, end of the over. Surrey, 158 for 2. Rory Burns has 99 of them.
Reasonable start this from Somerset's point of view. The only thing that's lacking, as it has been for most of the day, is the breakthrough, but it's early days in the session. Just a couple of overs bowled.
Never been out on 99 before in his professional career, Rory Burns. Peter Siddle has got him in the 90s before, playing for Essex.
So here he is on 99 as Siddle runs in towards him. That's not going to be it. Let's clip that straight to Tom Lammonby at mid-wicket. Lammonby, a great ball polisher with his shirt, whether he's bowling or fielding.
He's the designated man, I think, isn't he?
Come on, Peter. You ought to compile a list of Tractor names. That's not going to be it either. Outside off stump and left alone.
Stephen Lamb and I just being too polite for our own good, trying to work out who's going off next.
As Rory Burns remains poised on that tantalising 99. Third opportunity of the over coming up as Peter Siddle heads in. No, 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 stay there. Make him wait.
He's got his double century up of balls. That was his 200th. Rory Burns.
Marchant de Lange is having a word in Peter Siddle's ear down at the river end. No doubt advising him how to keep it this way. And so he does with a delivery that's down the leg side. Has got to be patient. He's shown enough of it, Rory Burns, in this innings thus far. Just has to wait a while longer. 2 opportunities left in this over, potentially. This isn't going to be it either, because there's a man lurking backward of square on the leg side.
Good work there from Tom Abel, having that man just to, that's Burns' release shot, isn't it? That just tuck off the hips. Flick through mid-wicket, off the hips. Just denying him that. Keep him waiting a little bit longer. I'm sure they're all out on the balcony. Surrey teammates.
Poised.
Ready to celebrate.
And here it is. It was aerial for a little while, but to the left of Tom Lammonby. And that is 100 for Rory Burns. Takes his bow to the Somerset and Surrey balconies. More applause, predictably, from the latter of the two. They're all out there, the Surrey teammates clapping the skipper. Well batted, Rory Burns.
Yeah, beautiful, beautiful innings. First class 100, number 23 for Rory Burns. And according to Ben Redwood, he's scored at least 50 in every Red Bull innings he has played at Taunton since 2018. Right, I'm going to love you and leave you, Stephen, now. I'm sorry, but I think there's someone far more important lurking behind me, and I'm not talking about Ben Warren either.
It's Charles Willoughby, whom I haven't seen for a long time, but will be delighted to meet again. Formerly of this parish, of course. As Aldridge goes in again to start a new over. Charles Willoughby, very good afternoon to you.
How you doing? You all right?
Yeah, it's a long time since we last met. Well, we did meet when you were
long time
playing
ago.
here. Good to see you again.
Yeah, lovely day for it today.
It is, isn't it?
Yeah.
Good summer's afternoon.
Not as quite as warm as yesterday afternoon, but
it's going to be another single. I think that's, oh no, they're going to take 2. Took the first very sharply, Rory Burns. So he'll go to 102 with that. Have you seen this view of the ground from the top of the new pavilion before?
no, I've never been up this high at this ground. I've only been into this new stand a few times over the last few years, but definitely not been invited to the commentary box.
Well, it's great to have you up here.
Thank you very much. It's good to see it from this angle.
Clipped out to mid-wicket again. This will be a comfortable single. You're looking extremely smart, if I may say so, in your suit and tie.
It is a working day. I've just been in the Cooper Associates suite downstairs. We've been entertaining the Stephen Scoun's solicitors. We had some lunch with them, bit of networking. They're a group of solicitors looking to break into the Somerset area, and we invited them to the box to get to know the team.
It's a leave again from Jamie Smith, and I'm sure you've bumped into a number of people you remember from your time playing here.
Yeah, I always tend to pop into the ground when there's a game on and see a lot of familiar faces. I was hoping to go and say hello to Hashim Amla this morning, but he's obviously not around. So I went around, saw Darren Vaness, had a chat with him. Good to catch up.
I remember you opening the bowling with Andy Caddick
Years ago. It seems a long time ago. I do see Cad around the ground and town from time to time. Yeah, I arrived here in 2006. Andy Caddick used to choose the end, but after a few years I got to choose the ends as he got older and older.
And you will have a chance to catch up with Peter Trigo before too long, because he's part of our commentary team here. And,
yeah,
he'll be up here soon.
I listen to the YouTube quite often. I get it on in the background when I'm driving off to my meetings. Just see what's going on in the game. Somerset's very much part of my heart now. After spending a long time here, so I do follow the team quite closely. My son plays in the age group stuff with Peter's son. So do get to see Pete from time to time, but yeah, Somerset's definitely part of our household now. Can't get away from it.
You complemented each other very well, you and Cad, didn't you? Because you were the left arm and he was right.
Yeah, absolutely. Caddy right arm away from the right-handed batter, and great shot from Rory Burns through the covers for 4.
Yeah, that's a long boundary out there, we've been saying, but it had the legs to go all the way.
Yeah, so Caddy would take it away from the right-hander with the odd one coming back at him, and I was predominantly in at the right-hander with the odd one going across. So it was a good combination. Caddy was awesome to have at the opposite end because they couldn't score off him, and then he always said I was awesome to have at the other end because they couldn't score off me. So we built some good bowling partnerships over the years, and I attribute a lot of the wickets I took to Caddy holding them tight at the other end.
I'm sure if he was here, he'd say exactly the same about you. Another nice looking drive from Rory Burns.
I'm not sure he would. You know what Caddy's like. Nobody else could bowl but him. I'm sure Pete would say exactly the same. Whenever Caddy took a wicket, he bowled an unbelievable ball, but whenever we took a wicket, everybody played a bad shot. No, I'm only joking. Caddy's a lovely man.
Of your time here, that was a significant part of your career that you spent here. Any sort of standout matches that come to mind?
Yeah, I absolutely loved my time here. I always said that my time at Somerset was probably the happiest cricket I ever played. It was a time in my career where South African ambitions were taken away through my choice. I decided to become a Colback player and gave up the ambition of playing for South Africa. So I became a happier cricketer because Somerset was the pinnacle of my career. I couldn't go any higher. So there was, let's just watch this.
Yeah, no run played to backward square leg.
So when you're striving to play for your country and you're not getting selected, you're always disappointed. You're putting yourself under pressure all the time. When I was playing at Somerset, there was no more ambitions of playing for South Africa. So it became a very much the pinnacle I could play at, and all that other pressure was taken away. So you just enjoyed every game. There was no concerns about am I going to get selected or not. So I really loved my time here.
Outside the off stump from Peter Siddle. Was that a hard decision to take at the time, to turn your back on international cricket?
It was, but it was helped by Graham Smith, who was a great friend of mine. He was the captain of South Africa, and at the time, you know, in South African cricket there was a lot of political issues and quota systems and stuff like that, which is absolutely correct. They needed to rectify the past, but I was always facing an uphill battle with the other players available for selection. At the time, there weren't very many batsmen that were coming through the ranks. All of my competitors, in terms of the quotas, were bowlers. And Graham just said to me, he said, if I was you, you know, have a consideration of the Colpack system, go and play cricket in England. Not that he didn't want me to be there. You could just see the frustration every time I wasn't selected. It became my home here in Taunton, and South Africa needed to do what they were doing, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's just I chose a new path for my career and absolutely loved it.
It's a very productive path, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it was challenging. I mean, people always said, why would a bowler want to come bowl at Taunton? But I chose to come here, so I needed to make it work. And I think if you've got the right attitude towards anything in life, you can make it work. So as tough as this wicket was to bowl on when I was here, I had the attitude that I was going to get people out, and I was never going to give up until I did get people out. Where sometimes we would watch opposition come here and they knew they were playing 1 4-day game here for the season. And if they didn't get wickets that game, they would get wickets at their home ground. So I just knew that I had to play half my games here and I had to perform. So that was my attitude towards it. I just went around my business and never gave up.
And you'll have probably watched with interest how conditions have changed here in intervening years between then and now.
Yeah, absolutely. In the beginning when I got here, there was not a blade of grass on the wicket, and Phil Frost was...
this is a wicket, is it? Yes, it's given. Third wicket has gone. Jamie Smith just fencing at that delivery from Casey Aldridge, and well taken by Stephen Davies. So an important breakthrough soon after the lunch interval. Jamie Smith, dangerous young customer, has gone, and Surrey are 170 for 3. That looked like a good delivery.
That was a very, very good delivery, back of a length, just leaving him off a length with a bit of extra bounce. Casey Aldridge is a very tall lad and comes high over the top. Just a little bit of extra bounce there, and it just left him nicked off to Stephen Davies. Nice catch there.
He's been a reliable figure, hasn't he, Stephen Davies, in the Somerset setup?
Yeah, he was a tough character to play cricket against when I was still playing, and he's soldiered on. I mean, I've been out of the game for 10 years, and he's still going strong, still scoring runs, still very much a competitor. And you know, when I was bowling and playing against him, he was a difficult character to get out, and he would score runs. Sometimes in awkward places, and a very good keeper.
Just awaiting the arrival of the new batsman on 170 for 3. Just talking about the conditions before the fall of that wicket, and you'll have seen it. It became sporting, didn't it? But I was talking actually to Pete Trigo earlier about Justin Langer's time as captain and his frustration with the wicket as it was when he got here.
Yeah, I was just talking to Tim Grunewald downstairs, and I was saying it was when Langer arrived early April one year, we played against Middlesex, and Middlesex in April 600 for 4 in the first innings, and you'd think April it's going around corners. That was the wicket, 600 for 4. We got 850 for 7, and then Middlesex were 250 for 2, end of play. And Langer just made a decision we needed to leave some grass on it.
And that developed and through to becoming a spin-friendly wicket in recent times, which has got Somerset into a bit of trouble every now and again, but has been a positive development.
Yeah, I think you need to get results, and at the time it was very, very difficult to get results at Taunton, so you were playing the season hoping to get a result away from home. And I think with the advent of leaving some grass on it and making it turn a bit, it gave Somerset the opportunity to try win at home.
Aldridge into the new batsman, Will Jacks, come in at the fall of the third wicket. Don't forget that Hashim Amla, who felt unwell this morning, can resume his innings if he feels better, and we hope he does very soon. But that's a good breakthrough for Casey Aldridge. He's bowled well today in 2 spells, 1 for 39 his figures now overall in his 14th over.
Another good ball there. Yeah, we used to think that the opposition batsmen that came to Taunton, they were expected to score runs here because it was Taunton, it was flat, it was scoring field, and then the bowlers that came here, they weren't expected to get any wickets because it was so flat and fast scoring outfield. But being a home team, you had to find a way, and that's what Caddy did. He found a way of getting wickets here. Oh, well bowled again. And I had to do the same. So did Stefan Jones. So did Benny Phillips. Alfonso Thomas. We chose to play here, and we had to find a way. Where the opposition bowlers, they came here sometimes, and it was, if I don't get any wickets now, it's okay. I've got some more home games.
Applause for Casey Aldridge. That was an excellent over, notwithstanding the wicket, but the 2 deliveries that he followed up with.
Absolutely. I mean, he's a good bowler. He plays at my club, Western-super-Mare, and I've heard good accounts from the players there that he's a good cricketer. Obviously, youngster still, and coming into the game, sometimes having to bowl against some serious players. It's a big learning curve.
Many changes in personnel since you last played here. You mentioned Stephen Davis was playing already then. James Hildreth, who would have played in this match, he didn't feel too good yesterday morning, unfortunately, so had to pull out of the squad. But you'll have good memories of him, I'm sure. Yeah,
absolutely. I mean, I always couldn't understand why James was never given the opportunity to play international cricket. I know he did have a good A series, Lions series at one point, but he was a serious player, and he could churn out the runs.
Side off stump and left alone. From watching the sides thus far this season, what's been your take on it overall?
I think cricket is very competitive in domestic first-class cricket in England. I think it is still very, very competitive. What I am finding is the inconsistencies with a lot of teams. They're not as consistent as they used to be, and I don't know if it's down to the experience of players now. You have a lot of teams with quite a few inexperienced players in it, or is it the advent of the T20 game and the lack of patience that goes into playing cricket nowadays. Sorry to interrupt there.
No. I was going to say you need the blend, don't you? You need experienced players alongside established ones, people who are just coming through.
Yeah,
you need the mixture.
Absolutely. This is bygone era when I was playing at Somerset. 2007, 2008. You had Trescothick, Langer, Xander de Bruyn, Neil Mackenzie, Ian Blackwell, Peter Trigo, and then in between those players you had your James Hildreth, you had your Neil Edwards, Errol Sapaya, Craig Keyswetter, Joss Butler, those sort of characters that were sort of dotted in between, but you had this core of experience, and then your bowlers, you had, Andy Caddick, myself, Alfonso Thomas, and then you had, the odd younger bowler that would come in and fit in with those core players. And I'm not saying the game's changed that much, but if we look at the amount of experience sometimes teams like Somerset put out, you have a lot of guys that have 10, 15 games, versus guys that maybe were finished with their international aspirations, your Trescothicks, your Langers, your Caddicks, Willoughbys, De Bruyns, Mackenzies. That's your core, and then you have the younger guys with the aspirations of playing international cricket.
Here's a very experienced campaigner on at the moment.
I've been impressed with him. I questioned the signing initially. I thought a 37-year-old coming to Taunton to bowl as the overseas player, was that the right decision? But he's led from the front. He's never given up. I've watched him closely, and he's a wholehearted character. He loves bowling, and he's a typical Australian that's here to win.
Trying exactly that at the moment, and it's been good in this spell. Since lunch, Peter Siddle in the latter stage of a lengthy and extremely successful career.
Very, very successful. He impressed us. 2009, I was lucky enough to go with Somerset to the Champions League in India, and we saw him out there. Very athletic, runs in at 1,000,000 miles an hour, never gives up, and still going strong. That was back in 2009. It's now 2022, and he's still running in from the river end.
Yeah, it's developed a lot, hasn't it, since you got an early taste of the T20, didn't you?
Yeah.
It came in last 5 years or so of your career?
Yeah, I got to play probably 4 years of T20 cricket in the UK with Somerset before I was too old for the one-day game. You know, I couldn't bat to save my life, and I put my hand up for that, and I was a very average fielder. So if you're only doing one discipline well, you've got to do that discipline extremely well. And T20 cricket, you know, at times it can be hit and miss. Somebody like Alfonso, who was unbelievable at one-day death bowling.
Great Yorker.
Yeah, fantastic Yorker. You would have him in your team where a left-arm swinger that, you know, was more of a 4-day cricketer. You know, it was. I was very lucky to have played as much T20 cricket as I did, I think, having not been able to bat.
And it's a format in which Somerset have been going pretty well this season. A couple of defeats here, but apart from that, they've gone well thus far.
That's a good ball.
He's on the front foot.
It's hit him on the back leg, I think.
We'll hopefully be able to see a replay on the top right-hand screen there, just to familiarise you with.
Yeah,
it's close, isn't it?
If I was the umpire, I'd give that out, just being a bowler. But yeah, I mean, the T20 game is, I mean, can very much be won by one performance on the opposition team. But sometimes you need to win. I mean, lose a couple along the way. I mean, very few occasions in the history of any competition does a team win every single game, go on to the final and win the final. So, you know, taking a loss every now and again is fine because it makes you regroup and reassess things and, you know, not get too overly confident. But they do have a fantastic T20 squad.
Yeah, it's quite a challenge to get into it, isn't it? It's got such strength in depth.
Absolutely. I mean, the world is definitely leaning towards that sort of format, and even the younger players now start to develop that sort of game much earlier than back in mine and Caddy's day, where, you know, you aspired to play 4-day cricket, where now youngsters are really aspiring to play T20 cricket.
Do you see it continuing to skew in that direction? That's way down the leg side from Aldridge, and signalled as 4 wides in the end, which would be a relief to Stephen Davies, because it would have been cruel if they'd been byes.
It did swing quite a lot, and that was I think it hit the foot marks as well and just took off a little bit more.
Yeah, added to the impetus.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I mean, the way the game's going, I mean, for me, I'm a purist, and 4-day and 5-day cricket is the way to show your skills. I mean, getting somebody caught on the boundary is not always a skill, but ultimately the kids watch the shorter version of the game more often than they do. I mean, if you look in the crowd now, most of the people that are here are 50, 60, 70-year-olds. You don't see many kids. I know it's a school day, but even that, if it was a T20 game, it would be filled with kids. So the kids watch it and they think it's exciting and it's fun, and that's the way the game's played. So I don't know how you change it back to find the purists, your Rory Burns of the world, that are willing to put in the hard yards, you know, bat through the ugly sessions, bat for the day. You know, I was talking to Tim Grunewald downstairs, and I said you could see from the start of play that Rory Burns has said, I'm here for the day. He's not here to play expansive covered drives, pulls, you know, etc., etc. He's here to bat for the day, and he's willing to take an ugly one. He's willing to just drop into the covers and run. Where sometimes the younger, inexperienced players nowadays, just watching from the side, and I don't know what's going through their minds, they'll have big covered drives at balls that aren't quite there, and that might just be coming from the makeup of T20 cricket.
I guess the other thing that modern day players have to contend with is the chopping and changing between formats, which is easier for some than for others. Actually, again, talking to Pete Trigo yesterday. He was saying he possibly found it easier than some to change, but it's not for everyone.
Yeah, it's definitely not for everyone. I mean, the majority of my career, it was 50 over cricket and 4-day cricket, and 50 overs is a very long game. So it wasn't too dissimilar to what I was trying to do in 4-day cricket. You're still trying to stop batsmen scoring, you're trying to hit good lengths, and then at the back end of the innings you'd be bowling your 1-day skills. Where now you're playing T20, 4 days, 1 days, you need to be on top of your skill level. One thing I did find as soon as I left the game and I was still trying to play club cricket is you don't practice playing club cricket, so your skill level falls away. Where obviously these guys are around the game 11 months a year, 6 days a week. So you would expect, you're a paid professional sportsman, that your skill level should be high enough to adapt to it. So it shouldn't be an excuse for them to not being able to adapt.
In comes Lewis Gregory, bowling change from the river end. First one is left alone. Is it inexorable, the sort of move towards white ball cricket? Do you fear for the future of the red ball game at all?
I wouldn't say I fear for it, because I think every country is still going to have that makeup in the professional game. But I fear for the quality of red ball cricket in the future. I know the game's obviously, it's the speed of the game in 4-day cricket or red ball cricket has picked up. I mean, when I started playing, 2 and over was quite a quick rate of scoring. Where now, if you're scoring at 4, 5 and over, it's normal in 4-day cricket. But I just think if young cricketers are aspiring to play paddle sweeps, and that's what their makeup is, it's how do they handle a good bowler who still wants to play 4-day cricket that just doesn't give you an ounce of anything. How do you score off that? How do you find the ones, the twos, when all you're wanting to do is score at 6, 7, 8 and over?
In the air, but it was between the two fielders, and nicely timed as well by Will Jacks. That's his first boundary. Frustration for Lewis Gregory.
Yeah, I mean, Lewis has been around. Lewis was here when I was here, so he's one of those almost stalwarts now, and he's still a young man. But yeah, I mean, 4-day cricket, in my opinion, is what every cricketer should be aspiring to. If you can score runs in 4-day cricket, that shows a skill, rather than being able to nick 1 for 4 because there's no slips in a 1-day game, or slog sweep a spin out of the ground, just because that's the only shot you've got.
End of the over from Lewis Gregory, 182 for 3. Burns 113, Jacks 5, so a breakthrough since lunch for Somerset, and it is high time for me. It's very nice to see you, Shell. Thank you so much for coming up here, but I'm going to reunite you with a former teammate of yours.
Sure. What, Peter? 182 for 3 at the Cooper Associates County Cricket Ground, and Roelof van der Merwe is coming into the attack.
Good afternoon, Charles. Good afternoon, listeners. Good timing. Countryman of yours, Roelof van der Merwe, coming into the attack. A bit of spin. Rory Burns playing beautifully for 113. Joined by Charles Willoughby. How long have you been on comms, Matt? I didn't realise you were up here. I came in and I thought we were scheduled to see Tim Grunewald. I thought, geez, Tim Grunewald looks a lot like Charles Willoughby from behind. What a lovely surprise. Roelof van der Merwe into bowl. His first delivery. Who's nicked him? Who's nicked off Rory Burns' first ball? Great catch at first slip, Lewis Gregory, and
that is a serious.
Somerset's great scrapper has got the wicket that we so desperately need.
First ball on the money, and the usual Roelof celebration onto his tippy toes, fist pumps in the air.
Unbelievable. He's the only guy that can go up on his tiptoes and get shorter the way he leans back But a great bit of bowling there. Rory Burns worried about a little bit of spin. It stayed straight, but the ball's in a good area, and he just edged to Lewis Gregory, a much-needed wicket. Surrey 182 for 4, but I must say Rory Burns, a highly impressive innings, 113 out of those 182. How are you, Charles? You look very, very smart.
Oh, thanks very much, Peter. I'm trying to take a leaf out of your book.
Not today, though. I'm dressed for the beach. I didn't think I needed to be smart to go over to the Colin Atkinson Pavilion and do a presentation for our matchday sponsors. The King's College Taunton School is a little bit embarrassing with what is on below here. I've got my shoes. I'll show the live stream. I've got me Hello Kitty trainers on. A little bit embarrassing when I had to go into the dinner hall there where everyone was looking so smart. My apologies, I did not get that memo. But you're used to me wearing all sorts of
absolutely.
stuff.
You have the loudest trainers in the change room all the time.
But you look very, very sharp. How are things going over the road for the Cooper Associates, working for the Cooper Associates now?
Yeah, it's very good, thanks, Pete. It's been a busy start to the year, but Mr. Putin's not helping the markets, obviously.
No, old Vlad is having a bit of a shocker every time I go to put a bit of diesel in the car. I do mutter his name, I've got to be honest. It's a strange time for the world, but fortunately we're here in sunny Taunton, Cooper Associates County Ground, enjoying a bit of cricket. Rolf van der Merwe striking immediately today, brought into the attack as we've got Cameron Steele.
It's quite interesting how quickly the names on the scoreboard change from when you were playing. I mean, there's a lot of these players that, I mean, yes, Somerset you follow because it's your home team, but the majority of the Surrey players, if you asked me what their strengths or weaknesses were, I wouldn't be able to tell you, purely because you'll see them once or twice a season on TV. But obviously the Somerset boys, you get to know them from the leagues and from watching regularly at home. So tell me about Cameron Steele.
Yeah, well, Cameron actually spent a bit of time here playing in the second 11 before he ended up signing for Middlesex, I believe. Played a couple of seasons up at Durham. But yeah, you're right, you play against a lot of the local players in the leagues. One of those, obviously, Casey Aldridge, now taking over from you, being the pro at Western Supermare. That was great to see Casey Aldridge get his first class wicket for Somerset. Really great achievement, one that he will remember, and a fantastic delivery to get your first wicket with. Do you remember your first class wicket? Can you go back into the archives of that brain of yours?
First class wicket. Wow, no, I can't even remember that. I mean, that was back in 1994, Pete.
Everyone knows their first victim, Charles. Come on.
I think it was a guy called Vaughan Rippon when I played against Transvaal at the Wanderers, the Bull Ring. I think it was caught a third slip. But yeah, that was a long time ago, 1994.
Was it the off-cutter or was he a left armer?
You know, back then, all I tried to do was bowl as fast as I could. I didn't have the ability to swing it at will. So it was just bowl as fast as I could. And when my wrist was good, it would swing at decent pace back then because I was a young punk. But I didn't have the control that I developed later on in my career to be able to swing.
Natural variation. I would love if our team in the back office could get up a picture or still of Charles Willoughby's bowling action. It's amazing. It's amazing watching some of the stills of your bowling that you're still standing upright and looking so fit and healthy.
It was unique. There's no doubt about it. But I think every cricketer should have something unique about them.
Well, we've been talking a lot today about finding a way. Somerset, a lot of Somerset batters, I think when it's swinging, moving around, they haven't found their way. Rory Burns was the epitome of he's found a way. It doesn't look conventional. A lot of people sometimes criticise it. But at the end of the day, he's scoring a lot of runs at first class level and a fantastic 113 today. He found a way.
Absolutely.
You certainly found a way. 700 and 800 first-class wickets.
Yeah, 848.
800.
You should know that. You spent a lot of time in the change room with me.
848 wickets. He probably knows the average to the decimal point, but tried to be modest and
25.96.
Pretend that he didn't know who his first-class wicket was. I like what you did there, Charles.
Now, back onto Rory Burns there. You could just see he had set his stall. He was going to try and bat for the day. He wasn't going to play expansive cricket. He was just here to bat. And as we've probably discussed on many times, the opposition batters that come here, they expected to score runs, aren't they?
Yeah, I think when you're known to play at a high-scoring ground, as Cameron Steele gets off the mark. Oh, sorry, actually gets his first boundary of the day. A in-swinger, it looked, from Lewis Gregory, straying onto the pads, and Cameron Steele's not going to miss out on that. Yeah, I think when you play here a lot, when it was known to be a very good pitch, you can occasionally get a bit complacent. But when you, as a visiting batter, only came here once a year, this was really an opportunity to cash in. Graham Hick, 405. Murray Goodwin, 300, God knows how many. Every single person that came here seemed to...
Ramprakash, double 100.
Double 100 City for a good period before we started trying to evolve the wicket into the pitch you see now, that you really have to work hard for your runs, as Rory Burns did today. But Charles never let us down as a team. Has some remarkable stats and records in his career, but in particular for Somerset. Not many people are aware of this, but in a short space of time, Charles Willoughby took more wickets for Somerset County Cricket Club than the great Joel Garner. And I don't think I can pay Charles a bigger compliment than that. A great performer, great teammate. We had some good times, eh, Pup?
Yeah, we did. But yeah, on the Joel Garner thing, I mean, if a young person needs to learn anything, they need to set goals. And I used to walk past the Garner board on a regular basis and see his statistics, and I thought, well, I could have that as motivation to try and beat it. And in the end, I got over the line, thankfully. But it wasn't just...
do you know those numbers? I'm assuming you do. What was his tally?
He got 339 first-class wickets for Somerset. I didn't look at the games or anything like that. I just said I want to get more wickets than Joel in first-class cricket. And it ended up that I got more wickets than him in less games. But that is it.
but again, you like Rory Burns did today. He obviously set his stall out to bat a long period of time, and you do have to have. I think in anything in life, don't you? You have to have those short, medium, long-term goals. What you're trying to achieve. Certainly sneaks up on you. Career records, and people mention certain things about what I did for the club, and you're like, some of them you're very aware of, and some of them are quite a surprise.
Yeah.
One of my favourites was someone came up to me and said that I'd matched the most sixes in a season for Somerset, and I think it was 47 sixes in a season, and the man that I equalled was Vivian Richards. So that was a record that I was super proud of.
Awesome. I didn't know that, but well done. That's amazing.
I didn't know that until I was told. It might not even be true. Well, I hope it is.
I'm believing it, having played with you, Pete.
I hope it is, because I'm going to put that on my tombstone. Lewis Gregory into bowl to Cameron Steele. He plays a nice cover drive into the offside. Yeah, Cameron Steele spent a bit of time here playing for Somerset in the second 11. And was eventually signed by Middlesex, played a couple of seasons at Durham, and has been snapped up over the off-season by Surrey.
Well, that's interesting. I mean,
there we go. Here's Charles Willoughby. I mean, the picture on the left looks pretty conventional. All of a sudden, I'm starting to worry about you getting up the next day.
Well, you can't say I didn't put any effort in.
It looks like you're bowling off one leg there, which is like most bowlers do, but it's amazing how you've hidden that other leg behind you. Maximum effort, and it was amazing from that action how brilliantly you controlled the ball.
Yeah, I mean, as I said in the beginning, I would just try and bowl as fast as I could in the early 90s, and once I got into the South African National Academy, and Clive Rice and Hilton Ackerman worked with me, and they said, a key thing for a left arm is being able to swing it. We need to develop your ability to swing the ball consistently, and we worked on that. And once I had that skill and been able to bowl it consistently, obviously then the areas to care of themselves. I became a better bowler. So, you know, my first 4 years as a cricketer trying to make it, I only took 47 first-class wickets, and that was when I was just trying to bowl as fast as I could. And at times I was reasonably quick because, you know, didn't matter where it went. I was just trying to bowl fast. But once I learned how to swing it, I ended up with another 800 wickets in the last 16 seasons of my career. So 4 seasons, 47, last 16, 800. Just shows if you've got the skill and the control, it doesn't matter how fast you're bowling, you can get a lot of wickets.
Yeah, we saw a good example of that actually, you know, all the Somerset fans that are listening on the live stream now and the Surrey fans that are into year 2 of enjoying Jamie Overton, very much the case. You know, he's all of a sudden combined the ability to bowl with pace, but now he looks like he's a bowler. Do you know what I mean? He's got that ability to land the ball where he wants to. His bounces are well directed. He's swinging the ball, you know, and you know, for someone of his size and pace, he's quite the prospect if he can continue on his upward trend.
Absolutely.
Very impressive. I don't know if you saw any of it yesterday, but he bowled one of the quickest spells I've seen. It was really, really good to watch.
I didn't get to see it, but I mean, part of the skill at this type of cricket, 4-day cricket, is being able to be consistent. It's one thing being able to bowl quick, where there are lots of people that can bowl quick, but how many of those people that can bowl quick can bowl good areas consistently and make a batsman not score easily?
Yeah, well, the problem is, Charles, when you bowl fast and you bowl short and wide, it just comes off the bat and hits the boundary boards faster, doesn't it? I mean, you've got to remember that you're bowling against high-quality batters as well. So if you do stray in line and length, you get punished. And you get punished faster than if you weren't sending it as quick. We've got a few more photos of yourself bowling. This is, I saw a lot of this. We put on some great partnerships in the past. It's
I was just trying to increase the scoring rate at that stage, and we had decided that, you know, I needed to go for it. So I was just giving myself a bit of room. And
your right foot is actually off the pitch there.
Yeah, because I was trying to up the scoring rate.
create room for yourself.
Yeah, as I was saying earlier, I wasn't a batter, and hence I don't question them not picking me for T20 cricket. Because you do need to be able to bat in the modern T20 game.
But then the reason you actually ended up at Somerset was because of a T20 performance. You played for Leicester and you got 6 for against us, didn't you?
No, there was a Cheltenham and Gloucester game.
50 over game.
Yeah, 50 over game. I got 6 for 16. Yeah, Pete, I don't know any stats.
6 for 16 off 5.7.
Yeah. I think
Lewis Gregory again straying in line to Will Jacks, clips off of his hip. Lewis Gregory has leaked an awful lot of runs this morning. Not quite finding his rhythm. Doesn't look like he's enjoying his day's work at the moment. Looks like a man battling with himself.
It's a tricky phase of the game here where Somerset bowlers are trying to bowl them out instead of maybe just trying to stop them scoring for a while. They've got 2 new batters in, and if you can stop 2 new batters from scoring, there's a good chance that they're going to try something where looks like we're just trying to bowl them out, and that sometimes just gives them the opportunity to score freely, where stopping a batter from scoring can sometimes create the opportunity. And you know, just talking about the discipline of 4-day bowling back in the 90s and the 2000s, if you could stop people scoring, you almost force them to do something they didn't want to do.
Yeah, even in a long format game, batsmen are out there to score runs. If they're not seeing that scoreboard tick over and their runs accumulate, they start to panic, don't they? Even the better players, they want to feel bat on ball. They want to hit boundaries. Certainly, someone like Will Jacks would want to score boundaries. But Lewis Gregory just looks like he's going searching a little bit.
Yeah.
That one, the 2 into the thigh that have cost 8 runs, look like they're the in-swinger.
Yeah.
And I think when Lewis is bowling well, he bowls the in-swinger or the wobble seam quite sparingly, doesn't he, when he's bowling well.
Well, we saw it a little bit from Casey Aldridge as well. He bowled some unbelievable balls back of a length, just leaving him, but then he bowls a massive in-swing and goes for 4 wides. You know, is that a little bit of inexperience?
I think it goes back to what you said. It's that instead of bowling to create pressure, you're bowling to try and bowl the magic delivery. And generally, when you search for wickets, the runs come, don't they? I think runs are wickets are often a byproduct of good bowling. I remember you actually saying, us talking years ago about bowling and how your mentality. I remember you saying that you'd like to bowl 3 overs at under 2 and over before you allowed yourself to search for a wicket, to bowl that fuller away swing. And that always resonated with me, that you had to earn the right, like batting, you know, if you get your half volley, maybe just let a few go before you climb into that 3rd, 4th half volley that you see. And that always, like I said, strung a big chord for me, that I would like to see, you know, next to my bowling figures, P. Trigo, 3 overs, 1 maiden, 5 runs, and then I would sort of go a bit fuller with an away swing or bowl the in swing or something like that. I always thought that was a great tactic.
I always felt I had to earn my magic delivery, so I'd have to stop them scoring for a while before I could say, okay, well, I'm going to bowl a big booming away swing here, try and nick him off to 2nd slip or whatever. But in order to do that, I first had to go through the pain of stopping them scoring for a while, and then, okay, I've bowled 3-4 overs and I've gone for 4 runs. Okay, let me try something now. But I would only get 1 ball, and then I'd have to go back to that discipline of 3 or 4 overs of stopping them scoring. This is the old adage, you know, if you could string 3 maidens together, there was an opportunity for a wicket.
Yeah, that's what the stats would say. But actually, that's very, very reminiscent of the man that you pipped in the wickets tally. Joel Garner was famous for hating going for runs. I remember Brian Rose, you know, chatting with Brian Rose, fellow Westonian. You know, he would talk about playing with Joel, and Joel was always very keen to set quite a defensive field. Instead of having 6 slips, which is probably what sometimes his bowling, you know, desired, actually it was, no, Rosie, I don't want to go for any runs. He hated going for runs.
Yeah,
as we
absolutely.
see the bowling figures now. Lewis Gregory, 12 overs for 54, quite expensive. Peter Siddle, 19 overs, 1 for 54. Casey Aldridge, 1 for 46. Rolf van der Merwe, Marchant de Lange really standing out there, 1 for 5 and 1 for 8 respectively. Unusual, you know, and a good spell from Marchant de Lange, 7 overs, 5 maidens, doing exactly what you are describing there, pup.
Yeah, when I was at Western Province playing at Newlands, we always used to say 1/3 of your overs you should be aspiring to go for maidens. So if you're bowling 20 overs in a day, 6-7 maidens, that's creating pressure. And if you've got your bowling partner at the other end doing something similar, you're creating pressure. And with the modern way batsmen play, because of T20, you're going to get them to play a false stroke. But obviously, we're talking my era, which was the 2000s. The game has evolved massively, but I still think there's a lot to 4-day cricket for bowlers stopping batsmen scoring, and for batsmen, the good ones, to be able to rotate the strike without sort of putting themselves under too much pressure.
Yeah, I think there are a lot less batsmen out there now because of the era and the way that people are brought up playing the game and what they aspire to do. You know, there are a lot less players out there that are willing and capable of batting for sessions and days. You know, when I first started playing, you know, playing against Michael Atherton, Graham Hick, Alex Stewart, Darren Lehman, guys that you knew that if you didn't get them out in their first 20 runs, you were going to bowl at them for the next 4 sessions. It was almost inevitable. But now the nature of the modern cricketer, the strike rates are high, so it's very entertaining. You know, you see higher scores in a day, absolutely. But you know, if you can be that bowler that's quite miserly with how many runs you serve up, you know, your bowling average will shoot down almost immediately, and quite considerably.
I mean, it's the very nature of a competitive person that you want to take wickets and score runs. But there's a method to doing both. It's not just a case of arriving and taking 5 for arriving and scoring 100. There's a method in the whole thing. On a particular day, there's going to be a group of bowlers that bowl very well at you. You've got to be able to absorb that and still score some runs. And there's going to be another day where you're coming up against Rory Burns, who's not going to get out. He's just going to be there for the day. It's how do you stop him scoring? How do you create the pressure to make him do something that he doesn't want to do? And I mean, the modern T20 game allows guys to be very good because they get 4 catches caught on the boundary, or they nick off 6 in a row and there's no slips. So they look sometimes a lot better than what they are. But ultimately, this to me is pure cricket. If you can score,
it's a test of how good you are.
If you can score big runs with 3 or 4 slips in a gully, or you can get fifer on a flat wicket, that shows a skill.
Yeah, I do agree with that. This is and it's why Test cricket is called Test cricket, and Championship cricket is it's certainly, you know, from my point of view, the format of the game where I kind of judge how decent a player I was. You know, you get a lot of players that can swing the willow and have a good day out in T20 cricket or 50 over cricket when the ball doesn't move around a great deal. Like you say, you get 4 for, I think, you know, I actually watched someone get a 5 for, and every single one of them was hacked up in the air, caught on the boundary. Not exactly a classic 5 for in any way, shape or form, but celebrated the same. I was brought up in an era where if you got a man out caught on the boundary, you almost didn't celebrate because it was a bit embarrassing. You wanted your wickets to be LBW, bowled, caught behind. But I can remember from a bowling point of view, I was taught or said some really interesting information by an ex-Somerset captain, Peter Bowler. He said to me, and this is exactly true, anyone there with a laptop could check this out, you could have the very best in terms of balls per wicket bowler in the world. Malcolm Marshall, I believe, averaged about 51 balls per wicket. So what's that, 8 overs? And some of the most average county bowlers will get their wickets around every 60 balls. So between 8 and 10 overs, statistically, across 100+ years of county cricket, you're going to get a wicket every 10. No matter how bad or good a bowler you are, you're going to get a wicket around about every 8 to 10. Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
And Pete Bowler said to me, if you go for 2.5 runs and over, you'll average 25, and if you go for 3.5 runs and over, you'll average 35, and you'll be an average bowler. And that is proven across 100 years, thousands of games of cricket. No matter how good, if you can control the run rate, you will have an average that says that you're an exceptional bowler.
Yeah, absolutely. Being disciplined, being hit in that area more consistently than not is going to give you the opportunity to create pressure and perhaps take a wicket. I always used to say that your wicket ball is not just going to come from bouncer, yorker, in-swinger, way-swinger, slower ball. It's going to come from you searching for a spot on the wicket that is going to be an area that stops the batter scoring, and eventually one will either nip back, take his off stump, or nip away and he'll nick it off. It's not going to be from running up bowling 3 bounces and over, 4 yorkers the next over. It's just from hitting good areas consistently.
Yeah, I mean, I hate to say it, the more boring a cricketer you are, the better you normally are, especially in the long format of the game. As we see Lewis Gregory settle into that length, hopefully he can keep battling around that off stump. The battle for off stump, as it's called by many coaches. Who can win the battle for the off stump? The batter understanding where it is, so he leaves and plays appropriately, and the bowler just honing in on that top of off stump area. Again, proven over the course of 100 years, thousands of games, to be absolutely factual. No matter how many generations play, the game never changes. Lewis Gregory into bowl. Again to Cameron Steele, plays watchfully down the pitch. Surrey 205 for 4, 72 overs bowled now, nearing a new ball, which Somerset seam bowlers will be very, very, very keen to see.
Obviously the game's going to be impacted by Craig not being available to play the rest of the game. I mean, he is such a match winner for Somerset. And it's great to see that and hear that Jamie is coming into that fold now, where Craig's always had that ability to be more disciplined than Jamie in terms of being more consistent with his bowling. But Craig, for me, over the years, has been fantastic for Somerset.
He matured cricket smarts-wise a lot quicker than Jamie. It was great to see that seemed to shift and equalise between the two brothers, but I couldn't echo that anymore. I mean, Craig Overton, I mean, that is the state of affairs. Yes, we've got some great bowlers on the field, but if Somerset ever need a 3-wicket spell in 4-day cricket, you know, over the past 3, 4, 5 years, it's been Craig Overton that's delivered it, and he's sadly not available now due to that nasty blow on the helmet he took from his brother. But we do have Marchant de Lange on the field now, who we know can turn up the pace at will. Casey Aldridge showed good signs there. Be great to see what he could do with a new ball. He bowled a beautiful delivery to get his first class wicket earlier with a 62 overall ball. Be really interested to see what he could do with a newer ball as Will Jacks pops Rolf van der Merwe back over his head for a couple of bounces into the Truscothic stand end for 4 as a replay of it. Really nice shot. That would only be red rag to the Bulldog, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
A little bit of challenge here. Here comes Rolf.
What a champion Rolf is. The guy never gives up, does he? He's always wants to be in the game. An absolute legend of a bloke.
He's a man you want next to you in a trench, isn't he? He's an absolute scrapper. Always seems to be his best when he's really under pressure as well, which was what people, the Somerset fans here, love about Rolf. He always comes to the fore when Somerset need him the most, and he's already removed the danger man Rory Burns for 113, but we can certainly do with another little burst of wickets.
When he burst onto the scene in South Africa, we first saw him in one-day cricket. He would hit the ball over backward point when he was trying to pull it for 6. It would go over backward point, 1 bounce 4, and we were like, this guy's hitting balls where they're not supposed to be going.
Well, he does it again, a la Rory Burns. He does it his own way. Exactly right. He could be looking at cow corner and the ball flies over 3rd man for 6. I mean, he is a full tilt cricketer.
Yeah.
He's doing a good job here. He's bowled 6 overs, 1 for 7, controlling the run rate. I think there's a period now where Somerset are just trying to quietly get through to the new ball.
Well, big Marchant de Lange is coming on now. If he can get 1 or 2 years before that new ball, it's really going to open the game up.
Yeah, something that someone like Marchant can do. For me, I'd set a couple of catches back on the hook, giving the impression to the batter that Marchant's going to bowl his fair share, his quota of bounces coming on from the river end. The Tone River end, bowled a few overs up that end. Marchant de Lange can certainly hurtle the ball down at quite a rate. Be great to see him crack open this partnership. Straight into a good length, swinging away. Still a bit of swing on offer, 73 overs old. Still a bit of shape.
Yeah, I always found the ball did swing here at Taunton. It kept Caddy and myself in the game. Even if it was flat, we always seemed to get it to swing. And even on flat wickets, if you can do something in the air, you've got an opportunity.
More so now here at Taunton, since the irrigation system has been put in, lush green grass. There would have been a number of years where this would be absolutely brown this time of the season. It would be so fast, the outfield here at Taunton. No chance if it beat the infield would you stop it from going for 4. Whereas now we have a beautiful covering of green grass, which also will keep the ball a little bit newer, stop it scraping up quite as bad. De Lange in again to Cameron Steele, who defends watchfully to extra cover. Marchant de Lange will be certainly hunting a wicket. Hopefully Tom Abel's bowling change will bring that.
So what I'd like to see now is him close out the over with 3 very similar balls there. Don't change anything. Just get into your spell, build a bit of pressure, get a maiden under the belt.
Well, he's already got 5 in his 8th over, so he's certainly come up trumps for the captain so far. Got that breakthrough as well. Fascinating talking to Charles Willoughby here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. He's taking a bit of time from his day job over the road, working for our ground sponsors, the Cooper Associates. Thanks, Charles, for joining us, enjoying musing over what it is to be a high-quality bowler. 800 and how many?
848.
848 first-class wickets. Nearly beat his runs tally. If you can actually have a little moment just to think that Charles Willoughby spoilt this, what I think would be a remarkable record. He nearly got more first-class wickets than runs. I'm not sure if that says that you were a great batsman, or sorry, a great bowler, or a shocking batsman, but that would have been remarkable. 47 you got here for against Worcester, and that kind of ruined it, didn't it?
Yeah, that ruined it. And the last game I played against Hampshire, I got 30 against Hampshire. Hit Dimitri Mascarenhas into the scoreboard and put a hole through, not the scoreboard, the side screen, and put a hole in it. Because I got up to 300 first-class wickets before 300 first-class runs, 400 first-class wickets before 400 runs, 500 first-class wickets before 500 runs, but I got up to 800 first-class runs before 800 first-class wickets.
Mate, you ruined it.
I ruined it.
If you think about that at home, you know, you think about your local opening bowler, the worst batter in your team. You only have to edge one ball to get 4. That would means you have to take a 4 for every time you bowl. I find that staggering. I would love to. I'm going to have to do a bit of research to see who's. I think it has to be a minimum of 500 wickets. I don't think anyone in first-class cricket ever has got 500 wickets and less than 500 runs. I would love someone out there. There's someone out there listening that would be able to research that for me. Please let us know.
But Peter, I did have a few good partnerships with you, but
yeah, you were there. You were there cheering me on. It was brilliant. For those listeners who like a little bit of inside knowledge into the partnerships and the friendships, I used to be batting out there, and there'd be a cluster of wickets falling, and Charles would come into bat. I might be on sort of 80, 90, and the first thing Charles would say to me was, "Sorry, bro." I knew that I had a couple of overs max to try and get to 100 or get the team up to a decent score, and that looks very, very straight. That must have been saved. An inside edge. Oh, that's close. The umpire intimating that is going down the leg side. Really didn't look like that was sliding down. Oh, that is very, very close. I think Rolf van der Merwe and Captain Tom Abel would have been making the DRS signal for that one. I feel like Will Jackson's got away with one there. What do you think, Pup?
yeah, I think if it had just turned a smidgen more, it would have been given out. But you could see both off and middle stump, and maybe the umpire thought because he could see that it might have been sliding.
In club cricket, Charles, you gone.
Absolutely, especially if your name's Peter Trigger.
They're a bit trigger happy, aren't they, Pup?
Yeah, absolutely.
Really good stuff here from Rolf van der Merwe. Very unlucky not to pick up Somerset's 5th wicket there. Really, really, really close. Rolf van der Merwe never out of the scrap. Nearing that time where Somerset can pick up another ball, a newer, shinier, harder Duke ball to try and do some damage with. Until then, Somerset just have to bed in, force a mistake. A miscalculation by the Surrey pair that are out there now. Cameron Steele and Will Jacks. They've put on, my maths is not my strongest point, they've put on 31 runs together. Will Jacks dominating those runs. He's on to 27, Cameron Steele 7, Surrey 213 for 4.
Yeah, I think a big fight back's needed here at this stage. I think Somerset's second innings, hopefully they'll put in a bit of graft and make this a competitive game. The weather's going to be good for the rest of this game, so hopefully we get a good result here for a good fight back.
Well, it looks like the Surrey batters, the way that they're scoring, are going for the one pit stop approach, the bat first, bat once, bat big approach. They're really looking to cash in here. You know, they'll be looking at a 400, a 500 score here, which is certainly attainable on a wicket. And I think, you know, sadly it didn't go well. Tom Abel winning the toss, electing to bat, but you do know that if you don't play well days 2 and 3, normally when the wicket plays at its best, and when you've got an older ball as well, it becomes very attritional for the bowlers, as my guest Charles Willoughby will know only too well. Tough place to bowl. A mental test as well as a skill test, isn't it?
Absolutely. I mean, but you've got to want the ball, yeah. If you don't want it, you're never going to get wickets. You've got to want to bowl and give your team everything to have a chance of getting wickets here. And I mean, we saw this many a time when we were playing. That quite often you'd find 1 or 2 of the opposition bowlers who just take a 3 or 4 of us.
We had a name for opposition bowlers that didn't quite fancy it. Charles?
Yeah, they'd bowl 3 over spell, and they'd be a sore calf or sore hammy.
We used to call it Tauntonitis.
Yeah.
We used to chat to each other. Someone's got Tauntonitis.
Sometimes before the game even started, they would pull up.
Yeah, if you saw a nice white wicket here at Taunton, all of a sudden there was a couple of fetlocks going down in the warm-up, and normally the young debut seamer would be thrust into the fold and would often start his career with a nice little 0 for 120. Tough times. Bump ball there.
Lots of dot balls here from Marchant. It's good.
Yeah, he's bowling well. He's come under fire a little bit from the fans. He's had a few spells where he's taken a bit of damage in limited overs cricket. He obviously bowled that phenomenal spell not so long back where he got 4 for 7 or something ridiculous. But the following game he did get clouted around a bit. But you know,
that's the nature of T20 though, isn't it?
Yeah, certainly is. Closing in, finishing up his 9th over here. He's only conceded
8 runs.
8 runs, and he's picked up that valuable wicket. These two doing a great job. Charles Willoughby, it's been an absolute pleasure to have you up here in the commentary box. You're welcome back anytime. Congratulations on everything you did as a Somerset player.
Thanks very much.
You're absolutely fantastic. I'm sure I can echo everyone in the ground and listening online. More wickets for Somerset than Joel Garner. That is some achievement. Great teammate and always around. If you need any financial advice, pop over to the Cooper Associates offices just at the back of St James Street. Go and see Charles Willoughby. In fact, they've got one hell of a cricket team out the back there. If you need help with your pensions, your mortgages, anything, I'm sure Charles will be very, very happy to help. Thank you very much, my friend.
No worries.
See you soon.
Good to see you. Look after yourself and each other.
Roloff van der Merwe into bowl. A false shot from Will Jacks, trying to loft the ball over mid-off. Marchant de Lange looked a little bit on his heels there. Could he have moved forward to effect a catch? Would have been a worldie for a big fast bowler. Can Somerset strike just one more time before this new ball? Sam Darling is about to join me again for a little bit more exciting cricket. Fascinating period of play. Really key wicket. What was surprising wicket of Rory Burns. A quite innocuous delivery from Roloff van der Merwe. Edge to first slip. Lewis Gregory has brought up a little period of what I'd almost call stalemate. Surrey looking to rebuild. Do you get the sense, Sam, that Surrey want to bat once in this game?
Yeah, I think so. They've got the players to do so, the players to score a bit more quickly later on once they're set. But the last thing they want to do is give Somerset any kind of way back into the game. And you're right, I was down on the terrace, and Burns had not really looked in any trouble the entire innings. He'd nicked that one off off Aldridge in between Tom Abel and Tom Lamb, being that top edge 6 off Peter Siddle earlier on, but he just looked in no trouble, and maybe he was surprised. Maybe it turned a little bit. I think it did. I had a look at the replay.
Yeah, I think probably maybe playing for 2 to be beaten on the outside edge. You you know, to a spinner spinning it in, you know, I think you probably want to leave that one alone. But that's what the footholds kind of do. They get into your psyche as a left-handed batter. You kind of fear that it might catch the edge of the foothole and spin sharply, but it didn't. He offered his bat and the ball found the edge. And I think Somerset deserved that little bit of luck. There have been a lot of player misses today, a lot of micro millimetres that haven't gone Somerset's way. So a really, really important wicket, because Rory Burns looks set fair to bat for the majority of this day and really post a massive score. Played well for his 113. He scored over half Surrey's runs already.
Yeah, and he did. You could see his disappointment as he trudged off, because he was really, I mean, he loves batting here at Somerset. He scored 50 in every innings he's played here since 2018, but he had already psychologically pushed Surrey into a first innings lead. So yes, he'd love to be back out there, or still be out there, but they'll want to get, what are they, 34 ahead if they 45 overs left in the day, so even if they go 3 or 4 and over, they'll be 150, 160 ahead, and they'll want to get 250 maybe, bat another session tomorrow, 250, 300, and then have a go at Somerset, really bat them out of the game.
Yeah, you've got that element of mental fatigue that will kick in at some stage with the Somerset team. They're going to be out there for a considerable amount of overs, you would foresee from here, unless something special can happen with this second new ball. Very, very difficult as an opening batsman, a top 3 batter. You could be out there for 4, 5 sessions and then be called upon to bat against someone like Jamie Overton and Dan Worrell bowling high pace. Your legs are a bit heavy, sometimes hard to eat appropriately to get your energy up when you don't really feel like you want to eat before you go on to playing innings. Real tough time to be an opening batsman.
And mentally this is going to be tiring now, because they already know they're going to be behind, so starting with a deficit, so they could spend as much of a day out there. Oh, Delanga beats the outside edge. A whole day in their heads, Tom Lammonby and Ben Green, thinking about it, thinking, well, we know we're going to go and have to go out there, and it's just getting pushed further and further away. Our job's being made harder and harder.
Yeah, also the psychology that you're going to know that you're kind of only really batting. It's hard to motivate yourself when you know you're only batting for a draw. It's something that it's a bit of a lost art in first class cricket. It's spoken about an awful lot. The point system doesn't really necessarily suggest that draws are valuable. So it was, we had a period 4, 5, 6 years where it was like, well, you're better off just going for the win no matter what the situation. The draw was kind of a lost art, how to bat, a la Hashim Amla when he batted for hundreds of balls for 5 or 6 runs. Something that is definitely going to have to be employed at some stage by Somerset. We have a sub fielder on the pitch at the moment.
A mystery sub.
Unidentified sub fielder. Unidentified
SF.
A US. We have a USF on the field.
Who does
young
that?
fella, young whippersnapper from the academy, no doubt. Looks like a good athlete. Be amazing if he could effect a one-handed catch at some stage. Our USF.
A Gary Pratt moment.
Wouldn't that be something?
Well, because the twos are playing right now, I think, aren't they? They're playing in Abergavenny.
Maybe there was a raffle at half-time and he won. The unidentified sub-fielder, I think, is leaving the field as Lewis Goldsworthy comes back onto the field. Tom Banton, have a little word with him. He's obviously well known to the lads, so he's probably one of our young up-and-coming stars of the future. We'll try and get a name for you. Well done, lad. Didn't touch the ball, but certainly brightened my afternoon up.
You do much of that as a youngster? Do you remember your first time you come on a few nerves playing in a pro game, but just as a kid, sub-fielding?
Yeah, did a bit of 12th manning early on in my career. I can remember Mushtaq Ahmed, who was an absolute pain in the backside, on and off the field all the time. You always had to fetch stuff for him. He was an absolute legend of a bowler. But yeah, an absolute nuisance as a 12th man. Glasses on, glasses off. I can remember he fielded in this one game years ago in a pair of sunglasses that he'd got for 99 pence from McDonald's. And one of the lenses came out and he was fielding with one lens in, one lens out. Absolute spaceman. What a bowler.
Oh, serious bowler. Here's Rudolph van der Merwe then. 3 men around the bat. First slip. Tom Banton at short leg. Tom Abel at leg slip. Just looking to sneak another wicket or two in what we got 12 overs before tea. Wouldn't Somerset love to have Surrey 6 down?
In the heyday of 90s cricket, if you can remember, Andy Caddick almost made those Oakley sunglasses famous, didn't he? He was always wearing those with his floppy hat for England, and I think it might have been Mushy's way of taking the mick out of Caddy, always wearing sunglasses. So we got these things from Mackie D's.
Pick up a single on the leg side. Well, we've just lost a man who used to wear good sunglasses. I remember Char Willoughby. He played against England in a test at Lords. I think that's the first time I'd ever heard of Char Willoughby. He had this amazing pair of bright, kind of orange or yellow sunglasses. They were very distinctive.
Yeah, he was like myself. Liked a bit of rogue kit, did Char, from time to time.
I've just noticed these, your footwear, they are excellent. Sporting your James Rue socks, are they?
Yeah, get him in.
Single to Jacks, who moves on to 29.
If you're playing in Abergavenny this week for the second 11, I think you could light a few fires up underneath the first team at the moment. I think that's always a sign of a really strong club when you've got second team young cricketers scoring heavy runs in the second, putting pressure on the players that have the possession of the first team shirt. It was always something that I was real big on when I moved up to Nottinghamshire as well. It was something that myself and Peter Moore spoke a lot about. A lot of second team players moaning they're not getting oppositions. Well, why should you get an opposition? You keep scoring 70. All of a sudden we got 150s, 170s. And then out of nowhere the first team guys started scoring runs because they knew they were under a bit of pressure. Healthy competition within a squad, absolutely vital when things aren't quite going right.
Yeah, there's some young names in there. Well, we know George Bartlett. Unfortunately, he just made the one, fell to James Harris. It's a strong Glamorgan side, actually. James Harris and Dan Dufthwaite, Joe Cook, Dalthwaite. Dylan Church has made a few runs for the twos this year, didn't make any today. And Andy Umid is about to go, well, we hope he's about to go to 100. He's got 96. Young lad who was with Warwickshire for a little bit, played a bit of first-class cricket, hasn't really got a couple of hundreds as well, hasn't really played for a while, but has played for Scotland previously. Born in Glasgow, grew up there.
Interesting. Double up. That would be the message. I think you make that into a big 100.
Pulled by Will Jacks. Just for 4, long boundary out there. It was short. He almost pulled that off the front foot. He was so quickly onto that.
Bit of a stare from Machant Delang. That was a very dismissive pull shot there from Will Jackson. We see the replay. Your 90-mile-an-hour bowler getting pounded over mid-wicket for 4. Great shot. I think they might have even been teammates, these two, in the T10. I think I'm right in saying playing for Team Abu Dhabi, possibly.
Jacks is a seriously talented young cricketer, isn't he? I mean,
very clean striker of the ball. Marchant de Lange has left, deep square leg out. Will he go again? He certainly does. Have a go at that one, lad. Nearly does a repeat of Jamie Overton yesterday. Nearly clanged him in that brown helmet of Will Jacks's.
I don't know if we'll see the replay of the ball. Jacks thinks about it, pulls out of it. Marchant de Lange has a word, but he's got a huge grin on his face. There's only there it is. Bit different to the Jamie Overton snarl.
I think de Lange meant that one. First one looked a bit of a drag down. That one was bowled with a bit of purpose. As he comes in again, leaving that deep square leg out. It's in the back of the mind of Will Jacks that can he take him on? Can he clear him? Good 85, 90 metres back. Very long side of the ground. Ben Green out there prowling for a top edge if he gets one slightly wrong.
Not seen him with the ball yet. I'm a bit more disappointed we haven't seen Tom Abel with the ball yet, actually. Today, though, Lammonby did bowl a very good spell. He was excellent, and we've been calling for him for a while.
Yeah, I'm sure if this innings develops any further, I'm sure what you'd say would be the backup all-rounder style bowlers, your Goldsworthys, your Abels, your Lammerbys will get more and more overs under the belt. I think De Lange's done really well coming in. You know,
bowled beautifully.
11 overs, 1 for 12. Van der Merwe also bowling really well, both of them picking up 2 of the 4 wickets. We've got De Lange bowling another quick bouncer to Will Jacks. He plays that well, knowing that there is risk attached to taking him on with those 2 fielders out. Casey Aldridge and Ben Green patrolling that leg side boundary.
Yeah, it's about this time yesterday, almost 24 hours on. Jamie Overton was really interesting when he spoke last night. I mean, you talked a lot about the maturity of him and how he's developed as a cricketer and learning that you don't just have to bowl quickly. You can't just bowl quickly the whole time. As De Lange pitches one up, Jacks leaves it alone. And he said, look, first couple of spells I just held a little bit back because we could tell it was swinging about, so I didn't need to bowl my full pelt. I just needed to put a ball up there and it would move, nibble around a bit. And after about 50 overs, the Surrey players noticed that it stopped swinging about and said, right, I'm going to bend my back, and bend his back. He certainly did do to good effect. Yeah,
you know, that's a conversation that I don't think you would have had with Jamie a couple of years ago. Just again echoing my thoughts that he's really starting to think about what he's doing. And sometimes you need a bad season or a bad time in your career to really strip everything back, gain some knowledge, go again. And it certainly looks like he's done that. I don't want to completely go all fanboy about Jamie Overton, but I was very, very impressed with how he performed. We've got enough superstars here at Somerset, the way they're developing. I'm really excited about Casey Aldridge and how he can bowl. I was on commentary earlier downstairs for another broadcaster, and my co-commentator actually mentioned, and exactly right, because I've been thinking it for a while, Casey Aldridge, his action reminds me of someone, and Mark Church nailed it. Jake Ball. Very similar load and release to Jake Ball. And we all know that Jake Ball has played a number of games for England. Very, very good performer.
He's the man that broke Marcus Trescothick's foot, isn't he? I think in that game. And Hildy. Was it Hildy's?
It was Hildy's foot, yeah. But then Hildy did carry on and got 135 with a broken foot. It was a nasty broken ankle as well. But then a man that was nicknamed Moses by a number of us at some stage, because that Hildy, there was a time in his career where you just felt like he could just do anything, and that was quite an innings, in fairness. Quite amazing, really. I can remember when he got hit, him coming into the room, and I can remember telling the conscientious Jamie Thorpe to leave him alone. I rudimentarily taped up his ankle and said, you got two choices here, Hild. If you take your shoe and sock off, you're going to be gone. I'll tape you up and get out there. What do you want to do? And he went, we'll give it a go. And he got 135. It was quite remarkable.
What a player. We have the identity of the USF confirmed. USF. Although, I'm calling a little bit of misinformation there. Have we been set up?
Well, is Finn someone?
I think it's Finn Hill. Young academy, 15-year-old.
Finn Hill, 15 years of age, out here fielding for the first team. Quite remarkable. And yes, I think I was 15 the first time.
Were you?
12th man for Somerset
there you go.
So I can feel his nerves from up here, remembering all those years back, 26 years ago.
Oh, don't. Well, look, what a day for Finn Hill then. 12-man duty here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. And isn't it apt that the sponsors, King's College, of this game, well, it's one of their pupils, the next one off the King's line.
Well, he was probably on the table having lunch with them. He probably got called up as a last minute. Pulled him out of detention. Get out there, Finn. Well done, he did a cracking job. I'm going to leave you in the capable tones of Stephen Lamb. I'll see you later on this afternoon.
I'll look forward to it, Treeks. Right, and we're going to have a change in the commentary box and a change of bowling as well for the first time in this game. The skipper is on for a spell. Tom Abel has jumper off, just going through his final warm-up routines, and he's going to bowl from the river end. One slip, Lewis Gregory. he's a wide first slip. And he just tries to push it into the offside, gets a bottom edge into the ground. There's Tom Banton's at what I'd probably call a fly slip there as well. Jacks, mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off. Fine leg, deep square leg. And there's a fielder out at cover point on the boundary. It's a difficult one, this, for Somerset, because as well as wanting to take wickets, they also want to stem the flow of runs, Stephen. They don't want to give any freebies.
Yeah, and they've been doing that pretty well in this session, but not as well as they needed to get back on terms, because they've been behind. I mean, since being dismissed for 180, that's a nice looking shot for no run by Will Jacks. They've been behind, and they're obviously behind on first innings. What is it now? 44 ahead, Surrey are, becoming significant gradually. They've not bowled badly, but as has often been the case, they've bowled rather better than they batted.
Yeah. Jacks picks up a single.
Lovely to see Charles Willoughby up here earlier. He was in that tradition of containing bowling that goes back some seasons. It's astonished how long it is since he retired. He was a wonderful left-arm bowler.
Wasn't he just? He had such this kind of gazelle-like action where he just bound in. Oh, such a good player. I'm pretty sure he was a Brian Rose signing. Brian Rose brought him and Alfonso Thomas on.
And then Nick Compton, who you were talking about earlier.
Yeah. A real golden period for Somerset. Maybe not the trophies they would have liked, well, definitely not, but still, they were competing on all four free fronts as able.
I mean, almost every other county would have been envious of Somerset, but they weren't winning anything to go with it. That was the problem, wasn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, 3 T20 finals in a row, wasn't it? 4 finals days, couple of Royal London Cup or whatever it was at that point, Clydesdale Bank.
It's nice to know that Charles Willoughby is keeping a good eye on things and is a genuine Somerset supporter these days. He runs here down to third man, just the one. Which end I'm supposed to be taking. I was up at the river end earlier today. Can I stay there?
Yeah, you can stay at the river end.
Just finished Tom Abel's over. His first of the match. Just 2 runs off it. Like you, Sam, quite surprised that he's turned to himself, as it were, as lately as this.
Yeah, it's difficult, isn't it? I mean, he's always reluctant to push himself forward, I think, Tom Abel. And in fairness, the bowlers he's bowled behind, Aldridge, well, Overton yesterday, but De Lange, Gregory, Van der Merve's the frontline spinner in this game. And he is still bowling. And Lammonby bowled brilliantly, and that is a lovely shot from Cameron Steele. He's just danced down the pitch, lofted it up and over Lewis Goldsworthy at mid-wicket, and a 1 bounce 4.
Easy as you like. From Cameron Steele.
Swept. But there is a man out there.
He's found him.
Just a single.
He might consider himself a little unlucky there, because he hit it very well. And there was vast acres of space on either side of the man at deep backward square. New ball is due.
Yeah, I was about to ask you about that. Interesting they haven't decided to take it yet. Is that because they want to just give Gregory and Siddle a little bit more of a rest? Is it because it's turning out there? Abel does the fielding at mid-wicket. And De Lange's got his tail up. Maybe they're not going to give De Lange the new ball, so maybe they just want to finish this De Lange spell off?
Well, I haven't seen much sign of turn. And we're in a pretty good position up here. I was watching for a while down on the terrace below us and couldn't detect any turn. It's interesting also that, I mean, technically the new ball was due coming up to 3 overs ago. And Van der Merwe has stayed on. And Tom Abel's just brought himself on.
Oh, yeah, sorry, yeah, of course, the Langer's come off.
Doesn't really indicate that he's about to take it.
The only thing I can... yeah, so 83 gone. I mean, they did get... it wasn't a new ball, but the ball that they changed after about 42 overs, it did start to swing almost immediately. And if Abel is maybe seeing a little bit of reverse swing, or if the frontline bowlers, Siddle, Gregory, have said actually just need a little bit more time.
Yeah, maybe they've just got a lot of confidence in the existing ball because they feel it was so much better than the one that they had changed.
Well, and the thing is with the Duke's balls this year, there's been a lot of occasions where teams haven't been that confident in them. So maybe when you find one that you like.
Anyway, here's the skipper. And here's an excellent half stop. So far as any half stop can be, but that was a considerable dive to the right for Lewis Goldsworthy, and they end up with a single. But this is developing into another partnership for Surrey. The applause was in fact for the half-century partnership between Jacks and Steele. Kept pace with each other pretty well. Going to be more runs here, just one more. It's a man at deep backward point. Able again and driven. Fielding practice to various offside fielders so far this over.
Here comes Steele looking in nice touch here. Saw him bowl a few leg spinners yesterday. He's more of a batter these days. I know he started his career as at Middlesex as a leg spinner, went up to Durham University, ended up signing for them.
Good ball. It's a play and a miss from Cameron Steele. Always looks lively, Tom Abel with the ball.
A bit more pace than you think. And that was a super delivery. Just nipped away from Steele.
That time a genuine leave.
Comes in very wide of the crease, Abel, doesn't he?
The other possibility is he's thinking new ball after the tea interval. I don't know, that might be too.
Or you.
It's so easy.
I suppose
you can speculate with endless theories up here.
Because you haven't got balls that are. There's not a ball for each kind of over of age, so it's not like you're going to bring one out that was 42 overs old exactly.
Driven again. And, oh, misfield there. That's a bad one. Sure what happened to that. Maybe it's bobbled on the outfield. That was going to be a dot, turned into two.
You're being very kind there, Stephen. It's a sign of what a nice human being you are. I think he ran around it, and then, well, the days of the long barrier are long gone. He's just a bit slightly lazy leaning over.
I don't think we're going to see a replay, but we can see a peregrine falcon on top of the floodlight. Normally nest in the churches, we understand, and they feast on pigeons. There's a little bit of additional information.
So they're kind of like pest control.
It's very watchful. I think they breed in the wild. But that's looking very watchful, and it won't be just on the cricket.
Well, you know what the ancient Greeks said a peregrine falcon meant, do you, Stephen? Lewis Gregory Pfeiffer.
Well, there it is. It's there to order on top of one of those pylons. It's the one above the Lord Botham stand.
You can see it, look, from here.
Yeah, it's just in fact, it was just stretching its wings for a minute up there, off camera.
Now, we've speculated about the new ball. Lewis Gregory has come on at the River End. I don't think he's got the new ball yet. I expect what they might do is he gets a loosener or two just to get him into his spell. That often happens. Could be proven wrong, though. We'll see.
I suppose being Falcon.
There we go. Straight away. Sorry, Stephen.
New ball.
But yeah, one ball into Gregory's spell. And Somerset have taken that new ball.
So our speculation can come to an end. The various reasons we were considering why it's been taken 4 overs and 1 ball later than it might have been.
It does give them the opportunity, assuming Siddle comes back on the other end, they get 3 overs each before tea with it, and then they get 20 minutes with their feet up.
2 stabs, 2 bites at the new cherry, as it were.
Jacks flicks that into the leg side, where there is cover, so picks up a single. But it can work both ways, can't it? The new ball flies off the bat more quickly.
Yeah, you can see it better than the old one, especially in the sunshine. It's not particularly sunny just at the moment, but it's bright. It's a sort of patchwork of sunshine and cloud out there. So Lewis Gregory, change of ends for him. Thus far he's bowled exclusively from the River End. Now got the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion behind him.
2 slips. Wait. As does Cam Steele. Happy to let that one fly through to Stephen Davies. So 5.5 overs left until tea here, day 2. Somerset versus Surrey at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Surrey lead by 56 wickets. 56 wickets, that's a big old lead, isn't it? 56 runs with 6 wickets remaining. Hashim Amla is one of them. We don't know if he's going to bat again. Hampshire are batting then against Yorkshire, 4-2-8, all out Yorkshire. Hampshire 86 for 2. Nick Gubbins going well, he's on 44. James Vince 29, so rescued it a little bit. 12 for 2 Hampshire were, both openers falling early to Jordan Thompson. He's a cricketer that makes things happen, as is Lewis Gregory. And Steele just defends that into the offside. Lancashire 181 for 4 in response to Warwickshire's 292, so they trail by 111. Stephen Croft has 64, one of the most experienced players on the circuit. Stephen Croft, Durham pushed on, 6-3-7 for 7 they are now against Worcestershire. Paul Coughlin and Ben Rain, both on 99. Cut, but straight to backward point. End of the over, 85 overs gone. Surrey a 2-3-5 for 4.
We've completed a pair now of peregrine falcons, because the one we had the camera on at the break between overs before is now the right hand of those 2 that you can see. So it's probably a pair. But to see 2 of them on the same pylon, that's quite something. Bodes ill for the Somerset, for the Surrey batters.
Doesn't mean 10, does it, for Lewis Gregory?
But they feed on pigeons quite avariciously, and I suspect particularly at this time of year, because they've probably got chicks in some church tower somewhere. Or perhaps they're just watching the cricket. They've got a great view from up there. Peter Siddle then. sharing this new ball with Lewis Gregory. Driven, and oh, that was in the air for a while, but never going to hand because he'd found the gap between backward point and cover. In fact, it was always headed for the boundary. You'll see it's aerial to begin with, but always falling safe.
It's to the bottom of the bat, isn't it, by the looks of things?
Single here, big gap there between mid-on and deep mid-wicket. So 3 overs each we expect for these two bowlers before the tea interval. Down the leg side as an appeal. I heard a noise there. Ball on pad, perhaps. I don't think Stephen Davies was terribly interested. Lewis Gregory, arms went up.
Peter Siddle wasn't in the slightest interested, which is always the telling sign.
May have clipped his pad or something on the way through. Outside the off stump this time.
Kent 113 for 1 in reply to Gloucestershire's 438. Ben Compton is unbeaten. He's only got the 30 though. It's Daniel Bell Drummond who's on 68 off 111 balls. Good to see him back in the runs. Fine player, lovely human being. Was left out of the Kent side for the T20 game here on Friday due to a poor run of form, but back in the runs, which is always nice to see.
Oh, great footwork. Applauded in some sections of the crowd. To mid-on this time. Greenbrae born Cameron Steele in California.
Yeah. He grew up in Somerset.
Millfield School, educated.
Yeah, would have played
natural progression from California.
Yeah. And they went to live in Australia, and then he came back over. I'm pretty sure he would have played twos, and a fair bit of it actually, for Somerset. Let's have a look. Very good cricketer. Went on loan to Hampshire at the first half of last season and then on loan to Surrey second part for the Royal London Cup. I think he signed a 3-year deal.
He's looking the part out there at the moment on 21 not out. Watching from the non-striker's end as Gregory continues.
Yeah, played Somerset under-13s, Cameron Steele, with Will Abel, brother of Tom, younger brother, opens the batting for Taunton Cricket Club. Absolutely smashes it as well.
We saw some of his leg breaks yesterday. Coming up to 27 years of age.
Yeah, so he played a 3-day game for Somerset. I think it wasn't first class, but you know the pre-season games against the universities. The Cam Steele played in that up at Taunton Vale with Lewis Gregory and James Hildreth, Tom Abel. Jack Leach was in that side, Jamal Hussain. Driven. Goes down to third for a single. Jax moves on to 42. Batting nicely now, Jax.
They both look set, these two. Just hope that the new ball can work a little bit of magic in these next few overs. No sign of it as yet.
Good shape there from Lewis Gregory. But as I think you mentioned earlier on, Cam Steele and just Surrey and generally leaving well.
Yeah, that's such an important part of Championship cricket. That ball still glistening in the sun. Gregory gives it a little bit of a polish, doesn't need much yet.
You can see that swing, the shape in the air from Gregory. Such a fine bowler. Has learnt over the years, almost forced to because of those back issues. And has become a bowler of high skill, high quality. Oh, and Devon Conway is out in the Test match, picked up by Jack Leach.
Excellent.
Former club teammates. Played at Taunton Dean together. Steele. Looked like he just tried to push it into the offside. Inside half on the bat. So squirted to square legs. A 2-4-2 for 4 now. Sorry, that lead is 62, and there are 3 overs remaining before tea.
Yeah, draw looking nailed on certainty really at Trent Bridge despite the fall of the wicket.
I thought you were going to say here.
No. I think that would be bold at this stage of proceedings, although you never know. Well, it'll depend a lot on how Somerset bat in their second innings and how the pitch is playing when we get to that. Could be a few overs away. This is up in the air and going to fall safe. Would have been potentially a catch for a backward short leg, but no one there.
Did it hit him on the helmet? I think it did. I think Jack's just taking his helmet off, and it's mandatory now for that helmet to be replaced, and Jack's just to be checked. Maybe there was a bit of... He was trying to play the pull shot. He looks okay. Hopefully he is okay, Will Jackson. This is just a precautionary, like a mandatory having to check. He's just showing Tom Abel there where it struck him on the side of the grill. So I'm sure they will have to go through.
We've seen it a few times, haven't we, in this game? Had it twice yesterday, with first with Craig Overton and then just a couple of overs later with Josh Davey. We're not going to see any more of them in this game, but this doesn't look like it's in the same league.
No, hopefully not for Will Jacks. But rightly taking every precaution. They'll take their time here. They'll complete the correct checks. Might well be a change of helmet. I thought it was mandatory to change the helmet once it had been struck, but I may be wrong there. Certainly hasn't been a second helmet brought out to him, so maybe as long as it's okay. And he's getting the attention. He's got 3 guys out there with him, making sure he's got what he needs.
The helmet being examined. Maybe it depends on whether it's a sort of glancing blow or a full-on one. I thought a full-on blow would be more likely to do damage. But a little bit of a break. We'll try and have another look at what happened there. Yeah. Another blow on the helmet and it'll be 2 apiece.
Wow.
But it looks like he is going to continue.
Yep.
Yeah, from his demeanour, he's fine.
Yeah, I think it was just a case then of having to check. 1 for the over, signalled. Jack's going for that pull shot. Fortunately, he is absolutely okay, as is the helmet. So both Jacks and helmet are continuing. Siddle was trying to continue and just pulled out of his run-up.
Here's the replay of the helmet. Maybe it was a combination of bat and helmet.
I think it was, you know, top edge, which is why the shouts of catch it. We got it from a different angle.
Slightly different angle there.
Maybe it hit,
to be sure.
Hit him straight on the grill, flush. No, it must have been top of the helmet. But either way, the main thing is that Will Jacks is okay, and he looks to be.
So, Siddle continuing after that brief delay. Oh, there's a little push outside the off stump. Siddle be disappointed that that didn't find the edge. Been numerous occasions of that today. Tractor's been in good voice all session. Down in front of Gimlet's Hill. Not just before the delivery, but afterwards as well, and sometimes even during. Echoing around the ground. There he is, in the red sun hat, on the right, on your screen.
Got a few friends down there in the sunshine today. Gimlet's Hill almost ready for its reopening.
Oh, great delivery. That's 2 in the over, and that was the better of the 2. He's used to it, Peter Siddle. I wonder how many times it's happened to him in his long career. He's bowled deliveries like that. Just felt the frustration of knowing a millimetre or 2 closer. And there's the edge. And again. I was saying how composed Cameron Steele was looking, not in that over.
No.
That's great stuff.
High quality
Australian.
Really high quality bowler still, isn't he, Siddle?
Yes, that was partly born of the uncertainty from the previous delivery. Didn't really need to play that one. But when the doubt is sown, it's that much more likely to happen. 243 for 4. New ball doing a bit for Somerset, but not enough to make a breakthrough as yet.
Gregory continuing from the macroscopic pavilion end. Last 2 overs now before the tea break. Someone would imagine Lewis Gregory and Peter Siddle will nip off, perhaps have a quick massage, put their feet up, have something to eat and come back out to continue with the new ball. But how they would love a breakthrough before that happens.
Pre-tee opportunities ticking down. 10 deliveries left. Gregory still wicketless in his 16th over. Has got the ball past the bat on occasion.
He bowled beautifully first up, didn't he, yesterday? Pretty much bowled 4 maidens straight up. Well, Jacks is looking in good touch here, though. Shot to prominence with that 25 ball, I'm going to say, T1000. I guess he really pushed himself onto the kind of national stage. And do you remember the Surrey, well, Middlesex v Surrey Blast game at Lords last year, where he just kind of went berserk in the opening power play? I can't remember how many he got. It was a lot off not many balls. I know that's not very specific. But yeah, had a great tournament. But he's a proper cricketer in all formats. And they've got him, you know, as well as all their star names. So they've got the likes of him and Jamie Smith, who I think are internationals, England internationals of the future. Current England international, Lewis Gregory has the relatively new ball in hand for Somerset. Taken 3 wickets so far today as a team. Gregory hasn't got one yet. Jacks drives that to March and DeLange.
Yeah, he moved well to intercept there. The big lad. Won't be long after tea before we see him back in action. I suspect he's looked the part today. Late draft into this Somerset side. One of the 2 concussion replacements, Casey Aldridge being the other.
Oh,
well bowled.
Genuinely beating the outside edge there. Lewis Gregory. Jack's played all around that. Just pitched in line, moved away from him late. Big grin on his face, gets a high five from March and DeLange, but still not the wicket, Stephen, that he would have wanted.
He does well to grin, doesn't he, when things like that happen. Shows an admirably phlegmatic character. Tom Abel giving him a pat on the back in encouragement, and will stand beside him. There'll be the 2 slips for Peter Siddle alongside Stephen Davies.
So if they get a wicket in this over, that would be tea, wouldn't it? They'd go off.
Yeah, last over before the interval won't be for that delivery, which is played down to long leg for a single. Ben Green is on patrol down there.
Long couple of days for him. Was out relatively early in the innings. Oh, I can see, I'm just looking over at the scorers. I'm very jealous. They've got their tea delivered.
In the air, but perfectly safe. We'll bring a couple here out to deep mid-wicket. Yeah, he's one of the very few Somerset team members who haven't bowled. Ben Green.
They've used 8 now?
8, including Craig Overton, who's been substituted. Consideration of a single is rejected.
Rightly so as well. It was to Lewis Goldsworth, his left hand. I know, just having a look, checking the fielder, realised it was a left-hander, and no way they're taking that on.
That is pulled vigorously, but straight to the man patrolling the square leg boundary. Just the single for Will Jacks. He's on to 45. 81 deliveries. Standout performance so far in the Surrey batting lineup. Rory Burns. This is off the outside edge and well fielded at backward point. Burns made 113 and is the last man out. 1-6, 15 fours. Faced 217 deliveries. Strike rate of 52. Fine championship knock from the Surrey skipper. And Will Jacks is actually the next highest contributor. Out or dropped? Dropped, or did it carry to Lewis Gregory?
I think it fell just short. I think.
He looks disappointed. We'll have a look. It's the last ball before tee anyway. Didn't carry. Just bounced in front of him. He might be wondering whether he could have moved forward to scoop it up, but I don't think that was a chance.
Wouldn't that
More
have been
frustration for Peter Siddle.
Yeah, wouldn't that have been the perfect end to the session for Somerset? But Will Jacks survives. He wanders off. He's unbeaten on 45. Cameron Steele's got 22. Surrey 247 for 4, and probably just about Surrey's session again, Stephen.
Just about, yeah. The 2 wickets in it, but yeah, I mean the hard fact is that they're now 67 runs ahead and they've got 6 wickets left, Surrey, and that's a very handy position to be in. We're going to have a little bit of a break for tea, and we'll take you through the last session.
Yeah, we'll be back in about 20 minutes' time, but we're going to leave you with the lads Dan and Kez from We Cricket, who get up to all kinds of entertaining stuff, and they were here at Somerset not so long ago doing a little bit of filming. Let's see what they put together.
Somerset, la la la, Somerset, la la la.
You love driving to Somerset, don't you?
Up the Somerset. I'm getting quite good at it now. Yeah. Just like driving full stop, you know. What is it? Somerset Glamorgan tonight, isn't it? Friday the...
Oh, it's the Glamorgan again. I've already seen them last lot.
Oh.
Get any?
No.
No. Seeing it well? 4 off 16.
Yeah.
Decent strike rates. At least you'll go well with the ball. We've seen it here before.
Yeah, it went.
Leg spin. So.
I wonder if they could fix that roof.
Welcome to a vlog. We're back at Taunton again. 3rd time this year. They can't get rid of us, can they? But we've had access all areas so far today, which you'll see in a second. Press box Taunton. Great view.
It's not bad. So this is where all the writers and content creators.
Looks like I'm playing a piano here, but. Best view of me head this as well.
Yeah, look at that.
Scorers. 4 buys. Scorers hut. We got a lovely little lamp. The wheel of misfortune, this one. Yeah, we're going to do some live streaming commentary, so...
Come and sit in commentary seat.
Yeah, I don't know. This is the bit that I'll probably get most nervous about, to be honest.
There you go. Feel the part?
I can hear myself.
So that's what a pitch looks like before it's been cut.
Yeah.
And limed and whatever else they call.
It already looks better than anything that
of course it does.
This year, didn't it?
So there we go. Before.
2 amps.
That's yeah. I feel like that's slightly above my.
Now we've got a serious pitch report, Kev.
Have we actually got to?
Well, I don't know really. I mean, you can do if you want.
Yeah. I'm just quite enjoying just picturing me facing like a
Tom Banton.
a Craig Overton.
I think
rocket.
Tom Banton probably a bit more your speed.
Yeah,
to
probably.
be honest.
Wow.
I mean, it sounds hard. Roundabout.
He's
Wonder
probably
what
gonna do.
Banton bowls, because I'm going to have him one day.
You're going to have him, are you?
Yeah, I'm going to have him.
Welcome to another night here at the Cooper Associates County Ground.
Rooney.
It's not raining now.
No, it's not, but the covers are still on.
Yeah, Tom, you've won the toss. Which way are you going to go first of all?
we're going to have a ball first tonight? Well, we went to the shop, the same shop that gave us the cricket balls that you lost inadvertently, and they've given us a couple of shirts, which, quite frankly, I reckon are amazing. And then, just in case you forget who you are as well, you've got your name on the back of it as well, which is hilarious.
I couldn't see. I don't know whereabouts it twanged off it.
About halfway up, I think.
About halfway up.
There's probably a dent.
Yeah, so we got the Kes River, now we got the Kes lamppost.
Yeah, 32 for no loss after 3. There's nothing discreet about using one of these, is there? They've started so well. That's it.
Oh, it's going to get a wicket first ball. Lewis Gregory.
See you, Marnie.
What an idiot.
But we've done a bit of everything.
We literally have, yeah.
Quite literally the whole lot.
We've rolled apples. I've got to get over the obstacle.
Go on, lad! That's hard work, that.
We spoke on the live stream.
Yeah.
We've met about 1 million people who watch our nice videos.
Yeah.
We cricket! Oh, wallop. That is...
Smeedy.
Caught in the crowd. I mean, look at this. Decent.
Dosh him.
Wallop 4.
Cheers. Oh, he's done it.
Go on, Kez. Good luck, Kez. How are you seeing them?
Pretty badly, if I'm honest. How quick's this coming out?
Marchant.
About 12 yards away. Yeah, run it.
Oh, streaky.
Oh, that is quick.
Well left.
Yeah,
No, that's pretty out, yeah. Well batted.
Thank you. 70 for no loss? 81, no,
81 for no loss, yeah, they're going well. Banton and Smeed are still in.
Smeed's on 48, 90 for no loss of 8.5, so... Yeah, that's a bit of a shame, really, wasn't it? But I mean, Riley Russo's been hitting it well, so we'll have a bit of him instead, shall we?
Yeah, let's have a bit of him.
122 for 1. Smeed's on 70. 51 to win.
Yeah.
30 for 100, unless Russo decides to spoil the party.
Marnie's leg breaks against a left-hander. This doesn't seem like a good idea. Oh, is it the keeper in the face? I mean,
31 to win and 29 for 100.
Not going to happen, is it? Riley's ruined it.
I mean, to be fair, he could hit 30 off the next 5 Marnie balls, couldn't he? So
he could, yeah. And he's on strike. Here he is. What a shot that is. Oh, 6.
Right, to put it quickly, well, Marnus is going the distance. He's going to be out here, maybe. No, it's 6.
6 more.
158 for 1. Smeed 87. Here he is again. He's hit that. It's probably just 1. It is just 1. What a game though for Somerset. Unbelievably smashed them. Absolutely dominated. 160 for 1 with what? 7 overs to go.
This is about a 240 score. This, if they keep going at this, right?
Well, hopefully people enjoyed this video.
I hope so. I mean, we've enjoyed making it. So.
I love being at blast games.
Yeah.
They're just so much fun.
They are brilliant.
I love being at this ground. Here we go. It's just 1.
Yeah. Sometimes it's not the big names, but I mean, like Will Smeed in a couple of years' time is going to be one of the biggest names in T20 cricket. Full stop. Like to see him now at 22.
Oh, he's going to be a he's going to be a no, he's not even that. I think he's 20.
20 years old.
Yeah. Here we go. That's coming our way. That's coming our way.
He nearly got it.
He nearly caught that. He nearly caught that. Kind of feels like it's fitting if he smacks this for 6 Smeed. Yeah. Kind of feels like 95 not out would work quite well.
If he hits it over the flats, I'll give him 12 for 100.
Would you? Yeah, thanks, KP. Thanks for joining us, KP. It's nice to have you along.
No problem. Then I'd have him in the test team.
Batting at 9.
Yeah, batting 9.
And look at their techniques, and you just think,
come on, Smeedy.
Franchise it. That's what I say. Here we go then. Smeed.
4 runs, game over. Thanks for coming. See you later.
massive win. Smead finishes 94 not out.
What an innings that is.
The ground. What an innings though.
Oh, he's outside now. That looks very claustrophobic, that little box. Where is it? Just sitting outside. Oh, yeah, okay. He's up here.
session this evening with our Chief Executive, Gordon Williams. He'll be answering questions put to him in the county room 20 minutes after close of play time. Members are more than welcome to attend the session this evening of unauthorised game entry. So, Q&A session tonight with Chief Executive Gordon Williams in the county room 20 minutes after completion.
Very good afternoon to you. Welcome back to the Cooper Associates County Ground here in Taunton. Final session of day 2 of this LV County Championship match between Somerset and Surrey. And it is the visitors and indeed the Division 1 leaders who are in the box seat here. They've got a lead of 67 runs on 247 for 4. Cameron Steele unbeaten on 22. Will Jacks with him on 45. We've seen an impressive 100 from the Surrey captain, who started the innings yesterday evening and went on today to 113. He's the last man out as well, Rory Burns. Fine knock from him. It's been a frustrating day from Somerset's point of view. They've bowled pretty well without much luck. The outside edge has been passed on countless occasions, not least with the second new ball, which was taken just 6 overs ago. I'm Stephen Lamb, and Sam Dalling is alongside. Sam, a question about which boots you'd rather be in at the moment.
No, absolutely not, Stephen. I'd very much rather be Surrey's. But things can change quickly. Couple of quick wickets. We've seen teams get bowled out from good positions here at Taunton previously, all of a sudden get skittled. Interestingly, it's going to be Casey Aldridge to start us off from the Microscopic Pavilion end. Relatively new ball. And he's got Will Jacks on strike on 45. Yeah, I mean, if Surrey can get through this session without losing another wicket or losing just 1 wicket, what do you think they'll be? 160 ahead by then?
Yeah.
Sitting pretty comfortably.
That's bossing the game, isn't it?
Driven to Rob van der Merwe, who gets down with the long barrier that we don't see very often and immediately starts to get to work on the newish ball. What is it? 6 overs old? 3 overs each.
Yeah, he took a wicket in the previous session, Casey Aldridge, but a good delivery. Had Jamie Smith caught behind by Stephen Davies.
He's an impressive young cricketer, Casey Aldridge.
It was a good spell, that, and that may have been what's tempted Tom Abel to bring him on early in the new ball session, as it were.
Yeah, a bit of confidence, maiden first-class wicket as well, always be a nice feeling for a youngster. Jamie Smith, the man to go. It just kind of ambles into the wicket, doesn't it? It's quite nice, it's very controlled, and then there's that explosion. The arm comes over quite quickly. I know they're very excited about him as a prospect. Impressed a few people last season in the Royal London Cup. Played a bit of England under-19s. Driven, upish, oh. Shouts of catch it for a second. I had March and DeLanger in 2 minds at mid-off. Ended up falling well short of him, and it's hit him in the midriff. I think it was upish, or was it maybe caught that bottom ankle?
It's difficult, that, isn't it? Not knowing whether to stick or twist. It was bouncing just in front of him. Hope he's okay. Just doing some leg stretching on his back.
Yeah, one of those really awkward ones, doesn't it? It can be really nasty, those. They just bounce on the half volley. I don't know if it crashed into that right ankle, or maybe he's just cramped up a little bit after his spell by going down. The way that the Tom Abel is just got a smile on his face, looks like trying to ease off a little bit of the pain. Was it the midriff?
We're hearing he might have been struck amidships.
Yeah, so I did look midriff initially, which is why the smile. There's never much sympathy, is there, from fellow players?
It's not really what you want, is it?
No.
Bowl your heart out, and then something like that happens in the field.
Oh, half a foot of an appeal, but there's an inside edge. He tried to flick it into the leg side. And just watching Martin DeLange, there was no walking in from him. He was stood almost. He's in a bit of pain out there. Stood hands on knees, and he's down on his haunches again. Good over from Casey Aldridge, first one after tea. I don't know if Martin DeLange was due to bowl, or if it'll be Peter Siddle to continue, but I dare say if he was on to bowl next, that plan might have just changed.
Yeah, horrible moment, really. Looked for a while as though it was possibly going to be a catch. Then it fell short and hit him where it hurts most. He's retreating to third man.
I dare say he might retreat over the boundary and someone else. We might see Finn Hill again.
Here's Siddle anyway in the meantime. Oh, is that... Siddle looked interested for a moment. Diving Stephen Davies. Again, there was some sort of noise.
Back of his 5 pad there. Good bit of work from Steve Davies. He makes that look so easy. That wasn't an easy take. I just flicked.
It always adds to the excitement, doesn't it? When there's a brilliant take like that, you're all the more enthused about the possibility that it might have been a catch. Still running in, still bustling in, Peter Siddle, tirelessly. Yeah, he's just getting a bit of attention and reassurance from the physio there, Jamie Thorpe. Yeah, he's not being overly solicitous. There's some grins there. People are mean, aren't they? Determined cry of no from Cam Steele. Built an increasingly impressive partnership, these two. 63 they've put on so far. 65, beg your pardon. Oh, big appeal given out. That is the end of the partnership. And the finger raised and held in the air for a while by Ben Debenham. That is the end of Cameron Steele. He's gone for 22, and that is what might be described as a concerted appeal.
Yeah, looked out from up here, Stephen. My finger went up straight away in commentary box.
It wasn't a question from Peter Siddle. It was exuberation that he'd finally nailed his man.
Careful for Peter Siddle, who's bowled a little bit better than his figures suggest today and yesterday, really. 2 for 63, he's got into his 23rd over. Martin DeLange is back on there, and Peter Siddle's having a chat to him. It looks like Siddle's trying to talk to him about something bowling related, and Martin DeLange's going, look mate, I'm still not back in that zone. Oh, brilliant to see. So I was having a look, so we're talking about Andy Ameed before the tea interval, who's the chap who's opening the batting for Somerset 2, who's just got 100. He's actually the skipper of the South Asian Cricket Academy, which is absolutely fantastic to see. And they put together, getting a chance at the top of the order for Somerset. And hey, it's his debut. No finer way to mark a debut if he can push a little bit further. And you just never know. Somerset in need of batters. They had a landmark moment last week when Kashif Ali became the first graduate to actually sign a contract with a county. He signed up at Worcestershire. Andy Ameed opening the batting for Somerset, second 11 and making 100.
Sounds promising. Jordan Clark has come out to join Will Jacks. So the 5th wicket gone for Surrey. But this is I was Just wondering what it was going to be, the replay there, but we'll have another look at something shortly. In the meantime, Jordan Clark is ready, as is Peter Siddle. 2 slips still in. This ball's still new. 8th over with it. That's going down to 3rd man, will be at least 1. So Clark immediately off the mark. Not off the middle of the bat, but it'll do fine. 248 for 5.
Yeah, more than capable batter, Jordan Clark. This Surrey team bats a long way down. 31 now into his 71st first class match. Averages shade over 27, couple of hundreds, 14 50s. I remember, maybe a decade ago now, I think he might have been the first English pro to hit 6 sixes and over, and he did it in a second 11 Roses game at Scarborough, formerly of Lancashire, Jordan Clark.
So firmly defended out to cover to conclude the over. We're going to have a look at the replay of the wicket, which was going to hit middle about 2/3 of the way up, I would suggest.
Yeah, not much. Basically, Cameron Steele was waiting to be given out there, wasn't he? It didn't get up at all. Let's have a look at Peter Siddle's appeal. Turning around, begging.
That's a you can't say no type of appeal.
Yeah, very much so. He's quite good. You can tell Siddle, he's not one of these bowlers that goes up for things necessarily if he's not sure, but he was sure of that. Casey Aldridge then to continue from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. If you're just joining us, Surrey 248 for 5. Jordan Clark is the new batter in. He's got 1. Oh, and Aldridge tries to pull out the Yorker early. Does pull out the Yorker early, and Clark is equal to it. Jabs that back down, and Casey Aldridge gets a cry of encouragement from Tractor down on Gimlet's Hill.
It's a good option, isn't it? Batsman who's just come in to pull out the Yorker. Clark played it pretty well.
What ball this from Casey Aldridge? And I wonder, so sorry, 248 for 5. Hashim Amla didn't come out and bat earlier on today. There he is, Tractor. No doubt he is clutching a pint of the finest cider. He used to bring his own mug. He looks like he's gone, well, he was ahead of kind of climate change and recycling because he brought his own tankard.
It looks an authentic colour.
I dare say it will be. Flicked into the leg side. Fine leg does the fielding. Pick up a single. So yeah, Amla, if he's unwell, potentially, or hopefully he's feeling all right, and he tested negative for COVID. But it might just be the 4 wickets to Somerset. Because I'd imagine if he's not very well, he's back in the hotel and not here. And it's not like they're in a desperate situation.
Yeah,
Sorry.
and you've got someone of the quality of Jamie Overton to come in at Taunton against his old club as well. He's due in next.
Punched beautifully by Will Jacks. Pierces the gap, and I think that's Sonny Baker on as subfielder. So Martin DeLanger has popped off, I would imagine, and that's Sonny Baker, who is brilliant to see him back to fitness. It is Sonny Baker. He was out on the outfield yesterday doing some shuttle runs. He was sprinting around during the interval. Brilliant to see him burst onto the scene in that Royal London Cup campaign. Exciting young quick bowler. Ooh, I thought there might be more of an appeal there. Slips were interested, maybe just sliding down the leg side. Jacks was looking to turn it that way. Let's have another look at that one.
The leg side.
Yeah, Will Jacks could see the immediate hand signal from him. Just went, yeah. Sliding down.
Yeah, they're making good use of this new ball. Pair of Siddle and Aldridge.
it's almost an innings of two halves, really, from where they changed the first ball that they had. They changed it halfway through, and then you had that spell from De Lange and Lammonby where De Lange bowled 4 maidens on a spin. Between them, they bowled 6 maidens, and it's just a bit more pressure on Surrey.
Yeah, they're 71 ahead, but yeah, it will be, as you say, Sam, interesting whether Amla is well enough to bat today should another wicket fall. I fancy we'd see Jamie Overton come out. This is going to go for leg buys, at least one of them. Won't be many more than that. Ben Green in very sharply from long leg.
Jamie Overton, how he would like to come out with a bit of a chance to free his arms.
Well, we've seen him do it here before, haven't we?
Where did he get his 100? Up at Northants, was it?
I think that's right. Powerful pull here, but will only bring him a single. Out to deep mid-wicket. Yeah, Jamie Overton, Gus Atkinson, Dan Worrell, 9, 10 and 11. Question is, will Hashim Amla be well enough to come in before one or more of them? Sharp single taken here, mid off quite deep.
Well, we talked about number 11s. Hashim Amla wouldn't be a bad number 11.
No, one of the best ever.
You'd think he probably won't bat today. They'll give him the 24 hours, given the game situation.
More runs here, out to the mid-wicket area. Wants to, will get to. Good running from Jordan Clark. Positive cricket.
And you do have to still be positive, you're sorry. They're strongly in the ascendancy, and it does feel like there is a lot of time left in the game, and that's because there is. But equally, you don't want to waste time in it just in case. And Somerset could go and bat for a day and a half.
Well fielded. Cover under Merv. Clark on 5. It's rather odd that scoreboard is saying Clark is on strike. I think it's Will Jakes who's on strike at the moment. As Siddle comes in. More runs here for him. Again, there'll be 2. It's a big outfield there between the wicket and the Somerset stand. And applause for Will Jacks' 50.
Yeah, batted really nicely, Will Jacks. 95 balls, 6 fours.
He's really picked up the mantle left by Rory Burns. Anchoring things. Yeah, the scoreboard's got stuck, basically. Still saying Jordan Clark's on strike. But both those braces of runs out to deep mid-wicket have come for Will Jacks. It's caught up now.
Yeah, I think the best shot we saw of him was that authoritative. Oh, did I say that right? No, I don't think I did. Pull off March and De Lange. Pull March and De Lange off the front foot is some effort. And he also, I like the way he just bopped Van der Merwe down the ground a little bit earlier on as well. Bit of fancy footwork. Here's Casey Aldridge. Just a single to Jordan Clark. Down to Peter Siddle at fine leg.
We'll put Will Jacks straight back into business.
Nice looking shot, that.
Good placement too.
Jordan
Well
Clark.
fielded that out on the boundary.
Will Jacks, sorry it was.
Another couple. Just keeping things going nicely. Will Jacks for his side at the moment. The lead now is 81.
Punched, but straight at Roelof van der Merwe. Mid-on, gets down on, in that long barrier, does the fielding, starts to shine the ball. Immediately.
It's precious, the shine on that new ball. It's 10 overs old now. They took it fractionally later than they might have done.
Oh, that one just nipped back a bit from Casey Aldridge. And Will Jacks hand off the bat. And a little bit of bother for a second. New Zealand 4 down. Stephen, let's have another look at that one from Casey Aldridge. Just jagged back. He was trying to punch it off the back foot. So you're 4 down, they lead by 148. What? A couple of quick wickets, including a run out. Just never know. That one shaped away from Will Jacks.
We've got an error on the screen, which you may have seen, saying that Cameron Steele is still there. He's been dismissed. Jordan Clark out there with Will Jacks.
Turning back time. Good running there from Jacks.
And good placement.
Punched it to the right of Ben Green.
It's been a feature of his innings since tee particularly, hasn't it? He's been positive, he's been hitting the ball firmly, and he's been finding gaps in the field. A succession of twos from Will Jacks. He's on to 56. Creeping up towards a 3-figure lead now, Surrey. Interesting pairing, isn't it, of experience and youth, Siddle and Aldridge. Former seasoned campaigner for Australia and for several other counties.
Yep, 696 first-class wickets now for Peter Siddle. Not a bad record, is it?
None too shabby. He starts his 25th over of the innings with a dot ball. Casey Aldridge, by comparison, 21 years of age. Bristol born.
Just a 695 behind him. That's what a day for him, though. One he'll never forget. First-class wicket. Good on him. But well, too.
Finding the fielder again. Jordan Clark. Just probing away these two bowlers in search of wicket number 6. Wide open space again on the leg side. Made that into 3, I fancy. It's a long chase from mid-wicket to backward square leg.
Peter Siddle wasn't happy with that bit of work. You picked up the cry on the effects mic, huge bellow of no, and he had a long look over at Ben Green there. Feels it should have been kept down to just a couple. Feels he should still have Jordan Clark on strike, but it is Will Jacks, and Tom Abel's come out of slip. Gone to short mid-wicket.
The new man to bowl to, wouldn't he? Anyone would.
can see Tom Abel to come out second slip, move to short mid-wicket, hoping for Jacks just to flick one off his legs, straight into his hands. Wouldn't that be a nice present?
Yeah, it's been quite a productive scoring area for Jacks, particularly since tea. Playing offside this time.
Yeah, he's picked up 9 twos and 1 free in his innings, and 8 of them have been on that leg side, just tucked off his hips. Or flicked through mid-wicket. Boundary count on the offside, largely.
Oh, there's a misfield there again. Down at deep backward square. Just not taking the ball cleanly. And again, Peter Sill's not happy.
Now, it hasn't pleased Siddle. I can sense his, we can see his frustration. I mean, I don't think it really helps the youngster in any way. Just, I mean, it's obvious what's happened. You can leave your arms open in a kind of, well, what was that? But it's just a misfield, isn't it? It's unfortunate.
Well, yeah, I mean, it wasn't. He stopped the ball, okay, but then rather left it in position instead of getting it back in. And the batters are looking out for that kind of stuff and spotted it and took the additional run.
268 for 5 here then. Taunton's Jordan Clark is on strike to Casey Aldridge. He's got 7 off 10 balls. Thought about wafting at that one, just withdrew the bat. Will Jacks is not out at the other end, batting nicely as well, 58 off 104 balls. We just see that Casey Aldridge delivering. Casey Aldridge has been impressive, just back of a length, thought about it, pulled the bat away. Fuller looking for the Yorker and gets it. Strikes Clark on the pad, but going down the leg side.
As in James Fuller, almost.
A nemesis of Somerset, I think, a little bit. Tom Abel goes across. Is he going to go into second slip? Yeah, he is. 2 slips in then. Aldridge just getting a bit of movement from through the air. This ball relatively new. Oh, goes to pull again. Jordan Clark swings through the shot. Peter Trigo-esque that in terms of the swing, but just went underneath the bat, didn't get up. If you're just joining us, welcome. Evening session, we've got about 26 overs, 25 and a half overs remaining. Surrey's lead is now 88 over Somerset in the first innings. They're 5 wickets down. Fuller and driven, nice looking shot. But Marchand DeLange does the fielding. Jordan Clark unbeaten on 7. Will Jacks 58. This partnership is worth 21 now in relatively quick time as well. They've come out there since Jordan Clark replaced Cameron Steele about half an hour or so ago. They found the gaps. There's a vast expanse towards the Somerset stand. It's on the offside as we're looking at it in this over, leg side, when the bowler's bowling from the river end. Pushing the tired fielders into a couple of mistakes in the previous Peter Siddle over. Oh, goes for the Yorker again, Aldridge. Doesn't quite get it. And it's flicked nicely all the way for 4, Jordan Clark. A cry of yes from downstairs on the deck. Must be a Surrey fan. Clark moves into double figures. End of the over, 272 for 5. Clark 11, Jacks 58.
Yeah, Aldridge kicked at the popping crease in frustration there. He knew he'd got that Yorker wrong. Can happen. He's got 1 or 2 right. He got 1 right to Jordan Clark very early on in his innings. And almost got through. Can't get it right every time. And very good to see that Marchand de Lange is going to come back on at the end where he's done so well today. 11 overs, 8 maidens, 1 for 12. So obviously recovered sufficiently from that unfortunate incident in the field. It's a firm drive up to mid-off by Will Jacks. Yeah, we've had a extraordinary, we've got 2 peregrine falcons up there on your screen, and there is another one involved which I saw just a couple of overs ago which was disturbing those 2, and there was a fight breaking out. This is going to be a couple potentially. Oh, no, Ben Green does well, gets sharply onto it, that's better, out in the deep field. So yeah, well, the 2 winners, dare I assume, are up there and watching the cricket again. They've been splaying their wings a little bit. We haven't caught that on camera, but wonderfully shaped wings peregrine falcons have. As de Lange forces Clark into another defensive push. Clark on 11, Jacks on 59, came together with a total on 247. And they've now taken it to 273 for 5. It's got 1 or 2 problems with our score ticker, which we're sorting out for you. But 273 for 5 is the score on the board here. A couple added to that, down to long leg. $275 for 5, 95 in front. Surrey. Clark onto 13. Chat with Peter Siddle, Marchand de Lange. Again, maybe not quite the pace that we saw from him in the afternoon session, morning and afternoon sessions. He's still a handful. A single here, combination of bat and pad, possibly thigh pad. And Ben Green in again from long leg to do the fielding. 276 for 5, Clark 14, Jacks 59. Sense that the fielders are tiring, these 2 batters, and they're looking for every opportunity. Turn 1s into 2s and 2s into 3s. Aldridge has come off. 19 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 58. Add to the 1 in that newish ball spell. And we're going to see the left arm of Tom Lamond be turned over again.
Yeah, bowled really well in that first spell with what was a 40-odd over old ball. Got a little bit of swing. Had Rory Burns dancing down the pitch towards him to try and negate that. First bowler in the county championship that was for him so far this season, left armour, so something a little bit different in the attack. This time he's got Jordan Clark, who's got 14 to his name. Will Jacks 59 at the other end. Leaves it alone, just has a look first up. Looks to me to have that lightsaber style leave, Jordan Clark. He just wafts the bat over the top of it. Oh, there are the Falcons again, in full flight. I assume it's them. Glorious.
Yeah.
Not fans of Tom Lammonby's bowling, by the seams of things.
Yeah, they're going off to look at something else.
Oh, Jordan Clark, that's a lovely shot. Crunched it through the offside. It's going to be chased, but to no avail. 4 more, so Clark moves on to 18. He's going to take up to, yeah, must be. He was on 14 and come ahead of the scoreboard. 280 for 5, Surrey, so they're exactly 100 ahead. 3-figure lead for them. Somerset still got 5 wickets to take. 2 Toms having a conflab. Abel and Lammonby. Trying to work out what the field is. I sense Jordan Clark's going to be aggressive here, Stephen. The leg side, Abel swoops.
Yes, maybe trying to put pressure on the sort of second, third change bowling. Put in a good spell earlier of 7.
Ooh, just tries to cut that away, Jordan Clark, but tucked up for room by Lammonby. Maybe it nipped in slightly and does well to avoid that canning into his stumps. Let's have another look at that. Yeah, he just didn't quite have the width. It was moving across him, and Clark was annoyed with himself there. Trying to cut it, but it wasn't there to cut.
That's better.
Nice looking shot there. Off drive, but for no run. Nearly picked up Pete Trigo's coffee. Still sat here from early this morning. Not clearing up after himself.
He's texting his response. Pete Trigo will be joining us shortly.
Fuller driven, lovely shot again from Clark. It was a bump ball driven straight into the ground, so it was in the air when it went past Ben Green, but too high for him. 4 more. Jordan Clark moves on to 22. So end of the over. Sorry, 2-8, 4 for 5. Jordan Clark has 22. Will Jacks has 59 of them, and this partnership for the 6th wicket is now worth 37.
So 284 for 5. Clark batting aggressively for his 22 not out, particularly just in the last couple of overs. He's looked to step up a gear.
Another conversation about the ball going on here?
Yeah, they've had enough of the new one. It's not doing enough for them. So it may have to go through the hoop again. Looks like that's what's going to happen, and it looks like it's going through okay, which may not be great news for Tom Abel. Yeah, it's been given back to him.
I could be wrong. I think there's a limit on the number of times you can ask in an innings as well. Into over 100. So this ball is, was it 82 and a half? No, a bit later than that. So it's not that old at all, this ball, is it? 84.1, there we go. Todd Lindley. Not only does he make inspirational videos, he's so quick when I need some information. 84.1. He'd have known that as well, I wouldn't have looked it up. Top of his head.
The arms raised, not so much in exuberance as exasperation by Lewis Gregory. And he's stayed up in the air. Watch this. He's still up there. Still up there.
Hope rather than expectation, I suggest.
Driven, that's going to be 4. Hit on the up by Will Jacks. And comfortable boundary. His 7th. He's looking good for 3 figures as well, Will Jacks, at the moment.
You're trying to curse him, Stephen. I know your game. I know what you're like, Stephen.
Yes, the inverted commentator's curse when it's the opposition.
Not your first time, is it?
Got previous. $288 for 5 then. The ticker's working. It's been restored to full health. Jacks is 63, Clark is 22. Jacks still on strike. Gould, fairly defensive, as you'd expect with that scoreline. 4 men out deep on the boundary, 2 on each side, 3rd man, extra cover, mid-wicket and long leg. Just 1 slip in. Pulled energetically. That's going to be 4 more. De Lange's figures are suffering here. Very good when he came on. Now 1 for 24. That run tally has doubled since he came back a couple of overs ago. Surrey accelerating. 292 for 5. The lead now is 112. Oh, that's a bit of a loose stroke. And the way Jacks is playing, rather a surprise. It's rather a languid play and a miss, which we can have another look at. It was a nothing shot, really. If he'd nicked that, he'd have been furious with himself. Another vehement pull out to deep mid-wicket. Felt like you knew where that was going well before it had got there. And that's the boundary out between the Somerset and River stands. Jacks motoring onto 71. 296 for 5. This is hurtful to Somerset, this acceleration. Jacks 71 now. Clark 22.
Lyman B then to continue. Abel and umpire having another chat. Jordan Clark's going to be on strike. He's got 22. Off to 26 balls, and Jack's accelerated a little bit as well since Clark has joined him. So this partnership is now worth 49 at almost a run a ball. 49 off 50 balls as Tom Lammerby begins his 9th over. Left alone by Jordan Clark. He was tempted, but he didn't go after it. Into the offside where Banton does the fielding. So still a slip in for Jordan Clark, Lewis Gregory. Fairly wide first slip. So I'd describe it as a second slip. Albeit with the absence of a third. I hear footwork behind me. I hear the stomp.
Nimble footwork.
It must be those wonderful trainers returning. Peter
Which
Trigo.
is probably a cue for me to disappear for a little while.
And come back and
come back
finish off
in the run in to stumps.
That sounds wonderful,
So I
Stephen.
shall see you later.
$296 for 5 then. Clark's got 22 of them. Conversation on the boundary with, what's that, Delanga? Still on 22. There's March and Delanga with Ryan Patel, the opener for Surrey. Probably just talking, who's the other chap there? Not sure. Talking them through the one he took in the midriff. Afternoon, Peter Trigo.
Hello, Sam. How are you?
Yeah, I'm all right, sir.
Been exciting, isn't it?
Seen the Falcons?
Yeah, well, I was just going through my phone, actually. We had a peregrine falcon take down a pigeon in my back garden. I just found the video. They are some species, aren't they?
Stephen was saying.
Phenomenal.
Said they viciously take those pigeons down.
I mean, look at that look he's giving me there.
Yeah, you're not going to approach
You come
him.
near my pigeon carcass and I'm going to have you. That's what that looks saying to me.
Justin Langer in bird form.
Phenomenal creatures.
Yeah, they're beautiful, aren't they? Single to Jordan
we
Clark.
prefer the lesser spotted wicket, I think.
Yes, they're few and far between, aren't they? And this partnership is now worth 50 or 55 balls, and they've got given themselves that platform, and they're just going to look to accelerate a little bit more.
Yeah, just remind all of our listeners that Friday night we have the Southwest Derby, Gloucestershire, come to Taunton. Friday night, not to be missed. The only tickets that are available now to purchase are the ticket, seat and a curry ticket. It's £43. So real good value there. It'll be a great night's entertainment. They're always fiercely contested on a fantastic pitch. Great atmosphere at the Cooper Associates County Ground. So get your ticket. I believe there are under 100 tickets left. Every other ticket is sold out. So £43 per person. Curry and your ticket and a seat allocated to you. Go on the website, buy online at hospitality.somersetcountyczc.co.uk to secure yours. Not many left. Don't be disappointed. Do not be left hanging on Friday night. What a terrible thing to be left hanging on a Friday
That's
night,
the last
Sam.
thing you want, isn't it? To be stood outside. Van der Merwe into the attack. Think about a run mix-up.
Do you know what my idea of a big Friday night is?
Well, when are we talking?
These
right
days,
now or
these days? We
days?
will not talk about what Friday nights used to look like back in the day with Ian Blackwell as my roommate.
No, I think that's best left for one of your Q&As.
A big Friday night nowadays is an extra large bucket of range balls down the Mendip Spring driving range to tune the wedges in.
I didn't know where that was going.
Rock and roll.
Well, you know, you've got an image to uphold, Triggs.
Certainly have. It's different. I value things that happen in the mornings. Now, I like getting up early, fresh as a daisy, walk the dogs, feed the dogs, get ready for the day, watch a bit of cricket, watch me main man, Rolf van der Merwe, hopefully make another breakthrough for the club.
Yeah, he enjoyed his wicket a bit. I always enjoy watching his celebrations because he loves it so much. It was a big wicket, Rory Burns. Feels like a long time ago now, though. Sorry, 299 for 5, so closing in on another batting bonus point. Good haul for them already so far. Here we go. Here's that Rolf van der Merwe celebration. Look at that. Look how much he loves it. glorious from Ludo van der Merwe. Somerset fans will be hoping to see that a couple more times before the evening is done. Oh, Jordan Clark uses his feet, cuts, but straight to point.
Yeah, two dangerous players at the crease at the moment in this position, closing in on 300 runs now. Jordan Clark and Will Jack certainly know how to get on with it once they get their eyes in. So really important that we, as Charles was saying very articulately earlier on, you know, as a bowling unit, you've got to strive for wickets, but wickets are often the byproduct of good, consistent, tight bowling. Something that I think is fair to say the Somerset bowlers have dipped in and out of that. I know Machant Delanga got hit for a few boundaries in the previous over, but I think he did earn the right to at least try and gamble on a few short balls. His run rate until that last over that he bowled was incredibly low. He'd done a lot of good work up until that last over, but yeah, I think a period of real disciplined bowling is what's on offer. What's the order of play really? You know, Lambenby's getting a bit of swing. The ball's quite new, quite hard. Really important that he just zones in and doesn't go searching, because when you go searching, you'll present width and length that the batsman can capitalise on. I know Will Jacks, you know, he's the sort of guy that when he's on 72 and ticking, he's not going to miss out if you stray from your line and length.
Yeah, it's been an excellent innings from Jack so far. Steady accumulation for a while. He's pulled Delanga 3 times imperiously off the front foot, but he's the kind of player that could just get going. 300 up then. Round of applause from the Surrey fans beneath us. 3rd batting bonus point for them. I mean, they're very much in the hunt for a title. First title since 2018 when they won it, and every point will count at the end of the season. So how do they play it from here? What have we got? 20 overs left today. Is it a case of actually not taking any risks and just looking to score at 4, 5 and over without any big shots?
There's so much time left in the game, Sam. I think it is that combination of good quality batting. I don't think they'll look to try and do anything necessarily. They'll just play the ball on its merits, and I think it's very much that psychological warfare time of the game where Surrey have earned the right to be completely in control of this game. And I've said it a couple of times today. It's looking like a one pit stop for Team Ferrari. They're looking like, you know, bat once, bat big, fill the tank with as many runs as you can get, and then have a go at bowling Somerset out. So they're not time restricted in any way, shape or form. In fact, you'd probably say they've probably got till this time tomorrow, I would say, if they can manage to last that long. That would be a really disappointing performance, I think, from a Somerset perspective. But if this new ball gets old and 2 guys get in, it could be really, really hard work. But Surrey will certainly not look to push on in any way, shape or form, really.
Driven.
The runs will just accumulate. If you look at the field, there's almost no way that you can't go at 3 runs and over on this field setting here. I kind of understand it. You've got to protect the boundaries, but when you protect both sides of the wicket, you can't really bowl a dot ball, and I'm not sure that this is the right tactic. You've got to put the pressure on your bowler to bowl dot balls. This for me is a bowler that says we're going to bowl a load of bad balls and we're protecting bad balls. I don't think that's a great tactic.
Swing and a miss from Jordan Clark. He swings through a baseball club there second time around. Yeah, there's 4 or 5 and over out there without even taking any risks. Do you think really that late tomorrow at 5 o'clock? Is there not a slight risk? I know Somerset crumbled in the first innings, but to only potentially leave yourself 96.
4 sessions.
But 5 o'clock? I suppose you got. What you mean with 20 overs? So still 150.
Yeah, maybe T. I'm thinking like 4 sessions. I very much doubt Surrey will be able to bat until tea time tomorrow, but I certainly wouldn't see. They would probably get. I would imagine if they played the perfect game from here, they would declare with an awkward length of session before tea tomorrow, which is plenty of time, because what you've got to factor in the fact that the Somerset lads would have been out there for 170, 80 overs. They'll be knackered. They'll be mentally just nowhere. The Somerset the Surrey batters will be rested. The worst case scenario is they might have done a little bit of batting, but they'll have a free run for an hour and a half where they could just fly in at the Somerset batters, fatigued, mentally fatigued, probably a little bit mentally defeated. Yeah, I don't really foresee anything other than that, providing Surrey can keep on batting. But it does make me think that Somerset's tactics here are sort of preempting an onslaught, and I just don't see the Surrey players needing to do that. I don't think it's a great field. I think you want them to try and hit boundaries. That might create you the 5 wickets.
Yeah, good bit of work there. A couple of good bits of work there from Tom Abel. There was a step too far from Tom Lammonby, no ball, which extended the over a little bit. There's Finn Hill again, just trotting off.
Finn Hill.
Another spell on the field for him. He'll go and take a well-earned seat.
Oh, he's one knock on the head from making his first-class debut at 15. The way things are going, I think Jason Kerr, Andy Hurry got the whites out the boot, ready to go. It's been a very strange day in 3 quarters here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Lots of chops and changes. Shimamla hasn't made it to the ground today, under the weather. 2 concussion substitutions. It's all going on, but it all adds up to Surrey being 304 for 5 in reply to Somerset's rather disappointing 180.
But it's another point for Surrey, isn't it? They bat tomorrow. Hashim Amla has another night's sleep, feels a little bit better, so Somerset may well trudge out, say mid-morning tomorrow, a couple of wickets fall, and then Hashim Amla comes out.
Yeah, just what you wanted to see in your 25th over.
Exactly.
A former world #1 batsman striding to the crease after a couple of nights decent sleep. Yeah, that wouldn't be much fun. But Somerset, well, won't give up. They won't give up. They'll keep scrapping. Good bunch of guys. But I think I'm sensing they're standing off the game at the moment. I can understand why, but I don't think it's the way forward right now. I think you still got to say to the Surrey batters, you're going to have to earn your runs. At the moment, we're giving them 3-4 runs and over with no risk. I just don't think that's the way forward.
Well, Jack's on to 75 there. He can just push his way onto 100. He only needs to do that once and over for the rest of the day, and he gets to 3 figures. So it's a little bit too easy, that. And again, Clark down the ground. If you've got mid-on and mid-off there, you save 2 runs, but you're also making them think about it. They're going to have to go the top or over
the
the
risk
top.
is you could get a couple of 10-15 run overs. Bring the even if you had them at 3 quarters, you know, say to him, go on then, hit me over the top. Go on if you fancy it. Bring, you know, for me the deep cover out. You know, if Rolf bowls anything anywhere near off stump spinning away, you can just tap it into the offside, and he can get a 1. Bring the deep point up into cover, so he has to hit the ball through, which might bring in an LBW or an edge. Bring mid on and mid off up, maybe leave one of them 3/4 of the way back. And to be honest, Rolf van der Merwe is a short of stature, skiddy spin bowler. Leave sweep open. Encourage him to sweep. How many times do you see someone sweeping and they get LB?
Or the top edge up into the.
All the top.
It's a bit fizzed through, but yeah, you're right.
I don't think this brand of cricket it doesn't shout Somerset for me, to be honest. It's very negative at the moment for me.
And you can just see heads have gone down a little bit. They keep asking about the ball. They did pass through the ring a little while ago. They keep asking the question about it. At what point did you think, well, we've got 18 overs left today, so we've got Lammonby and van der Merwe on. Do Gregory and Siddle come back? They've got to come back for one more burst before the evening, otherwise that's very defeatist.
Well, at the end of the day, it's their job to bowl. But what you do create, and what you might not have experienced as a cricketer yourself, you know, if you're out there for 100 overs, I'm not saying it's hard. It's a horrible place to be. I'm not saying it's easy. But if you have your fielders 60 yards apart, there's no camaraderie. You can't even talk to your teammate because he's so far away. You end up with what you have here, a load of guys with their hands on their hips, feeling isolated within the team. Bring everyone in, make them hit great shots. Yes, he's hit a great shot and he's going for 4. But make him do that. Don't just allow him to tap good balls for 1.
Yeah, lovely shot from Jordan Clark. He moves on to 30 or 43 balls for him. Surrey move on to 310 for 5, and that was a lovely shot. Just
at the end of the day,
shape.
Sam, as well. It's not, I know we're partisan, we're Somerset fans at the end of the day, but that's a pretty juicy half volley at the end of the day. You've got to throw the responsibility to the bowler, and he's got to have that hunger to bowl 5 hard length balls in and around off stump and do it for 5 or 6 overs, and then your next mate gets a go. You've got to have that mentality. This for me is like a team resigned to the fact that they're going to be fielding for the next 60 overs.
Yeah, I was just thinking the same thing. It's just, we're just waiting. We're like, well, we'll wait for them. We'll just see out time until Surrey declare, and then we have to try and save the game.
I would say that.
Oh, edged and put down. Flashed hard, Jordan Clark. It would have been a screamer of a catch. Lewis Gregory diving to his right one-handed at a wide second slip.
Created an opportunity there. But maybe, just maybe, having that cover fielder up has made Jordan Clark try and belt it instead of just prod it. Interesting now. So Ben Green now goes back. Will Jacks just now play within himself and ease it into the offside and go for a single? Or flick it off his legs. Another poor delivery down the leg side, 4 runs. I don't think as well, and trying not to be too negative here, but this kind of cricket actually frustrates me. I'm not sure what message this field is sending to the bowler. What is he trying to bowl? 2 sides of the wicket, short full. It just doesn't make much sense to me.
No, it just feels a little bit without a plan. I mean, Surrey are really on top here, and credit to them, because they've played almost a perfect game so far. 135 they lead now, 315 for 5. Another nice shot from Jacks, who's on 79. Got the ticker along the bottom working again. Up to date. Still got 17 overs remaining in the day after this one. Pete Trigo alongside myself, Sam Danning. Stephen Lamb's been with us all day. He'll pop back in a little bit as well. Had Charles Willoughby a little bit earlier on. Somerset very much behind the game. Here, nice looking shot from Jacks, but this time it's straight at mid-off. There'll be no run. We got going on elsewhere. Andy Hamid is out for the 2s. He made 125 though. Some debut against a good, decent attack. James Harris, Joe Cook, Dan Douthwaite, Callum Taylor. Push and run. Good bit of work there. From Jacks, he moves on to 80. Single to end the over. 315, 316 for 5. Hampshire 4 down now against Yorkshire. 138 for 4, so they trail by 290. Down at the Aegeus Bowl, you can see a beautiful day here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. And this innings, Surrey set up really by their skipper. Lost his opening partner early on for a duck, but 113 for Rory Burns. Barely played a false shot. You'll see there Hashim Amla not out overnight. He should really have gone. Casey Aldridge's first class wicket should have been Hashim Amla, but he was put down at second slip. Craig Overton subbed out with delayed symptoms of concussion overnight.
Well, that might be right. Recussion, if it was delayed. That actually sounds. You'd have sold that to me.
Yeah, I could have. Should have continued.
Yeah, he's got a bit of recussion. Ah, what's that? Concussion, but the next day. Ah, I would have completely believed you there, Sam.
I should follow through, shouldn't I?
Well, I wouldn't do that.
Set myself up for that, didn't I?
You could continue arguing with conviction.
I could.
That would be,
yes.
That would be better. We are in a very small confined space as well.
We
As
are.
Rolf van der Merwe toils away. 1 for 32 so far. Jordan Claw on 31, currently on strike. I'm sure knowing Rolf, he'll be in his ear, begging him to take him on and try and hit him for 6. But come on, Ruller, bring your field up. Give him a little bit of a carrot. Go fishing.
This is where you want bowler to be a little bit more authoritative.
Well, I think what's happening here is you've got, I think you're probably seeing the experience of Rolf van der Merwe. I know slightly different skills, but Rolf's controlling his area. At the end of the day, it's where you put the ball on the wicket that's the real factor here. Lammers, yes, there was that opportunity created with that wide sort of swinging delivery, but he was hit for 4, both sides of the wicket, 2 different lengths. Whereas Rolf's bowled 6 balls in the same space. He's controlling the possibilities of where the batter can hit his boundaries.
There is the boss on screen.
There's the main man, Ben Warren. Everything that happens here at Somerset County Cricket Club in terms of the live stream is down to that man there.
Big grin on his face, just changing the battery. There is nothing that man isn't all over, including those seats.
Very, very, very good at what he does. He joined the club, probably best part of 10 years ago as the social media man, doing all our tweets and this, that and the other, and all of a sudden he's won us awards, even done so well that people like me and you can sit here at the county ground talking about our beloved Somerset County Cricket Club. Well done, Ben Warren, and everything you've done for the club.
March and De Lange into the attack. Then we're going to see another spell from him. Change of ends from March and De Lange. Do you remember when all that first came in? When the clubs first started using social media and Twitter, were the players a bit like, well, what is this?
Do you know what? It was quite funny, really, because Ben was a really young lad. I think he was fresh out of school. And I can remember, who's this lad? Who's this lad knocking around the dressing room? It's that's my alpha style. Who's this young lad knocking around, asking us questions?
What are you, a policeman from Victorian Britain?
Videoing us and all this kind of stuff. Who's this lad that's knocking around here? Oh, he's Ben. He's our social media man. I was like, I've spoke to him. He doesn't look like he can hold a conversation. He's not very social, this Ben lad, because he's really shy, and I was probably a little bit mean, to be fair. I was like, how can the quietest lad in the building be in control of our social media? Little did I know the dark arts, the skills, the understanding of what people out there want, the creation of content, all these things that now I am starting to learn because I want to work in the media. So I have to admit, 10 years on, Ben's an absolute wizard. He's been probably one of the most key signings since Chris Gale for Somerset County Cricket Club. That's a compliment, isn't it, Sam?
I was just thinking that. Jax pushes it out to the fielder at mid-wicket for a single. Yeah, I was thinking that. Wow, what a compliment. Best signing since Chris Gale. I'd love to have seen the pair of them open the batting as well.
Yes, well, didn't need to have anyone at the other end with Chris Gale when he got going. You just need someone to run or walk ones.
But you're right. Been very lucky here at Somerset. They've been ahead of that social media game, been at the forefront of things, and very deservedly. I mean, the whole team won it, but Ben was at the front of the YouTube channel of the year.
Yeah, it's a team effort now with the live stream. There are, 5, 6, 7 folk all contributing. Long days, lots of hours, lots of thought. I know it's always amazed me. I got the email through for the first one-day game. We're having a staff meeting, which I attended. I was there in body, not necessarily in spirit. I was just
you were really disappointed to get pulled off for your Q&A at that point, weren't you?
That's all right. I'll just wing it. We'll be all right. March and De Lange running into bowl to Jordan Clark, who again cover drives, full face of the bat through extra cover. Tom Banton takes up chase, picks up 2. Jordan Clark presents a very full face of the bat. Jordan Clark, you've normally got to bowl a pretty decent ball to get him out. He's one of those really hyper-aggressive players when he gets going, very strong, muscles the ball down the ground, can sometimes probably be criticised for getting himself out at times when he goes a little bit too big, but certainly a very dangerous man in this scenario. He's got a free roll of the dice at the moment. Surrey are dominating this game, 318 for 5. De Lange into bowl to Jordan Clark.
Yeah, first English pro, I think, to hit 6 sixes and an over. It was a 2s game, Rose's game up at Scarborough, but yeah, serious striker of the ball, as is his brother, Graham, up at Durham.
Yeah, he's very, very, very good hitter.
One slip in then to De Lange, and there is a ring of fielders on the offside. Goes to the Yorker. And it's just pulled from outside off stump. Straight to Abel at mid-on, so another over done. 107 gone in the innings. 320 for 5. Surrey, 140 lead. Sam Dowling and Peter Trigo on the Somerset live stream, brought to you courtesy of our principal County Championship live stream sponsors, WPA Health Insurance. We have a look at that card. That's not looking that healthy for Somerset there. 8 bowlers used. Craig Overton bowled yesterday and then was subbed out of the game.
And knowing Tom Banton, he's definitely going to be shrugging his shoulders, doing the old club cricket, village cricket and warm up. Come on, Skip, get me on. He bowls little phantom off breaks.
It's unusual. A lot of wicketkeepers think they can bowl quite quickly, don't they? They steam in. Keyswetter used to bowl and seam up, didn't he, a bit in the nets?
He bowled a little bit of off spin as
Did
well,
he?
I think, towards the end. I think the seam up thing, he realised after about 5 balls that you actually had to sweat your own sweat and work hard, so he didn't really like that. The off spin was much more suited to Keyswetter. He actually turned it quite a long way. I believe he got a couple of wickets, if I'm right in saying, in potentially a one-day game. Or he's definitely got wickets for Somerset.
Let's have a look, shall we? The beauty of
he bowled
the
off spin. He honestly did give it a good spin.
Couple of first-class wickets, 2 for 3. Craig Keyswetter.
We heard a lot about that.
I bet
He was
you
the
did.
top of our bowling averages one year. He had a bowling average of 1.5 at the end of the year. It was he was touting himself as bowler of the season at the awards night. I remember it well.
I'm sure he would have not let that one go either. What a cricketer he
Craig
was.
Keyswetter, World Cup man of the match, the first ICC tournament that England won, the T20 World Cup in the West Indies. He got a magnificent 69, I believe, in the final, 63 maybe.
What a
fantastic
that was.
player. Real shame that he got that nasty eye injury and cut his career short. He was a fantastic player.
Who would win on the golf course out of Craig Keyswetter and Pete Trigo?
Well, I think he's more interested in rearing horses now.
He is
So
now, yeah.
I would like to think, as I am 80% a professional golfer now, that I would take the honours. But he was a very, very natural ball striker, could hit the ball a country mile. I think he struggled with his short game. I don't think his short game was up to much. He did try to play on the mini tours, the MENA tour, I believe. I think the only credible answer I can give you is, I believe after his one season as a professional golfer, his career earnings were $236, if I'm correct. Sam, mine is into the thousands now.
There we go, see.
I have bragging rights in the professional cricket world.
Yeah, I think you take it. I think you take the honours there. A few of the members up in the Ondarche Pavilion back in there this season. They were used as second dressing rooms for the away team.
I wonder if
during
Christopher
COVID.
Ondarche, Sir, I believe. I wonder if he's got any links to the organisers of Live Golf. I wonder if anyone knows Greg Norman. I wonder if you can get me a start in the Live Golf series. Bottom place, £120,000. Could you imagine that, playing a sport where even if you were terrible, you got paid £120,000?
Well, I always have this thing with Wimbledon when the losers in the first round get money. I don't think you should get any money if you lose.
Getting
in the
there
first
is
round.
quite cheap.
Yeah,
isn't it?
exactly. But that's in of itself. Delanger in to Will Jacks. I don't know. For getting knocked out of the first round of a tournament, should you get any money?
It depends, I suppose, the path
Yeah.
that you had to take to get there, maybe.
But then presumably you've won money on the way up by winning the previous tournaments. Not an issue I'll ever be faced with. I wouldn't have thought getting knocked out of the first round of Wimbledon.
I mean, I'm very lucky. You know, the majority of cricketers of my age and era, I can hand on heart say that we played professional cricket for absolute the love of the game. It was, I suppose, you got paid a wage, but it was no more than, you know, being reasonably successful in a lot of other jobs. It certainly isn't like football or anything like that. So it's changing now with the 100 ball and the T20 franchises and the IPL contracts you can pick up. But
did you see the IPL deal today? The TV rights that they've just announced.
Billions,
Billions, 45% up.
Yeah, not surprised. It is a fantastic competition. But I suppose the landscape of cricket is changing now, whereas, you know, there are big sums of money, but I never made a decision in my whole career, and quite nicely, that was at all influenced by finances. You know, the world of golf and tennis and football now, you know, you talk about, I think it's Mbappe having these discussions with PSG, you know, talking about millions of pounds, as Jordan Clark plays a shot of a millionaire, back of a length, and he swats that from Machant Delanga dismissively into the WPA health insurance stand. That is a superb shot. Here's the highlights. That is a sight that really does affect the psyche of any fast bowler. As soon as you're pulled with authority like that, it does give you a sense that your margin for error lengthwise is very, very small.
Yeah, it's not the first time today either Delanga's had that treatment. He did bowl beautifully, and his figures now don't tell the true picture. I think he bowled 11 overs for about 14 runs. He was magnificent. Started with 4 maidens, but it's when he's dropped it short, he's come in for a little bit more punishment.
I think, it's, from my observations, is for me that's a drag down. There's Machant Delanga's bouncers have a different level of heat on them. You know, where he dragged one down to Will Jacks earlier that got belted for 4, and the next one nearly took his head off. I think when he purposefully bowls a bouncer, it's a different level of pace and accuracy. Whereas that for me is just one that he misses his length by maybe a yard or so, and that's that belly height sort of ball that I think batters feel quite comfortable in pulling. The one that's at the head, that's the one that Delanga should be bowling. My suggestion would be that he didn't really mean to bowl a bouncer there.
Yeah, I hear you. Makes complete sense. I'm going to disappear for a few overs.
Well, actually disappear?
I wish I could. Can we get
bring,
that on the live stream?
Can we get the camera on us if Sam is going to disappear?
You have to be so careful, don't you, Stephen Lamb? Good luck. He's in one of those.
I have a feeling
he's
this
in one
is
of
those
those
anti-climax on the live stream.
Let's get off the live stream. Petrie goes in one of those moods. Good luck. Good luck to Stephen Lamb. I'm going to turn my microphone off, stand up, pick my laptop off and walk out of the room. Is that a bit better?
Thank you, Sam. It's been an absolute pleasure. You're right, it's been a long day. When Somerset are under the cosh, my mind does occasionally wander to weird and wonderful places. I feel the pain of the seam bowlers, in particular the captain, that are kind of chasing their tail at the moment. Surrey 330 for 5, 110 overs out in the field, and it doesn't look like ending anytime soon. Will Jacks on 85, playing magnificently well, equalled by Jordan Clark, who's come in and has hardly played a false shot really, bar one thick outside edge that was nearly caught first slip by Lewis Gregory. How are you, Stephen? Are you have you made it into the vacant space from our disappearing Sam?
Who's just on a Bilbo Baggins.
Oh, it's remarkable. I've never seen magic like it.
Went up in a puff of blue smoke. Yes, after getting a bit tangled up in a microphone lead, I'm absolutely fine, Triggs.
Good to have you back with us. Hope you had a nice little break, a little bit of a rest.
A little bit of a wander down on the terrace below. That's the ideal place.
Nice bit. It's nice and cool down there, isn't it? On the Thatcher's Terrace here in the Trescothic stand end, you can pick up yourself a nice little 99 flake ice cream if you so wish.
I didn't get around to that.
Oh, what a treat! My round next time is Ralph van der Merwe bowls to Will Jacks.
Yeah, he took a wicket with his first ball, didn't he, Ralph van der Merwe? I was going downstairs at the time, so I missed it.
Yeah, it was a relatively innocuous sort of dismissal, really. But it was a searchy ball, you know, for Ralph van der Merwe, as it would be, first ball of the day, and it was an equally non-convincing shot. One of the first lapses of what you'd probably say concentration from Rory Burns. You know, it was a very, very wide ball that he probably ought to have left, but I think the footholes just forced him into a little bit of a feel for the ball, and he nicked it to the waiting Lewis Gregory. There we go. Here's the view from the Thatcher's Terrace. No 99 flakes on show, but they are available. Gimlet's Hill under construction.
And that's where Tractor usually stands down there.
Tractor's down there, normally shouting and cheering the boys on. A fantastic view of the cricket ground there. I'll tell you what, the Thatcher's Terrace during a 2020 match on a Friday night is magnificent. Friday night we have the Gloucester match. One more reminder, get on the website. We have about 100 tickets left. Full sellout here at the county ground to take on the enemy.
As DeLange starts a new over, there's going to be a couple here for Will Jacks, down to third man. Yeah, I mean, it's a great view from this end of the ground. It always has been, even before this pavilion was built. You probably remember, Triggs, the old potting shed on top of the old pavilion.
Well, Steve, I can't believe you don't remember that.
Well, I
put
do.
a ball through it.
I wasn't there at the time.
Kevin Howells, wasn't it?
Yeah, and was Edward Bevan there as well?
Ed Bevan, yeah, I believe he was, yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't there. I didn't have that particular fright.
I bet our team.
Oh, he's bowled him.
Marchant DeLange gets one to nip back sharply to Will Jacks, dismissing him for 88. That's an absolute beauty. Will Jacks looks down at the wicket in a bit of surprise, to be honest. That looked like it sharply jagged back through the gate. Well bowled, DeLange, yes.
Oh, Somerset needed that, didn't they?
Yes, a little bit of a on the up, wishy-washy. Well, it wasn't a wishy-washy shot. It was a very committed shot, but it was a very big, loose shot. In the context of Will Jacks's almost flawless innings to date, he's played a booming drive to a ball that's just nipped back and clipped the top of off stump. He's walking off absolutely devastated. He knows a first-class 100 was there for the taking.
Yeah, just 12 short. 10 fours he hit, faced 139 balls, Will Jacks, and that was a sorely needed wicket because the partnership was heading up, the partnership for the 6th wicket towards the 3-figure mark. Triple Nelson has struck.
Yes, Graham Gooch has struck.
Yeah.
Tree as striding to the wicket, Jamie Overton, and even though he has been a teammate of everyone here on the field, I would be surprised if there's not a little hostile spell towards Jamie. He was incredibly accurate and hostile towards the Somerset players when he was having that opportunity. The fast bowlers, what's the word I'm looking for? The fast bowlers union.
That's it.
Is not a thing anymore. So will DeLange be giving him the bumper for his ball?
There was that unwritten agreement, wasn't there, for years between fast bowlers, but doesn't apply, one fancies in this case. And the man who's best equipped for the situation, one senses, in the absence of Craig Overton, which is a pity, is Marchant DeLange.
He certainly is the man for the job, but one thing Jamie Overton can do is hit a short ball a long way, so this could be very exciting little passage of play.
Yeah, you'll have seen him do it from the other end, I guess, Triggs.
Yeah,
Jamie O.
Jamie O's, he can hit a clean ball, and Marchant DeLange can bowl a quick bouncer, so I would have to say that it's fair to say that Jamie deserves a bit of his own medicine here.
Oh, that's a
wide swinging ball.
Good looking drive from Jamie Overton to start.
Cover drive worthy of an England opening batsman to start his innings. I can't imagine there won't be a couple in the other half of the pitch very soon.
Yeah, I do vividly. It's gone into folklore, that shot of yours, which went right up to the potting shed. Oh, there's a beauty from DeLange. Could have been the 2nd wicket of the over.
Well, bowled DeLange, I think it's in Jamie's head that he might get a few short ones. Footwork wasn't quite in place there. A really good delivery, line length, bit of shape away, beating the outside edge. Good bowling.
But in commentary terms, on an evening like this, you could sit outside the potting shed just on the roof and have a fantastic view in the open air. That's well played this time by Jamie Overton.
Well, I'd like to say that I added a little bit of air conditioning to the room, really, by putting the single pane bit of glass through. It's quite funny because Robert Croft into Trigo, and then you hear the noise of the bat on ball, and then 10 seconds later there's smash, and everyone in the commentary box is diving for cover. I actually think.
I think
was it Ed Bevan? Yeah, he ended up he got cut and a nasty bruise on his back from the ball hitting him.
That's
yeah, we're forever intertwined.
I don't know whether there's footage of that shot. I have a feeling there may be, just to inquire whether we might be able to get that up. When Peter Trigo hit a 6 into the window of the potting shed.
I do believe that it is on YouTube somewhere.
Well, we'll work on it. But in the meantime, that's a really important over from Marchant de Lange. He'd taken a bit of stick from Jordan Clark and Will Jakes, but he's got the more prolific of the two. Dismissed him for 88. And much needed wicket for Somerset. Nothing added to the total since. It's still 3-3-3 for 6, and it's still Roloff van der Merwe from the River End. Into bowl to Jordan Clark. That does get the Surrey account back underway. The lead is 154 now, with Somerset still needing 4 more wickets. One of those, that of Hashim Amla, who hasn't resumed his innings from overnight, felt unwell this morning, so that's one of them. In the meantime, Jamie Overton is on strike to van der Merwe. What will his approach be? Studied forward defensive push.
Well, I think he's his teammates hoping that he's just going to bat and support Jordan Clark the way Jordan Clark's going.
Yeah, Clark on 40, not out from 62, 6 and a 4 in that. But there's an early sign of aggression from Jamie O, out to deep extra cover. Just the single, but puts Clark back onto strike. Beautiful evening here at Taunton. Somehow the ground looks near its best at this time of day if the sun's out.
Yeah, it's a stunning ground, that's for sure, as Jordan Clark cuts a slightly short ball from Roloff van der Merwe away.
The other thing I remember about the potting shed was the exercise in getting up there. It involved going up a ladder, and then there was half a doorway. You had to sort of squat to get through, otherwise you'd bang your head.
I think it's fair to say the health and safety executive here at the Somerset County Rugby Club would be closing their eyes watching everyone try and climb that ladder.
Mind your head, boy.
Oh.
There was a notice in, in, I think it was red felt tip above that half doorway. Oh, this is up in the air. It's going to go all the way, I think. Yep, 6 from the bat of Jamie Overton. So there's a sign of intention. The last ball of Roloff van der Merwe's over, couple of paces and a full swing of the bat.
Yeah, that quashes my theory that Jamie's out there as a support act to Jordan Clark. He's certainly, or was that Jordan Clark?
No, it was Jamie Overton.
Yeah, it's a pretty solid sign that Jamie Overton's not there out to support. He's out there to cash in on some tired minds and bodies of the Somerset team.
Yeah, still 10 overs to be bowled this evening, and those fielders will be tired. Having a look at the ball again, I think. They'd be the second time today.
Did that go over the Botham stand?
Possibly. I didn't see where it landed.
Then there's a good chance it went out of the ground, I would imagine. If
so maybe this is just a straightforward replacement for a lost ball.
Quite possibly. Get on the phone to the Taunton Canoe Club. It looks like the ball has been rolled back onto the field, but looks like it might have taken a bit of damage. But
maybe hit a bit of concrete in the Colin Atkinson Pavilion. That's where it was found. It looks like they're going to carry on playing with it.
Maybe Martin de Lange might get a bit of movement off that bit of gravel that's embedded into the ball now. You never know. There might be a little bit of Pinot Grigio on the shiny side that might help it buff up a little bit from one of our hospitality guests in the Colin Atkinson Pavilion.
So de Lange to Jordan Clark. Firm drive, but well stopped at mid-off. The captain is loosening up, so perhaps we'll see another spell from Tom Abel. Bowled a short spell before the new ball was taken earlier. Short and pulled away, and it's just gone over the head of the man at long leg. It's another maximum. Fancy we've got some Surrey supporters on the terrace below us.
I think that looks like Peter Siddle down there who's spilled a catch on the long leg boundary. Yes, it is Peter Siddle. It was a tough chance, but you expect at this level that to be taken. De Lange's bowled well. He's taken a chance on a bouncer. Jordan Clark's taken the bait, pulled it slightly off the top edge down to fine leg. And Peter Siddle has just parried it over for 6. A double blow for de Lange, not only costing him a wicket, going for 6 runs as well.
It's very difficult to judge a catch right when you're so close to the rope, isn't it?
Yeah, Peter Siddle looks really disappointed there. I know a player of his level and standard would expect to reel that one in. It's not easy, but we see
sun
many,
in his eyes too.
Yeah, we
down
see
there.
So many magnificent catches, don't we, nowadays, that anything that goes down is almost a surprise. Yeah, not easy. Sun in your eyes, very flat catch, but again, you just do expect them to be taken these days. But de Lange keeps running in, he's bowling well. Jamie Overton hitting firmly down the ground. You can see that little bit of fatigue element just creeping in, a couple of little misfields. You know, Lewis dropped what you'd say was probably a bit of a half chance at slip. Peter Siddle's just dropped one, a misfield there by Tom Banton. You could just see that, you know, that 112, 6-7 hours on your feet, quite warm conditions starts to take its toll, and that is, I think, going to be a massive factor in terms of the result of this game. Is can the Somerset team somehow overnight refresh enough that when they do get the chance to bat, they're going to be physically and mentally sharp enough to cope with the Surrey bowling attack. That's going to be a big factor. You can already see there's a sense that the boys are a little bit down at the moment.
Yeah, because that first innings lead is substantial already and is going to be bigger. Already it's 181. As they'll pick up another single for this, down to square leg. Yeah, in fact it's coming up to double the Somerset total, that Surrey scoreline, when they get up to 360. So there's going to be hefty scoreboard pressure at some point tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that at some stage the runs are going to become quite irrelevant in the context of the result of this game. It's going to be about survival, it's going to be about batting time. Again, a lot of those Somerset players are going to be out on their feet for a very, very long time before they get the opportunity to bat. It's going to be a real big challenge. Very similar to the game at the Oval, where Somerset put up a good first innings total, got kind of gazumped and then fell away in that third innings on the back of being on the field for a long period of time. So we hope lessons have been learned and Somerset can turn this around, but at the moment it's all Surrey. 353 for 6 in the 114th over. Rolf van der Merwe bowling to Jordan Clark on 49. Jamie Overton not out 10 at the other end.
Yeah, and we're only just reaching the halfway stage in terms of time available in this game. day 2 drawing to a close fairly soon. Still 2 days left. Van der Merwe, having taken that wicket with his first ball, hasn't struck since, 1 for 44 in his 18th. Another single here up to long on, which brings up Jordan Clark's half-century.
Yeah, well played. Plays with the full face of the bat. Strong lad. He's got an array of shots, but they would all probably go into the sort of power shot category. Plays very, very straight down the ground. He's played pretty well. Good partnership with Will Jackson in particular, but already this partnership evolving with Jamie Overton. Both of them play in a very similar way, both very powerful men that play pretty straight down the ground. We'll look to target that threadbare sight screen.
Yeah, 21 it's worth already, this partnership.
What, the sight screen's worth 21? 21 what, yen or euros?
No, the sight screen, I think that's a neutral.
Yeah, that's
in value terms.
That's free to collect that one, isn't it?
Soon to be replaced, as this is tickled around the corner by Jamie Overton. At least a couple for him here. It will be pulled in right underneath us. And a couple is what they settle for. But no, 21 up to 23 with that brace, and that's come in double quick time. The 2 sixes. This is really hurting the hosts. 3:56 for 6 at the end of the over.
Today our match day sponsors are King's College Taunton. Thank you very much for your support. Fantastic, one of the fantastic local schools here in the Taunton area. Great place to play cricket. I remember Julian Wyatt declaring with me on 99 not out when I was about 14 to teach me a lesson that it was about the team, not the individual. What a great lesson to be learned. Thanks for that, Jules. I've never forgiven him. Struck off my Christmas card list.
Yeah, quite young to learn it, really.
Jules didn't pull any punches. He was a good role model. Tom Abel into the attack now. The under-bowled, many of us feel. Tom Abel, really interested to see if he can get a little bit of movement. It has the knack of picking up crucial, vital wickets, breaking partnerships. Hopefully today can be the day where he can do something like that.
He just bowled the 2 overs immediately before the new ball was taken earlier this afternoon. 2 overs for 6 runs, so very brief spell, and maybe a little bit longer here, although he can only bowl a maximum of 4 in the overs remaining. And that's driven fiercely, but out to the man at deep extra cover. So just a single. .357 for 6 then. Surrey. As Abel is in.
Bold. This is a scalp that Tom Abel would like. Jamie Overton dismissing Tom Abel in the first innings. Can he get the game within a game back to parity in this little passage of play here? I do fear a tough day's play has been had here at Taunton. Even tougher if Somerset can't make at least one more breakthrough in the 8 overs remaining. I think it would ease the minds just a little bit if there were what you deem as one of the bowlers now at the wicket, kind of an end open. But as we say so often, there aren't too many tail enders in modern cricket.
Complete difference of opinion there as to whether there was a run or not. There was a bark of yes from Jamie and a louder bark of no, sending him back. He'd set off looking convinced.
Yeah, that would be nice, a little miscommunication, bit of a run out, that would be taken with open arms. Somerset point of view. For Jamie Overton's thigh pad. Jamie Overton. 3 strides it takes for Jamie Overton to complete a single here. 22 yards covered in no time. I think Jordan Clark's been out there a while longer. He looks a little bit of a reluctant runner. Jamie Overton's obviously full of energy, only just getting out there to the crease. As we look at the BBC commentary box down there on our screens, Charlie Taylor, Mark Church, which many people have called my twin. Similar hairstyles, good tans, strange dress sense. A good lad, that's Churchy.
Absolutely. Monsieur L'Église is my nickname for him.
Yeah, he certainly doesn't look he could easily pull off a little Spanish vibe, couldn't he?
Absolutely. Abel is in again. That's up in the air. It's going to fall safe. Wondered for a moment whether that was going to go to hand. It wasn't under any kind of control.
No, Jamie just tried to park it back over his head. Nearly thick-edged it all the way out to Ben Green on the deep cover boundary. I'd say that he probably could have been 10 yards off of the boundary, really. It might have made a bit of a difference there, but again, I think sensing the body language from up here, it looks like there are a number of the Somerset players that have done a lot of boundary riding today. They're just ticking the overs down in their heads, waiting to get off this field. I can't blame them. It's tough. 4-day cricket, championship cricket, tough test. Test match cricket, the toughest test of all.
He hardly reached that, Jamie Overton. It was outside his off stump, and he'd taken a couple of paces down as well.
I think Rolf saw him come in there and tried to throw the wide one in. Lucky Jamie Overton's got that big frame and long handled bat of his. Otherwise he'd be out stumped by now. Very, very wily piece of bowling there from Rolf van der Merwe.
Oh, this is tickled down the leg side. You don't want to see that. Fancy there was just a little bit of bat on it. Signalled as 4 runs. It's frustrating for any bowler, isn't it?
Yeah, he's just got his line slightly wrong there, and Jordan Clark's managed to get a thick inside edge down to the boundary underneath us here at the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. Rolf van der Merwe has done a grand job today, but he's starting to leak a few runs as the Surrey batters look to enforce their dominance on this game. 365 for 6, with still some quality batters or performers yet to come.
Yes, economy rate's pretty good overall. 2.6, Van der Merwe.
Yeah, he's done well. He's done a job for the captain. You know, day, first innings, you don't expect the spinner to really come into play as much as he had. But like I said, the Surrey batters, in particular Rory Burns, Will Jackson, played really well today. They've made it tough. I was talking to Churchy earlier while I was on the BBC, just saying that, you know, that first session, Surrey could have easily lost 3 or 4 wickets. Game of millimetres, every player miss. Somerset seemed to nick yesterday. Surrey seemed to get away with it, but that could be the difference between the position they're in now and a really tightly contested game. But at the moment, it's very, very one-sided.
Yep, Surrey started this match at the head of the championship table. You wouldn't bet against them staying there at the end of it. It's just gently pushed around the corner by Jamie Overton. So not a maximum to finish the over, as he finished the previous one. Ending rather quietly. 6 overs remaining today. The lead is 188 for Surrey. It's imposing already, and they've got power to add. I'll be hoping Hashim Amla would be recovered tomorrow to resume his innings, if these two can see out the day.
Yeah, I'm sure the bowlers came Stacey Aldridge, Rolf van der Merwe, De Lange, Lewis Gregory Siddle, all nearing and above 20 overs under the belt. With that level of workload under the belt, you don't really want to see Hashim Amla stride back to the crease after 2 nights sleep. He's not been well over the last day or so. Hasn't come to the ground today, but it'd be a scary thought if he came in fresh and recovered tomorrow morning facing a 30-over-old donut on a quite docile pitch at times. And Tom Abel finding a bit of life out of said pitch though, and getting one just a nip swing away through to Steve Davis.
Yeah, that's good delivery. Yeah, he's been searching for form for much of the season. We'll see that again from Tom Abel.
Lovely delivery.
Good shape.
Yeah, a little bit of late movement there from Tom Abel. Good example of the balls that he bowls. Manages to take a number of wickets at a healthy rate and low average for the club. Under bowl, but he's had his troubles with a couple of injuries, so first and foremost, our captain has needed to do an awful lot of batting, so I think it's very much a monitored, managed amount of bowling that he does.
55 wickets in first class, Tom Abel.
First class matches, 55 wickets at an average of 30. Very, very good bowler, and like I said, with his quality, you'd expect him to have bowled a lot more than he has. But like I said, first and foremost, he's the club's premier batter. So really important that we keep his legs as fresh as possible. Don't want to wear him out too much. At the end of the day, we have 4 or 5 other bowlers that need to take up the slack as well. At the end of this over, I'm going to depart for the day. I've got the delights of a members forum in the Colin Atkinson Pavilion to host and be part of with the chief executive. The running of a cricket club is not always smooth, especially after a day's play dominated by the opposition. The slightly grumpier natured members will be just that little bit more grumpy when we get there this afternoon, but hopefully my trainers and rather eclectic style of dress will at least put a little smile on people's faces, and we can talk about the business of running a county cricket club, like almanacs and ticket entry and the phone system going down every 5 minutes and the scoreboard not working. All those things that it takes to run this great club here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. I will leave you for the day in the capable hands of Sam and Stephen, and we'll catch up soon.
I'm sure your apparel will ease minds wonderfully. See you soon. Just 5 more overs then for us to see through here. 370 for 6. And that lead creeping up towards 200 as Van der Merwe starts a new over. Been a very positive knock from Jordan Clark and a positive partnership between these two. Good stop, Tom Lammonby. Extra cover. It's what you like to see, what your teammates like to see when you're under the cosh from the batting side. Flayed away out to deep extra this time. Has that eluded the fielder? I think it has. Sprawling attempt to stop it, unavailing. 4 more in the bank for Surrey. Jamie Overton on to 19 with that. That's a wide.
There's a group of Surrey fans very much having a great day, I think, down on the Marcus Roscoffing Pavilion deck, and why not?
There's going to be a single in this. Just finding the gap between cover and backward point. Jamie Overton's enjoying himself out there. He's already hit Rodolphe van der Merwe for 6 into the Colin Atkinson Pavilion. Moved on to 20 with that single. Rodolphe into his 20th over of the innings. And that is the completion of it. So 1 for 61 his figures. There are the Surrey fans aforementioned.
There they are. I had a great day. I was down there when Will Jacks got out and they stood to applause Will Jacks' fine knock. It really was a good innings as well. March Delanger eventually got his man, but he'd been pulled away 3 times. There they are. They've just realised they're on camera. We can hear them too. Brilliant, brilliant. That's what county cricket's all about. Full of home fans, but a strong travelling contingent as well from Surrey. They're a well-supported cricket club. Tom Abel to Jamie Overton. Van der Merwe quickly around, pinged it into Steve Davies. No lack of enthusiasm from him. Yeah, what have they got? 15,000 members. Remarkable, their membership up at Surrey.
Yeah, plainly quite a few have made the trip and they're enjoying what they're seeing out there.
Ooh, Tom Abel would have enjoyed that one. Bit of lift as Overton pushed forward. He would have enjoyed it even more if he'd taken the outside edge.
He's beaten the bat a couple of times already in this spell.
Driven back at the bowler, who shapes to throw it back at Jamie Overton. Little subplot, contest within a contest here. Former Somerset skipper, current Somerset skipper, sorry. Haven't just resigned Tom Abel in the middle of my spell. Edged and gone, there it is. Jamie Overton smashes the back of his bat in disgust at himself.
Retribution.
Yeah.
Tom Abel was dismissed by Jamie Overton in the Somerset first innings, and now the captain has his man.
Yeah, brilliant delivery there from Tom Abel. Set him up. Overton didn't have to play it that one. You can see how annoyed he is. He just maybe had eyed up Tom Abel. Had beaten the outside edge the previous delivery. Tom Abel will very much enjoy that wicket. Surrey have lost their 7th, 3-7-6 for 7. Now,
he's left his bat behind him as he disappears into the Andy Caddick Pavilion.
I suggest that the Surrey players make way and everyone else comes out onto the balcony and just perhaps let Jamie Overton do what he needs to do. So we're going to see Gus Atkinson, and this is interesting, Stephen, because what have we got left? 20 balls remaining in the day. Surrey are 7 down, but if Ashley Mamner's not here, then Somerset could potentially end this innings this evening with a couple of quick wickets.
Yep, because it's just Dan Worrell to come, who is, although he's not a rabbit, he's a more genuine number 11 than some. That's not unfair on his batting abilities.
I think he'd be quite polite. I think it's a fair assessment.
You've got to get through Gus Atkinson first to get down to him. But yeah, that's an interesting point. A couple of wickets, 2 in 2, and that could be the innings. Done.
Well, Tom Abel ball in hand then. He's got his first 4.4 overs, 1 for 10. Belatedly brought himself into the attack.
His 56th first class wicket. One to cherish as well, former teammate.
Yeah, he'll have enjoyed that. He will have enjoyed that, particularly as it was a very Tom Abel-like shot that he played to get out himself. So Atkinson drives nicely, nice looking shot. Average of 28 so far in what is a relatively short first class career, best of 91.
So these two be looking to survive another 19 deliveries.
Yeah, and I think they've now just got to put, what they don't want here is to end up risking, because what they don't want to risk getting bowled out, because even if it's only for 5-10 overs in the morning, they will just want to annoy Somerset by making them go back out into the field again.
This is good stuff from Tom Abel.
Yeah, end of the over then, 119 gone. Jamie Overton departs for 20. Warm round of applause here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Skipper has a wicket, but that lead is 196.
Yeah, that was a wicket maiden, in fact. Timely, given Somerset's travails. Still not quite up to 200, that lead, just 4 short for Surrey. But they've already got more than Somerset, more than twice what Somerset managed in their first innings. As Van der Merwe continues. Dot ball to start. So I fancy they may well be looking to survive these two until stumps, which isn't long. Another defensive push. Ten deliveries, all dot balls in a row, apart from the wicket. There will be at least 1 run here. They're looking for 2, and they'll get it. Straight out to a deep square leg by Jordan Clark. Just eyeing up that leg side field again. Can't pierce it this time. Pushes it back to the bowler. In his 21st over, Roelof van der Merwe. Just the brace of runs off it. 378 for 7. Atkinson yet to get off the mark, will be on strike.
Yeah, Clark batting nicely on 61. Tom Abel will finish the day off here from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. A couple of days remaining. Now the brilliant days, well, brilliant days cricket for Surrey. I always enjoy watching day's cricket scorecard up on the screen just a second ago. 113 for Rory Burns. Brilliant skipper's knock was followed up by 88 from Will Jacks. I thought batted really nicely. Everyone knows his white ball prowess, but I think he's going to be a super red ball player too. Atkinson keeps that one out, pushes it to Marchand Langer. Tractor still down there, giving all the encouragement he can. Beautiful sunshine. You're bathed in sunshine here at the Cooper Associates Channing Ground. New Zealand are 6 down. 204 for 6. You never know. It might be. What was it? Was it Lords last year? But England didn't chase it in the end, did they? It was only about 250, 260 they needed. Abel kept out by Atkinson.
There's a ray of hope there, though, isn't there? Still a full day's play to go tomorrow. If they can roll over the remaining 4, could well be a presentable target.
couple. Only the single. Late in the day running, March and Delanga. That's the fielding at mid-on. Pings it in. He's an amazing athlete. Halfway through this 121st over, been a long stint out there for Somerset. Been out there all of today, late yesterday evening, I dare say, unless something dramatic happens in these next. Well, they'd have to take a wicket in the next 3 balls, wouldn't they? Because otherwise, a wicket in the final over would end the day. 2 wickets for Somerset would potentially end the innings because Hashim Amla's not here. Clark drives, single, good show of intent, gets a round of applause from the Surrey fans below us. Just went to the left. Van der Merwe at mid-off.
Yeah, if Atkinson survives this ball, then we know that Hashim Amla won't need to bat today.
That's it. There's Henry, one of our camera operators, out enjoying some sunshine. It's a long old day for them. They do a cracking job. Atkinson survived one of those balls. Brilliant team here, as Pete Trieger was saying on the live stream. So much work goes on behind. I mean, we just have to do the easy bit, really, Stephen.
Indeed, and thanks again, as ever, to WPA Health Insurance. A logo on your screen there for sponsoring the entire effort.
End of the over, leave the wide ones, as the Surrey fans cheer. So it looks like Surrey will be batting in the morning.
I'm sure they will, because yeah, if a wicket falls now, that's it for the day. So these two have done that part of the job, and it remains for Roelof van der Merwe to bowl the remaining 6 balls of this second day in beautiful evening sunshine. But there'll be some tired bodies out there in the field for Somerset. They've been toiling away all day. And some tired bowlers. Here is van der Merwe then. Might be a single here. Up to long on. Clark goes to 63. The lead has just gone over the 200 mark. Some adjustments to the field. One man on the offside being brought in. That was raucous but unconvincing as an appeal.
Only Roelof van der Merwe could be raucous in the final over. It's a beautiful evening, Stephen, so yeah, we are very lucky to be up here, looking over the hills.
Defensive push this time. Yeah, the sun still shining on those quantocks in the distance, as it is on the ground below us. Long shadows cast by the players and a couple of the floodlight pylons. Nicely taken down the leg side. Driven and will be a single. They might have got 2 if they'd hurried, because there was a slight misfield out there at long off, but they were just ambling the single anyway. left and taken, and that is stumps. Vocal support of the Surrey batters, who finish on 63 and 2 not out respectively, Jordan Clark and Gus Atkinson. Surrey finished the day on 382 for 7, which is a lead of 202. Substantial one. 2 wickets for Peter Siddle, one yesterday evening, the other today. 2 for 75. He's bowled 25 overs, so he'll be tired. 1 for Casey Aldridge, maiden first-class wicket for him for 58. That's from 19. Roelof van der Merwe just finished his 22nd. 1 for 65. Marchand de Lange, possibly the pick of the bowlers today. 17 overs, 8 maidens, 2 for 51. His figures slightly damaged in this 3rd session of the day. And the other wicket taker, Tom Abel. Just 2 short spells from him that took the wicket, the last one to fall, that of Jamie Overton. 1 for 12. The standout batting performance of the day, Rory Burns. Century for him, 113, 6 and 15 fours in 217 deliveries. And Will Jacks, the other innings of note really. Jordan Clark finishing on 63 not out. Will Jacks made 88, 10 boundaries for him in 140 deliveries. Really, Burns, Jacks, and we should say Clark latterly, the main instigators of that big Surrey total.
Yeah, Burns set it up, didn't he? It was a real skipper's knock, and there was a little bit of pressure on him because Surrey were in a good position, but having lost, at least temporarily, Hashim Amla, suddenly Somerset are going, right, okay, if we get a couple of early wickets and we could have them in a little bit of trouble. Burns was having none of that. He barely played a false stroke. I think his opening boundary yesterday was a kind of inside edge off Craig Overton, and then there was a shot off Casey Aldridge that moved him from 80 to 84 that flew through a vacant 3rd slip, but other than that, it was just a real surprise he got out, actually. He looked in complete control of his innings, and by that point Surrey were already in the lead, and credit to Jacks and even Cam Steele too, who at that point made sure that Surrey were in a position to capitalise on the advantage Burns had given them.
And the wicket was, well, it was a bit of a captaincy triumph, really. Roelof van der Merwe brought on, and immediately snaring the Centurion.
Oh, and didn't he enjoy it? That celebration is just wonderful. But yeah, what are we halfway in the game? If we were doing WinViz or whatever it's called, there would be a significant bar that would favour one side. And, my guess would be that would be Surrey.
Yeah, that's very clear, with a lead of more than 200 at the halfway stage of the game. Then Surrey are absolutely in the driving seat in this match. They will be looking to go on and win it comfortably, and Somerset will need to bat very much better in their second innings than they did in their first.
Yeah, you'd think Somerset's going to have at least 4, if not 5 sessions to bat out well. We will see. We will see tomorrow. Again, as ever, thanks very much to WPA Health Insurance for being the club's principal live stream partner in the County Championship. We've had Pete Trigo with us, Charles Willoughby popped in, Stephen Lamb. It's been glorious to have you here for the last couple of days.
Been a pleasure, Sam. Absolute pleasure. What a view we've got from up here.
A view from up here, fine cricket, Peregrine Falcons on the ground as well, a little bit earlier on. I'll be back in the morning, and I believe a couple of other familiar voices will be alongside me. Charlie Taylor is around tomorrow, and Harry Everett too will be seeing this game to a conclusion. I daren't say they'll be here for 2 days because we just don't know that yet, but they will be.
Well, if they are, it'll be a bit of a first for championship games at Taunton. If it gets to a 4th day, it'll be the first of the season to do so.
Fingers crossed, Stephen. Touch wood, I'm just bashing the board in front of us. Well,
indeed, both of us.
Indeed. Stephen, thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of your week. Enjoy your evenings, everybody, and we will be back with you just before 11 o'clock tomorrow morning.